Right now, you're on one or two paths in wholesaling real estate. Path number one, you keep watching YouTube videos. You keep watching all these other people giving their recipe, but you're kind of mixing everyone's recipe together and you're just kind of failing. All these people are trying to sell you this wholesaling real estate mentorship program for $10,000, and the info they give you is like 10% of the value of what you actually need to do, and the other 90% is behind the course. Or path number two, you can learn from somebody who has made millions of dollars every single year wholesaling real estate for over 10 years straight, and somebody that has taught more people how to get their first wholesaling deal and over $1 million. More people I've helped get their first wholesaling deal than anybody else and actually get a proven system. One video to shut it up so you could make $100,000 this year getting started. From finding motivated sellers, to figure out what wholesaling real estate is, to finding the right acquisitions and the right closing system, to finding cash buyers so you never have to struggle finding a cash buyer again. What to say to sellers, the best scripts, the best list to go after, how to skip trade sellers, all that unraveled right now. Well, hopefully you want to make money. So what I'm going to do is show you exactly my entire wholesaling real estate system from start to finish. I'm also going to be giving you my wholesaling Bible, over 150 pages, an exact manuscript of exactly how to wholesale real estate step by step. Guys, I've been doing content about wholesaling real estate for over 8 years. I make millions of dollars every single year, and I'm 26. I got started at 16 years old wholesaling real estate. I made $100,000 my first year by the time I graduated high school, and I'm currently one of the largest wholesalers in the entire country at only 26 years old. I've been making content religiously for 8 years, showing you my entire journey in this entire game. I have more people in my wholesaling community than anybody else because I teach it for free. And what I'm doing for 2026 is giving you the entire guide right now. This, you can just get it below and start using it right now. But what I'm gonna do is give you the guide on a video too. What we're gonna do is break down this entire course into 3 sections. That's all you need to figure out. Section 1, how to find motivated sellers. Section 2, how to get contracts for super discounted prices. And step 3, how to sell that deal, how to sell that contract for massive assignment fees. So if you're just a wholesaler that is doing well, but you want to scale up and go from making $10,000 on a deal to just making $50,000 on a deal, or if you're a wholesaler that wants to make $100,000 this year in cold hard cash, I'm gonna show you exactly everything you need to know right now. So let's get into it. So sit down, get some popcorn. I'm not gonna show you some regurgitated coaching call or webinar like you see on all these big wholesaling guys. I'm just gonna sit down, one take. Wholesaling real estate has completely changed my life. And what I'm gonna do right now is give you my entire wholesaling real estate Bible. So I just wrote this for 2026, Zackin's Wholesaling Real Estate Bible. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over this entire document. This is everything that I know about wholesaling real estate, all the knowledge in my head, 10 years, millions and millions of dollars a year of wholesaling real estate since I was 16. I'm 26 years old. And everything that I know, I'm gonna be breaking down exactly right now. So this is my ultimate wholesaling course with the wholesaling Bible, okay? And we're gonna be breaking down the field guide for you to get rich wholesaling real estate. So we're gonna break down first and foremost the Bible here. And so this is, again, the link is in the description if you wanna go download this. This is completely 100% free. I'm going to leave, and I'm not joking, no stone unturned here. And so sit back, hopefully you got some popcorn, chill out, grab some coffee, stretch out, get a notepad, and we're getting to work. And you guys don't have to write too many notes because it's literally all written down in here for you. And so if you say, Zach, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to learn wholesaling and get rich, this is it. This is the course, this is the video, this is everything. This is my knowledge for you. So again, all this stuff you can learn inside of freewholesaling.com. It's my free wholesaling school group. It's my community, it's all in there, and you can learn how to do this. And so we're gonna break this down. So again, this is just all the knowledge that I have. We have a glossary here, table of contents, everything you need to know to run a wholesaling business. So there is specifically 23 chapters we're gonna be talking about, and an appendix A, B, and C, which is insane, multiple parts on here, but let's get started. What is wholesaling real estate and what it is? This could also be considered the audiobook. This is Zach's Wholesaling Bible. Even though it's a pretty long audiobook, but I think it'd be really worth it for everyone. So we are talking about what is wholesaling real estate first and foremost, and then going really deep on the tree of what wholesaling real estate is. The cleanest possible explanation. So let's go bring this whiteboard out. Make this a little easier for us to understand, but let's kind of explain what is wholesaling real estate just so we can get a better understanding of what this business is and how it works. So hopefully I don't break anything here, but let's just explain this. Okay, so this is what wholesaling real estate is. So wholesaling real estate is the simple art, okay, of three parties. So in this business, there is a seller, there is you, and there is a cash buyer, or considered the buyer. That is three. I think I know how to count. I think I remembered how to count, but that is three people in this transaction. Now, you are the middle. Now, you can think of it as you as the middleman. I mean, that's probably not going to be the best way to think about this, but you're going to be in the middle. And what you do is you have a three-party transaction, right? So there's party one, party two, party three. Now, I always believe that if you can't explain something to a third grader, then you don't truly understand something. And so this is gonna be my best way to describe this as a third grader of how I wholesale. You know, what do I do for a living? Okay, so this is what I do. So what we do is I go find people that want to sell their house. Now, if you're a third grader, I'm assuming you like pictures. So I'm gonna draw a picture of a sad guy. This sad guy owns this house. There's me. That's what I think I look like. And this is a cash buyer. We'll talk about him later. But he's big, fat, and rich. Money, money, money. Okay, he's got money in his eyes. Okay, cool. So this is a seller. They own this house, and they just want to get rid of it. It's a disgusting old house. They want to get rid of it for cash. They just want to get rid of this thing. I am the middleman. I'm the wholesaler. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go find somebody who wants to sell their house for below what it's worth. What's very important we understand here is how wholesaling real estate works is if a house is worth, let's say, $150,000, what I want to do is I want to write a contract for, let's say, $130,000 and then sell it to someone for 150 grand and collect a $20,000 spread. We'll explain this whole transaction from start to finish. And so what we're going to do here is I'm going to go out here and reach out to these people that want to sell their house. Now, there could be a lot of these people. I mean, there's plenty of people that want to sell their house. But what we want to do is just find people who want to sell for a discount. The best way to describe this is like a used car dealership. If you have a car that's worth, let's say, $20,000, it's worth how much? $20,000. But here's the problem. If I go trade in my used car that's worth 20 grand, do you guys know exactly how much they would offer for my house? Sorry, for my car? That's right. They would offer me $10,000, $12,000 at most. Now, why in the world would somebody offer me 12 grand for my car that's worth $20,000? That's a ripoff. How dare them? Well, 60 to 70% of all cars that are sold, that someone buys a new car, they just trade it in. Why? They decide that they are going to sell for a discount their car for two main things: speed and ease, or also convenience. Why? Because if I have to go out here and sell my car for $20,000, I'm going to have to go out here and meet a dude behind Jersey Mike's at 6 p.m. He has a sweaty wife beater on. He goes in my car. He smells terrible. And he's going to test drive. Hopefully he doesn't stab me in the neck. And, you know, we just got to, risk life and death so I can get an extra $8,000 in my car. And hopefully he doesn't drive off and mug me. And, then I have to do the title, and then I have to do a bill of sale. And that's all really confusing. And I just want to get rid of this car. And by the way, I can't really afford 2 car payments on here, right? And so for the speed and convenience, I just trade in. It's really off the door. It's so easy. Now, what does that car dealership do? They list it next day for $20,000. Did you just get scammed out of $8,000? No. This is just traditional business. The way I like to also describe this is, if you want to think of, let's do, this is a cherry. I was going to draw an apple, but so this is considered a cherry. Let's say if I want to buy a dozen cherries, I want to buy 12 cherries, it might cost me at the store $3 to buy 12 cherries. Okay? You get me? Well, guess what? How much did it cost the store? Well, the store probably bought the cherries for $1. And now they're selling it to me for $3, and they're going to make $2 in profit. Is that inherently evil? Are we all like communist socialists right here? Like, how dare the grocery store make money? No, like we all understand how the world works. Guys, could you imagine if you go to a grocery store and they say, hey, this is $3, but we're honest, we only paid $1 for this thing. You would be up and down, how dare they? Well, that's the thing. Is it evil that this happens? No, because the grocery store found the buyer, which is me, who wants cherries. Capitalism is a great thing. So just understanding, people sell for below the market value, for speed and convenience. Now, the guy who grows cherries, he doesn't want to go out here and build a grocery store, hire baggers, hire a cashier. He just wants to build cherries and sell cherries. Build cherry farms and sell cherries. So for the speed and convenience of him just making growing the cherries and then selling it to the grocery store, he sells for $1, it's probably 50 cents for him. But guess what? His business runs better because all he cares about is cherries. The grocery store only cares about bringing people who want to buy food together. All sorts of food. And so this is the beautiful capitalist society. But the whole point here is grocery store bought it for $1 and sold it for $3. Simple as that. You might be super upset and super angry that happens, but that's just how the world works. Are you upset that you traded in your car for 12 grand, they sold for 20? No, it's speed, it's easy, I get it. Go deal with that BS for me. Same thing with a house. They are trading their house because traditionally to sell a house, you have to go out here and spend roughly 12% in realtor's fees for the realtor, closing costs, there's doc stamps, taxes, sometimes title. Like it's very expensive to sell a house. On average in America, if you list your property for sale for let's say $100,000, you're going to collect $88,000 at closing. Think about that for a second. If I have a house that's worth $100,000 and I sell it for $100,000, I am on average going to collect 88 grand because I'm paying $12,000 in realtor commissions, closing costs, docs. It's ridiculous. To sell my house on the market, I'm already taking a 12% price cut. That's ridiculous, right? That's just how real estate works. If it's a $1 million house, it's usually still the same 12%. Go figure. So what we do is, a lot of people think like, oh, Zach, the house is worth $150 and you locked it up for $100,000. You stole the house. Well, I bought it cash, which means they don't really have to, the seller doesn't have to deal with this. So that's actually not insane. Just FYI. Okay. But basically, what we do here, and just try to make, I sometimes ramble, but again, I try to give some good nuggets on here. But I get very passionate about real estate. This business absolutely changed my life. And I'll talk more about my journey. But I want to explain what wholesaling real estate is first, and we talk about my little, sob story, how I became a rich little peasant boy and got successful. Which, again, it's a full circle moment. I'll talk about that. But again, the whole point here in wholesaling real estate is we find somebody that wants to sell their property for a discount. And so what I do is I reach out to these people who want to sell for a discount. Now, a discount, right? So if the house is worth, if the value, and guys, again, what is value? Value is what someone else will pay for it, okay? So a lot of people talk about, sentimental value. My house is worth this much because I grew up and the house has sentimental value. Value is what someone else is willing to pay for. That's what value is. Now the value is $150. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach out to this person who wants to sell for a discount. Why? They want speed and convenience. Now I will tell you this. If you look at a pie chart, okay, I can do it right here. If you look at a pie chart of people who want to sell, people who want to sell their house, on average, in America, I would probably tell you that if you look at 100% of homeowners in your city, I would say on average about 2% of them want to sell right now. They want to sell their house, maybe even 1%. So think about that. 2% of everyone that owns a house wants to sell. So that means if you called 100 homeowners, only 2% say they're wanting to sell. Okay, well, of that 2%, how many of those people want to sell for a discount? Meaning they don't want to go with the realtor and get the most. I just want to get rid of this thing. I would probably gander that about 10% of those people, 10% of them will want a discount just to get rid of it. So really, it's 0.2% of all homeowners we go after. Now, good thing for you, there's over 170 million homeowners. So let's do some quick math. But quick math of, 0.01 times 0.2 times 170 million homes. That's roughly 300, at any given rate, there's 340,000 people that want to sell their house for a discount. Massive opportunity for you. So what we got to understand here is this might seem like a small little buyer pool. What we need to do is we need to make a targeted data set of individuals who are more likely to sell their house for a discount. So if only 0.2% of people want to sell for a discount, how can I get a list where 5% want to sell for a discount? That means I call 100 people, 5 of them say, sure, I want to get rid of it, and I just want to get a nice little offer. Would you guys want that? That's what we do. So what we do in wholesaling is we get a data set, which I'll show you. I guess, I mean, we're gonna break it all down. I'm gonna break it all down here. But about 5% is where I want to be at. 2% for like a bigger list. But you can get a targeted list of people who want to actually sell for a discount. So if I just pulled a list of people that own houses, I would not enjoy my life. So what I do is I usually reach out to people. I call them, text them. There's a lot of ways we can do it. And guys, you don't need any cash or money for this. But what we do is we reach out to these people and we see which one of these ones want to sell for a discount. Now, I might have to make 100 calls, and usually 1 out of 100 pick up and say, yes, I want to sell for a discount. Awesome. He says he wants to sell, he wants to get rid of it, he has a change of job, he's got to move out of state, blah, 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 he wants to get rid of it. So the house is worth about 150. I'm going to offer him, I know it sounds crazy, I'm going to offer him just 90K to buy his house. He's going to say, no, screw you, I'll take 110. Okay, cool. So we'll write a contract for $110,000. So I will write a piece of paper, which in here, the contract's in the wholesaling bubble. It's going to be called a contract. And it's going to say, basically, Zach agrees to buy the house for $110,000. So now I have a contract to buy the house for $110,000. Now, at this point, this is where 90% of people who are completely new come to me and say, oh my gosh, I do not have $110,000, dude. Are you trying to make me bankrupt? I don't got that kind of cash. Hey. Trust me. I got you, fam. I got you, bro. Okay, that's what I said. Guys, I got started wholesaling when I was 16 years old, over 10 years ago. Those were my first questions. My second question, and probably the biggest one that I struggled with internally, was why in the world would somebody want to sell their house for a discount? Well, I don't know if you've ever been behind on your mortgage. You've had a disgusting, ugly house. You had a house where you just inherited and you didn't want to, like, why do you want to trade in your car? You know what I mean? It's the same exact thing. A lot of people just want to get rid of their house. They don't want to deal with it. They just want it easy, nice. They just want to get rid of the situation. And that's the thing, right? And so Zach agrees to buy for $110,000. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go out here and find a rich cash buyer. So these rich cash buyers are either one of two people. Number one, they're a landlord. And you all know about landlords. These are people that own a bunch of rental properties. So I want to reach out to this guy because he's going to want to buy this house, fix it up, and put it back on the market and list it for rent because he just likes buying rental properties. And guys, these are people worth, $5, 10, 15, $20 million sometimes. Like they're got a lot of cash, dude. And they just like buying up all the properties in America. Or they are a house flipper. They like to flip the house. They are a house flipper. Now, what a house flipper wants to do is he wants to buy this house for, let's say, 140 grand, 130. And if the house is really disgusting, he'll put 50, 60, 70, even $100,000 to renovate the property and then put it on the market for like 240 and make a big profit. That's how, flipping houses. You can still make a decent amount of money flipping houses, but you got to put all the money in the risk. Wholesaling's awesome because, let me show you. I'm going to go to the house flipper and I'm going to say, hey, bro, I'm just going to go to Zillow, go to the for rent section. I'll show you how it all works. You go to the for rent section on Zillow and say, hey, if they have this house for rent, I was just seeing if you want to buy any more rentals. I actually have a property on a contract a couple streets over, 123 Mercer Avenue. I just bought it for $110,000. Are you interested in buying that contract? Now they might be like, sure, I'll buy it for $110,000. No. You can buy it for $140,000. I want a $30,000 finder's fee. So you don't just say, hey, I got it for $100,000. I have a contract. I think I can buy it for $140,000. Now he's going to say this. What? What do you mean? Wait, you're going to sell me this house that's worth 150 for 140K. You're going to give me a discount on this property. I'm going to save 10 grand by going with you. And I don't have to pay an agent? Deal. And guess what? He is going to sign a contract with me called, it's a little piece of paper. This contract is called an assignment of contract. And what an assignment of contract is, it's a contract for me to assign the interest from me as the buyer to him as the buyer in exchange for a $30,000 assignment fee, also known as a finder's fee. And that is the nice sexy check you see all the dang time. So basically, I got a contract for 110 and I sold it for $140,000. The way I like to describe this is, think about like a stock. You bought this, you have a stock, you have an option for $110 a share. And then you found out the stock is worth 140, and then you cashed it out for 140. So you bought the stock for 110 and you sold it for 140. Now, the problem with, stocks and trading stocks is you actually have to put the cash in to buy the stock. Do you know how much money it costs to go print out a contract and sign it with a pen? I don't know, maybe, 2 cents in printing? You can get an e-sign for free technically if you want, but it cost me about 2 cents to go write the contract. And it cost me no money to assign it to a rich landlord. So I basically made $30,000 out of thin air, thin paper. Now, your next question, which is rightfully so, is, Zach, brother, homie, you could make $30,000 without any money at all, just out of thin air, $30,000 cash. The answer is yes. And I've been doing it for over 10 years. This is the crazy, guys, I've been doing it for over 10 years. That's the truth. Over 10 years of this, man. I make millions of dollars every single year doing this. And it's not just me, flexing and saying I'm rich and successful and awesome. If you go to, my free wholesaling school community, freewholesaling.com, right here, and you just go to testimonials. I mean, guys, I have shown more people how to get their first wholesaling deal than anybody else. Look at Christian. Christian made, I don't know how much on this deal. And guys, I teach everyone for free, right? Like, for example, Christian made, let's see what he made here. Looks like he made a nice little, what did he make on this one? I think he made like 10. Oh, he did a double closing there. So let's look at this one. So shout out to Ryan. Ryan and his girlfriend collected a $5,000 check and a $7,000 check. These are real title companies. And this is just all you do. And by the way, Ryan, they closed 2 deals. They do it all the dang time. I love them. They're awesome people. Christian made $15,000. And by the way, you can literally just message Christian. You can literally talk to him. Like, these are real people. $30,000 from Mina right here. And these are real people. I teach them all for free. So if you want to be like, 15 grand, Mark made $10,000 right there. He got a wire. It's insane to me. And so if you ever, like Gerardo, bro made $93,000 on this deal. And so, like, your next question is like, well, is this even possible? Like, guys, we can go all day. We can go all day about all these people. We got videos and checks and checks and checks and checks and deals and deals and deals and deals and deals. It's just deals and deals and deals and deals and deals, man. It's insane. Like, all these deals, it's insane. Shout out to Ralph, my guy, and closing another deal. It's just, this is my favorite deal. Shout out to Jenny on here, another deal. But like, this is Daniel. It's one of my favorite stories. Daniel lives in a country called Eswatini. Eswatini, in this country, it's a country within a country inside of South Africa. He makes $2,500 a year. He makes about $1,700 a year. He made $5,000 his first wholesaling real estate. Oh, he made $3,000 his first wholesaling deal. He made $3,000. He made double his income for the entire salary. Like 2 years salary in one wholesale deal. Changed his whole life. And he literally did this. This is a real guy. Shout out to my boy Daniel. Okay. Virtually wholesaling in Africa. And Africa's an awesome place, but one of the poorest countries in Africa. Thick accent, by the way, no offense. But he did this in Africa. So if you're talking to me and saying, oh, Zach, I don't know if I could do it. Bro, do you live in one of the poorest countries in Africa? What about all these people who look like you, they're as old as you, they're as young as you, they have just a little bit of experience as you, and they're becoming successful? Yeah, I think you can do it. And so the whole entire process of wholesaling real estate, again, guys, and again, I'm just going to explain this, is you find someone who wants to sell for a discount, you write a contract, you then find a rich landlord, you offer to sell your contract to him for an assignment of contract. He signs up for 140. You disclose that you're going to make a $30,000 finder's fee. He says, no problem, bro. And then at closing day, for his $140,000 he agreed to buy, $30K goes to you. So $30,000 at closing goes to you, and $110,000 of that goes to the seller. So the seller gets exactly what they wanted, and we're all super happy. That's wholesaling real estate, baby. I know we got some eyes like, whoa, this is crazy. I know it is. That's why I love wholesaling so much, guys. This is so exciting. So again, let's break this down. Let's get in the Bible. This is what wholesaling real estate is. I just love teaching how do people get into it, but this is how wholesaling real estate works, like how it actually works. Okay, so here's another simplistic deal. Let's say you get a contract with the seller for $100,000. You find a buyer for $120,000. The seller is going to receive $100K. The cash buyer is going to pay $120K, then you collect a $20,000 finder's fee. You lock up the property, you assign the contract, the cash buyer closes, you get paid. That's wholesaling. There's no cost there if you don't want it to be, and you get to work. So again, the other question here is, why would a seller accept less than retail? Remember, most wholesalers want retail value, but for certainty, speed, privacy, and just avoiding repairs and just all these situations, they can go with you. Now, to also add, if you have a property and let's say the roof's messed up, the house is disgusting, it won't sell traditionally with a loan. And so you can't even get, like most realtors, some of them don't even want to deal with them. So that's how this whole entire business works. And so what I want to show you is kind of the machine of how I have built a business to do this and how you can do the same exact thing. Really simple, really easy, really awesome. So this is the wholesaling machine, just a top-down view of how I do this business and how you can do the same thing. First and foremost, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be pulling a list of people who are more likely than not wanting to sell their property for a discount. Then what we're going to do is we're going to pull this list. These can be lists from the government. They can be you driving around looking for ugly houses, paying a software for potential data, you joint venturing and JVing with people, all these things. What we're then going to do is we're going to market to these motivated sellers. We're going to go out here and get a list. We're going to get their phone number, and we're either going to call these people up, seeing if they want to sell. We're going to text them. We might send mail. We might email blast them. We might put a sticky note out on the door. Whatever it is, that's what we're going to do. Then from there, we are going to qualify them and say, okay, these people say they all want to sell their property. And again, if I'm moving too fast, trust me, this whole process in 23 chapters we're going to break down right now. So don't worry. Hey, I ain't going anywhere. All right. We're then going to find these people that say they want to sell, and we're just going to make sure that they're actually going to be a good real estate deal. We're going to ask them my MCTP framework, which I'll explain to you. We were then going to say, okay, this guy really does actually have the makings of someone who wants to sell. Okay, cool. What we're then going to do here is we're going to go out here and calculate an offer. We're going to figure out exactly what this house is worth. See, we got to figure out what's the real value. AI has been really good at helping us find it. We're going to break down how I do it, but we got to figure out what is this 150K offer. You then have to run some numbers and see how much this property is actually worth. Because what if you think the house is worth 100? What if you think the house is worth 300 and you lock it up for 280? Well, the buyer's going to say you're a loser. Come on, get a better offer. Then what we're going to do is we're then going to sign the contract, make it assignable ready. We're going to go through my contract, show you all the ways to do it. We're then going to sell the deal to a cash buyer and then close and get paid. Guys, it's a simple business. Doesn't mean it's the stupidest, easiest thing in the world, but truly, 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 if you have absolute no money at all, it's one of the best ways to get wholesaling real estate deals with this specific method. And honestly, if you have no cash, so it's better than any other type of side hustle. Not to throw shade on day trading and crypto and guys, All that stuff costs money. This costs no money. This is why it's so cool. You can literally turn your hustle, your effort, your sweat into money. It's called sweat equity, right? Pretty exciting, pretty cool. So that's chapter 1. Now we got to kind of talk about the overall business of this. So chapter 2. So wholesaling real estate's easy when you can compartmentalize. I can't say anything today. Compartmentalize this business. And they always say, you know, the best things in life come in threes. And I actually truly believe that. So wholesaling real estate, from what I have found, is always a 3-part business, which I just showed you here, right? It is a finding the seller, writing the contract, and selling the contract. That's what wholesaling real estate is. So we got to master all 3 here. And here's the whole entire thing. You know, I call it marketing, acquisitions, and dispositions. I mean, that's what everyone in wholesaling real estate calls it, but that's basically what it is. Marketing. This is finding people who may want to sell the property or need to sell the property. Then there's acquisitions. We are then turning someone who wants to sell into a signed contract. Then in dispositions, we are selling the signed contract to a buyer to turn it into cash. So the way I look at marketing, you find people who want to sell, you make sure you're talking to the right person, you're seeing if they're interested, we put them in our CRM, our database, and then we see exactly from there how we can convert them into a signed agreement. There is a lot of hidden tricks in this business that I'm just going to give all my secrets out tonight. I mean, today, all day today, of how to do it. We're going to sign the contract, then sell it to a buyer. Remember, marketing is the beginner of the business. Acquisitions is the conversion. Dispositions is the phase where we sell it to them. Now, you do not need to become a complete expert, you know, just in one day, but you should have all the fundamentals broken down right now for you. So let's kind of break down exactly how we find these deals. And so the standard that we have of finding these real estate deals is called O. Now, what is ODN? This is the highest quality deal, and especially trying to get your first wholesaling deal, these are going to be the deals that you need to specifically only go after. ODN stands for off market, direct to sell, needs to sell. Sorry, direct to seller needs to sell. So pretty much we're going after properties that are not listed with the realtor, they're not on the MLS. When you want to sell your property on the MLS, you want to sell it for the most. We avoid those properties. Direct to seller. You are directly talking to the owner of the property, not someone's, you know, baby mama, not someone's girlfriend, boyfriend, the actual decision maker that actually wants to sell the property and then to sell. You want to reach out to people who need to sell their house, not wants to sell, but actually needs to sell. I need to get rid of this thing. So you got to remember, off market, you're not chasing MLS properties. You might hear people talk about this. Zach, you know, I heard this guy that said that you should go after MLS properties and realtors. Oh, okay. Guys, I've been wholesaling for over 10 years. I've taught more people to get their first wholesaling deal than anybody else. I'm 26, I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been doing content for 7, 8 years on YouTube and social media about wholesaling. And not to flex, you know, my muscles on people, but like I've had more results personally with me and my students than anybody else. So there is definitely other ways to make money in wholesaling, but usually it's selling a course. This is a course. There's nothing to sell here. And from what my experience and the thousands and thousands and thousands of successful people I've taught, you do not go with a realtor. These people want to sell for the most, and just don't be doing it. Just being honest, okay? And so you want to make sure you're talking to the decision maker too. So off market, the deal is not being shopped by every other investor. You remember, everybody is seeing the deal on Zillow. You don't want to be dealing with those properties. You know, a lot of people think, oh my gosh, the house is listed for 200 grand. And I actually did the numbers and the calculations, and it's worth 250 actually. No, it's not. It's on the market. So think about this. This is very like aggressive, but like think about like a Lamborghini Huracan. Okay, car's worth maybe $150,000 to $250,000. Do you guys think a Lamborghini listed for $200,000 is? You think we're gonna find a good deal? Oh man, this Lambo's actually worth $500,000 and it's listed for 200. That don't work. The reason why the Lambo is like 100 grand is because the whole engine's blown up, or it's got 1 million miles on it, right? Once you throw a property on the MLS, all the end buyers, all the other real estate investors see it. They all give offers. It's been shopped everywhere. Trust me, the realtor has the incentive to sell it for the most. Not worth it. direct to seller, you can actually talk to the real person. There's no gatekeepers here. And then needs-based, these are people that actually need to sell it. They're the ones willing to give a discount. So when all my wholesaling real estate deals that I teach you and all the deals that I do, they're going to have this ODN standard. Okay, I think it's very important we understand that, okay? Now, how do we figure out the first part of getting started in wholesaling real estate? Well, hopefully you understand wholesaling. If this did not make sense to you, we're going to show live deals, or we're just going to show like all the stuff. But we're going to break down exactly where to wholesale, what to wholesale, and when to wholesale. And so this is the next part. This is chapter 3. This is going to be market selection and virtual wholesaling. So this means we are going to pick the markets where buyers actually want to buy, sellers want to sell for a discount, and there's enough price to make a lot of money. You see, one of my favorite quotes from Warren Buffett is, it's not how hard you row, but what boat you're in. It's one of my favorite quotes of all time here. And the reason why I absolutely love this quote is because in wholesaling real estate, it's the same exact thing. It's the same exact process. Maybe you're wholesaling real estate. Let me just give you a bad market. Now, if you're in this market, there is a way to do this without physically being in there. But I'm just going to give an example of one of my least favorite markets, Phoenix, Arizona. Now, Phoenix, Arizona is a great area. It's actually an outlier. It's built upon rocks, so the whole real estate market is just rocky. Okay, there's not like a lot of fundamental rain that happens there. The soil, the foundations are not. I mean, everything's built on a rock. The better, it's all rock. It's not sandy. The house ain't going to move and shake. There's not much rain, not much moisture issues. And so houses are pretty compact. They built them all up in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, ever since air conditioning came out. And there's millions of people in the Phoenix area, and house prices aren't too crazy high. What's insane to me about Phoenix, Arizona is there's just so many wholesalers in that area. And the way I kind of describe like Phoenix is, and again, you're going to first learn this about me, but I love fishing. Okay, my dad, Rick, he loves fishing too. And the next chapter, we're going to talk about more about my journey in wholesaling real estate, but I just gotta get the info right here, but I'll let you know this. I love fishing. And wholesaling real estate and fishing have extreme similarities. Okay, so let me erase this really quick while talking about this. But the thing about fishing is you can go out here and be the best fisherman in the world, but if there's a bad ratio, now again, I know all your college kids are gonna say, ratio, oh yeah, about girls and parties in college. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, okay? I mean, okay, I'll use that for an example because some of y'all are college kids and, that's all you care about. I'm married, so I am off the market. But the way I describe this is you might be like the Riz master, okay? You might be the most attractive dude, 7'2", built like Schwarzenegger. But if there's a bad ratio at the party, it ain't gonna be good for you, right? And I don't know anything about that because maybe my wife's watching. I've never been to a college party in my life. Maybe I have, I don't know. But basically, the way I'm talking about this is, I like to use fishing as an example. So the way I like to describe this is the tale of two ponds, okay? So this is gonna be a fishing pond, okay? So this is gonna be pond 1, and then we're gonna do pond 2. I don't know why naming it. Let's call it pond 2. I don't know why I did that, but okay, cool. So we're gonna get a little fish. Here's the land. Let's build this up a little better. Let's get the blue from the water. And this is how I describe wholesaling real estate markets. Okay, so we got the blue water right here, nice and pretty and beautiful. But this is how I describe two wholesaling markets. Okay, I'll describe what these markets are. But pond number 1, there are a lot of fishies in the pond. Okay, let's just say there's 1, and I can't draw fish. I know I'm good at fishing, but okay, there's 3 fish in the pond. Okay, that's the way I describe it. There's 3 fish in this pond. All right, and then there are, let's do the numbers, let's count it together, and then let's add 3 more over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are, in this pond, there are 8 fishermen and 3 fish. Now, if you look at the ratio, it has a 3 to 8 ratio of fish per fisherman. Now that is going to be roughly 3 divided by 8. That is 0.375% ratio. Okay, so 0.3. Okay, cool. That means they all got their lines in the water. Okay, that's the way I like to describe. They all got their lines in the water here. All right, there we go. They all into the water. So there's currently 8 lures, and 3 fish. Statistically, it's pretty difficult to fish in an area like this when there's just fishermen everywhere. But let's say you found this little honey hole. This little honey hole over here, okay? Pond number 2. And there is currently 2 fishermen and exactly 2 fish in the pond. That is 2 fishermen and then 2 fish. An exact 1-to-1 ratio. 2 to 2, but you get the point, 1. Now, what number is larger here? The number 1 or the number 0.375? Now, I don't know how, I mean, I went to college, I graduated, but I mean, I make a lot of money wholesaling. I don't know how they even let me in college. But I know 1 is greater than 0.375. Okay, I learned that, shout out to Ms. Ganji, 2nd grade. So a lot of people have this misconception. What's a better pond for fishing? Now, you're listening to me, the expert. Pond 2 is a better fishing pond. Pond 1 is not as good. You might be like, but Zach, there's more fish in this pond. There's more fishermen, okay? Now, all my college bros will know the ratio, right? Okay, I don't want to get into this. I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for this. But I'm just going to use an example because my channel is about 70 to 80% men, and y'all are just dogs. I don't know why. Just get married, find a wife, be loyal. That's the goal, okay? The goal here is to make a lot of money wholesaling so you can go get a hot wife. But okay, you can get a hot wife without being rich, but getting rich is better. You can spoil them. Okay, cool. So if there's 8 guys and 3 chicks at a party versus 2 chicks and 2 guys at a party, just a better ratio. In the comments, you can talk about what you want. But basically, but Zach, there's more fish in here. I don't care. I don't care. And there's less fish here, but there's less fishermen. So if you spent 2 hours fishing, you're going to catch more fish than spending 2 hours in here. Now it's like 20 fish versus 30 fish. So how real estate markets work, it's not like this. Usually the ratio is like this. It's like 800 fishermen and like, 300 fish. And there's 200 fishermen and 200 fish, okay? So markets, and by fishermen is wholesalers and fish is like real estate deals, right? That's the catch. And so most markets, you just multiply by 100 using this example. But like if there's 800 fishermen and 300 fish, a little harder to, catch fish in there, right? So it's not like you're just only catch 1 fish. And obviously how it works is if you're like the top of the food chain and you're like insane at fishing, you could probably do better here. But as a beginner, you want more luck on your side here. And so there are ratios, and this is the golden ratio for wholesaling for a good market. So you want to be able to fish better. So again, we talk about fishing as wholesaling, right? But the way I describe this is you might not be the best fisherman, but if there's a better ratio, you're going to have a lot more success. Now, you can, unlike fishing, you can virtually wholesale, which means you can wholesale from your computer just with an internet phone and connection. So you might be living in, remember I showed that guy Daniel in Africa? He was doing this all on his virtual phone and on his computer with the internet. That's crazy, right? And so the whole point here is you want to be in a better pond. And so this is my ratio of wholesalers to deals. Now, I have a lot of rules. I have a lot of factors. And again, 10 years of this business and making millions of dollars, I have a lot of secrets we're going to share. But what I can tell you right now is there are markets that have really good ratios of wholesalers to deals. Now, Phoenix has one of the worst ratios. There's more fishermen. I don't know why it's just fisherman's paradise, but it's just more fishermen ever. So there's markets where there's just not a lot of wholesalers, but there's a ton of real estate deals. Now, how do I constitute this statistic? I don't have an, and by the way, guys, I don't have an exact statistical ratio of this, but I'll tell you this. If you go fishing in a pond, can you go out here and go in the lake and just say, okay, well, there's 300 fish in the lake and there's 24.5 fishermen per hour? I can't do that. The water's a little murky. But here's what I do. Hey, I'm a weekend fisherman. I'm gonna spend 2 hours in this lake, and I caught 2 fish in 2 hours. Okay? And then in this lake, I caught 4 fish in 2 hours. This is how I base it off of me. Okay? Like again, I can't statistically look what C is better for fishing, but this is how I do it. It's kind of a feel, but I'm the only guy that's been able to really define markets like this. And this is why you have an unfair advantage, because you might be cold calling hard, you might be marketing, you might be doing everything perfectly. But if you try to wholesale real estate in Phoenix, Arizona, even if you work your hardest, you can get a deal. Trust me, you can do it. It's just going to be 2 to 3 times harder. It's like playing in gravity. Like, let's make gravity twice as hard for you to run. Like, if you are 200 pounds, well, let me put 100 pounds on your back and then try to sprint. It's just harder, okay? Like, why do you want to like hurt yourself even more? And so, I have a lot of rules and theories on this, but I'm gonna just give you the front load if you're a beginner, if your market's good or not. I'm gonna list them all tonight. It's all gonna be on there, but you want to find a good ratio of wholesalers to deals. This is very important. So what I have personally found here is market selection and being in the right real estate market. What do they say about real estate? Location, location, location. Location is going to be absolutely essential for your success here. So you want to pick markets where there's enough buyers, there's enough people looking to buy real estate in your area, enough sellers, and prices that leave room. So you might be in areas, middle of nowhere, there's no one wholesaling there. There might be some deals, but no one wants to buy in, I don't know, Toothville, Texas, okay? So it's gonna be very important. So market selection is gonna be important. Here's my field rule. If you're watching this, you're getting started wholesaling, I say you only have 1 week at most to pick a market. Don't pick a market that sounds cool online. The boring data is usually the best. What do I mean by this? I always call a lot of real estate markets, I call them NBA markets, okay? And the reason I call these NBA markets is a lot of young whippersnappers, a lot of young bloods out here getting into wholesaling real estate, and they feel like they want to choose a virtual wholesaling market. So they think, okay, what cities do I know? If you're a 19-year-old kid and you think of what cities in the US you know, you're only going to know cities that are where your family's from or are from your favorite sports teams. So I'm going to use an example here, but everyone and their mom loves to wholesale real estate in Charlotte because the Charlotte Hornets play. So, I know Charlotte Hornets. I love LaMelo Ball. I'm going to go wholesale in Charlotte. Nobody wants to say, hey, I want to wholesale in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Even though Fayetteville, North Carolina it probably has a 2 times better, I'm just telling you, it has a 2 times better statistic. So again, I'm going to write the market down for you here. But pond 1 is like Charlotte, North Carolina, and then the other one's going to be Fayetteville. They're both in North Carolina, but why in the world is Charlotte worse? Well, this is my theory. I don't have a complete grasp on this, but I will tell you this: Fayetteville, North Carolina is one of my favorite markets. Now, the reason is everyone and their mom that's a young kid, they just I'm gonna wholesale in Charlotte because there's a sports team there. Okay, it has name recognition, so young people just go there. None of them go after Fayetteville, North Carolina. Did you guys know there's over, I think, 300,000 people in Fayetteville, North Carolina? And they have a booming economy right by a massive military base. J. Cole is from there, Cole World. Okay, I am very glad he got out of the Kendrick beef. That would have been awful for him. But Cole World is actually from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Have you heard J. Cole talk about the Ville? He's talking about Fayetteville, by the way. But Fayetteville, North Carolina is an amazing market. Not a lot of people know that lore of J. Cole. I'm not a J. Cole oh my gosh, he's the greatest guy ever. J. Cole's pretty cool. But I'll tell you this, Fayetteville, North Carolina is so much better than Charlotte. But everyone goes to Charlotte because, the Charlotte Hornets. I was about to say Bobcats. That's how old I am, by the way. If I ever want to feel old, I talk to an 18-year-old and they make me feel really old. But basically, I'm just going to give you my absolute secret right now, okay? I'm going to get it all for free. The best market for you to be in is going to be your own local market if ... that market is good. So I actually have a list of all the acceptable markets in wholesaling real estate. So I'm just going to show it below here too. And this is, you can follow with your book, but by the way, guys, this is my whole list. If you live in any of these areas, be local. We're going to break down that whole list too. But basically what I found is if it's not in this market, then you're going to have to fit this criteria. So what is my criteria for if a virtual wholesale market is going to be good or not? Number one, I want the county to have at least 100,000 people in it. Why is that? Well, the reason is if there's not a lot of people in the county, even if there's 30,000, usually when it's not at least 100,000 people, there's just not enough properties for sale. There's not enough buyers looking to buy. Why did it kick me out? All right. There's not enough buyers that want to buy. There's not enough title companies and investor activity. Investors like to be in places where they can buy and sell real estate quick. There's jobs, there's an economy, people moving into winter rent, people moving looking to buy the flips from them. And usually in low population areas, it's longer days on market. They don't want to be doing it. So first and foremost, you want a population above 100,000 people. Does that mean New York City is the best wholesale? No. Because there's number two. It's a push and a pull. It's a very, and the way I like to describe this is, okay, I gotta erase this a little, but like, there's like a teeter-totter we have, this balanced scale between basically getting good discounts and having buyers actually want to buy, buyers that are active. So these are the scales. So discount's gonna be population, because if the population is higher, usually when you sell, you can get a lower discount. But if you're talking about, so that's on the dispo side, but if you're talking about real estate like markets specifically, your median home price is going to be the most important factor if you can get a discount on a property. And then the population actually deals with discounts, but I don't want to get in there right now. Basically, the population is going to be the biggest factor if buyers actually want to buy or not, if they're willing to pay over. Now, if the median home price is really high, they're most likely not willing to take a discount. Why is this? Human beings are very weird, fickle creatures. And what I have found is if the median home price on a house, the average house price is over $500,000, it's really hard to get a really good discount. So we talked about finding sellers actually want to sell for a discount. Well, in the median home price, you want it below $500,000. The reason you want it below $500,000 is usually the lower price points usually create more accessible investor deals. And so again, the lower the price, usually the better discount, because you want to sell to a buyer at a discount, but you want to get it for an even deeper discount. The way I describe it is you want to get a property at a deep discount and then sell it to a cash buyer for a discount. So you lock it up for a deep discount and you sell it for a discount. That margin between there is what you make. Now, the reason why median home price matters so much, and this is like really naive, Zach starting out as a beginner, but like, here's the way I like to describe this, okay? Think of, let's talk about the Lamborghini, okay? I can't really draw cars well, but this is my box car. Yeah, that's a real sexy, call it a Lambo. Okay, and then we're gonna have a beat up Toyota. Okay, we're just gonna call it a Toyota, okay? We have a Lambo and a Toyota, okay? Now, this Lamborghini is approximately worth $500,000. It's a Urus, no, wait, I don't know what there are. I make millions of dollars a year, I don't own a Lambo. But I know a lot more about Porsches, but okay. This Toyota's worth about 20 grand. Okay, this Lambo's worth $500,000, and this Toyota's worth 20 grand. Now, you might be like, okay, what are we gonna do? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are going to offer a 40% discount on these cars. And let's say it's always gonna be a 12% commission to go sell the car. So if I try to go sell, okay, so the way I describe this is for a $500,000 house, if I want $500,000 Lambo, I would need to offer, to get a 40% discount, I would need to offer $300K. Now, if you own a Lambo worth $500,000 and you got offered $300K, you would probably slap me across the face, spit at me, and say, "You disgusting fool, get out of my house." Right? Yeah, that makes sense. Right? Especially if the car is really nice and sexy and it looks great, right? It's a brand new car. Now, if the car's all beat up, yes. Let's go to the Toyota. If we had a $20,000 Toyota, and I went out here, and for a $20,000 Toyota, I offered a discount. Let's say I offered $12,000 for the car. But the car was in beat up bad shape. Statistically, you have a way better shot at getting a discount on this one. And so the amount of people that get a discount on the Lambo just doesn't happen. They also might say, well, Zach, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out here and get a $10 million, massive multifamily. I'm going to lock it up for $9 million and sell it for 9.5 and make $500,000. Guys, trust me, I've tried that. What I found is that the price is over $500,000. The chance somebody takes your lowball discount price is extremely low. And so it's kind of like the Walmart versus, the very expensive stuff. Walmart makes way more money than Whole Foods. But Whole Foods has premium products and they sell, the average, thing is more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Walmart. Yes, but Walmart has more volume. So if you're looking to be like a car dealer, being a Lambo dealer versus a Toyota, you're gonna make more money as a Toyota if you're a car flipper, because you just have a better chance of getting discounts. And why is that? Because human beings are very weird things. They're very fickle, crazy creatures. We do not care about percentages. We only care about amounts. So if the amount is $8,000, we don't care if that's 40%. But that's $200K. You're trying to get a $200,000 reduction? How dare you? This is why, if you ever look at like luxury real estate, properties are selling for over $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 or $5 million. If you actually look, you will never see a property usually go from $5 million list price down to $4 million. You'll never see that. Why is that? Because it's how human beings are. $1 million, realtor, you want $1 million discount off the house? How dare you? You want me to cut the price by $1 million? How dare you? No. Cut it by 50 grand. Sir, that's like a 1% discount. Cut it by 50 grand. That's all good savings. Now, have you ever seen a $100,000 house be cut down to 80 grand? That's a 20% discount. Of course you have. It happens all from 100K to 80K all the dang time. Why is that? Because the percent is the same exact thing. But human beings do not care about percentages. They only care about the amounts. So for example, have you ever heard people talk about the stock market? Oh, the Dow is down 4,000 points. Bro, that's 2%. Hey, I just lost 100 pounds. Well, you went from 600 pounds to 500 pounds, bro. You lost like 10% of your body weight. No offense, or 15%, 20% of your body weight. Awesome. But no, you hear no one says, I lost 20% of my body weight. They don't care. Human beings do not care about percentages. They only care about amounts. Okay? Hey, I just made $1 million more this year than I did last year. That's what they say. They don't say, I made 10% more this year than I did last year. Human beings don't get. And so, unfortunately, you have to go over cheaper real estate, because cheaper real estate is statistically more ugly, which means we can get more discounts because the house is messed up, but also you can get better discounts. And so, human beings are crazy. Guys, I've seen the luxury stuff in wholesaling. It's just not there. So yeah. So again, it's a teeter-totter, because when populations are high, you have a lot of buyers in there, but you want the median home price to be low enough so you get a lot of deals. So here's the thing about it. If the median home price is really low, you're going to get a ton of deals and supply to your buyers. But if the price is really, really good, they'll want to buy it. But if the median home price, let's say, is, pretty low, but the population's low, you'll get a lot of contracts and deals, but you won't be able to sell much because the buyer activity isn't hot there. And so it's a weird push and pull here, because if the population's high, you get a lot of buyers, but if the median home price is really low too, that's the best fuel for the fire. So median home price will get the best deals statistically, like you'll get more deals, but the population is lower, it's harder to sell them. And so you want to be able to have a low median home price and a population that's high enough. Now, I will tell you this, there's one caveat on here. If the median home price is higher, once you get a deal, you usually make more per deal. Like if you want to make $60,000 on a wholesale deal, wholesale in a high ARV area, you're going to go months without a deal though. So that's the problem. So it's very important we understand that. So looking at the statistics here, there's over 3,144 total counties in the United States of America. Now, going through all my stats, there's roughly about 500 qualifying counties, about 530 technically that hit the criteria, but I counted it's about 500. So that means roughly let's do the math here, roughly 500 of about only 15% of counties actually in America fit my criteria. It's actually a lot smaller than you think. And so this is our filter. This is Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania. So here are the top states that have the most counties that work. Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, New York, Indiana. So this is really important for us to know. So let's go over the markets we should be studying and looking at, okay? So this is a list of all the acceptable markets for me in the whole entire United States. And you can go through the book, go through the Wholesale Bible. It's all in there. But I'll tell you that it's right here, 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 and here. So Baldwin County's right here. All the ones that are important here. Arkansas, these ones in California. Not a lot in California, unfortunately, but they're great. Colorado, right here. Connecticut. Florida's got a ton of these. Georgia is awesome too. Iowa, Idaho, Illinois. Indiana's got some great ones. Kansas has some awesome wholesale markets. Kentucky's awesome. Louisiana. I've only found 2 good counties in Massachusetts. Again, the whole game is being given out right here. Maryland right here, Baltimore County, Michigan right here, Missouri. Mississippi's great. North Carolina has a ton of awesome little markets right here. Nebraska has about 3. New Hampshire has about 4. New York's got some decent ones. New York's it's a tougher market. If you're local, it's important to learn there. It's important to do good there, but it can get a little hairy, I'll tell you that. Okay, Ohio is one of my favorite markets. Great. Oklahoma's great. Jackson County is actually one of my favorite ones on the West Coast. Pennsylvania is absolutely awesome on here. Rhode Island's great. South Carolina is absolutely awesome. Tennessee is great here. Texas is awesome too. I mean, Texas is the most out of all of them. A lot of great activity. 2 counties in Utah I found. Virginia is a really good market too. The laws are a little insane there. Honestly, if you deal with a credible title company, which we'll be talking about too, you should be fine there. Washington State's good. Wisconsin is very underrated. Eau Claire County, chef's kiss right there. Amazing one. So, guys, if you live in any of these areas, you're going to go, or randomly just pick an area. Guys, if you're in any of these counties, you are going to be crushing it. So I don't want to hear who says, oh, Zach, I can't pick a virtual wholesaling market. Right here, brother. It's right there. These are by far one of the best markets for you to be going after. So I'm telling you, if you're looking to make a ton of money in wholesaling, especially virtually or in person, these are one of my favorite markets. So these are where I'd be talking. I think this is one of the best markets ever. So I'd be going through these and you're going to be Gucci. I'll give you a slight nod to the southeast of the United States or Oklahoma. They're great. But Tennessee, Texas, right, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, you're good to go here. And so in the wholesaling Bible right here, there is a little checklist. So confirm that there's buyer activity there. I would just go in Facebook groups. I would say, okay, are people like buying properties there or there's rental properties there? So let's just do a quick check. Let me show you. Let's pick, I don't know, Guadalupe County. That sounds actually kind of fun in Texas. So let's go to Zillow. Look up Guadalupe County, Texas houses. And obviously there's a ton of properties in Guadalupe County for sale by New Braunfels. But what I'm gonna do is just go to the for rent section. And as you can see, there's a lot of properties for rent. So if even I go, like this is Zillow.com by the way, but if I just go to property types, just do single family houses, there's a ton of these properties that are for rent right here. So there's plenty of people looking to buy and sell real estate in Guadalupe County. I mean, plenty. So let's go by price. About low price stuff, like under, $1,200 a month in rent, right? There's a lot of cheap houses that you can, a lot of investor activity. Like for example, like this property in Seguin, Texas right here, right? If you look here, this guy right here is a landlord, Angelica Valles. Like she's looking to buy rentals property. So she's looking to buy more rentals probably. So like, she's gonna be a great person. You know what I mean? To like contact her. So there's definitely people buying and selling properties all over this area. So let me see when it got sold, because maybe you can even see what she bought it for. So this lady's buying. Let's go to price history. So sometimes you can see it on here too. Nah, she's on this thing for a while. So just randomly picking Guadalupe County. There's plenty of rental properties, right? What is this for? $995. That's pretty dang cheap. Look at this house right here. Nice little property right here in New Braunfels, Texas. Looks like it's freshly renovated, and looks like one of these LLCs bought it. But like if you look here, definitely an investor bought this thing. And so yeah, good little area right here. So again, you want to just check before you choose the city or the area. Are people buying rental properties? Are there investors? Because if there's investors and good prices there, you're going to be good to go. So again, low market cheat sheet, you can be going out here. And again, we're going to be talking about some new concepts here, especially if you're a beginner. But we want to confirm, number one, that the market has buyer activity. We want to go to local Facebook groups and one REI or real estate investing group or meetups and just make sure there's wholesalers and people looking to buy in the area. So this area is, just using this as an example, New Braunfels, Texas. Let's go to Facebook really quick. I just went to this Facebook group. It's called the New Braunfels Real Estate Investors. Now, I don't know if I'm spelling New Braunfels, but it looks like there's plenty of investors in New Braunfels out here looking to buy and sell properties. So off-market deals. Looks like people are doing deals here all the dang time. And so, I mean, look at this guy. If Malachi can do it, I think you can do it. Okay. So people are getting real estate deals all the dang time here. I think you're good to go. So call at least 5 title companies in the area. So the next thing we're gonna do is just call title companies and see which one of these people are willing to be a good wholesaling title company. Next section, we're talking all about title companies. But again, maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but you're gonna pull at least one government list manually here, and we'll do that. We'll build a cash buyers list and then go from there, virtual appointment tools, and go through the whole thing. But this is all the stuff we need to understand. Now, we are here in chapter 4. So we're gonna break down my software stack, the softwares that I use in my wholesaling business, the title companies you should be using and dealing with, and really just a nice operating setup. You gotta remember, you don't need to be an expert, but there are tools that make wholesaling easy for us. And so let's go over my whole setup here. And so really one simple software would be easy. Now, here's the thing. I have promised you, I will teach you in this entire course how to make money wholesaling real estate without any cash, without any money, without any of the stuff at all. I did promise you that. So just understand that there's going to be free ways to do this business and paid ways. The way I like to describe it, it's like Walmart versus, Costco. You actually get cheaper stuff at Costco, but you got to pay a little bit of a premium on here. But also your life gets a lot easier. And so if you want to do, let's, for example, use like a dialer, right? X Leads is a software that I love. We'll talk about X Leads a little bit, but it's the software of my choice. You can call 3 people at a time using X Leads. You can text boss 1,000 people, or you can manually text. And so the way I like to describe this is, in wholesaling real estate, you're either going to pay with your time or pay with money to do real estate deals. That's how this business works. So either have time or money. Let's go write this down, just explain this so we understand this. You got time, and then you got money. So if you go up here and tell me, okay, Zach, well, let me just be honest with you, getting started in this business, right? I don't really have much money, Zach. I'm broke. I have $0. I have 0 money, but I do have time. I can give you 15 hours a week to get into wholesaling real estate. Well, guess what? If you only had 15 hours a week, I can get you rich. I can get you money. I can get you successful in wholesaling real estate. If you only had, what's this camera freaking me out on? Here, camera, I'm right here. 15 hours a week, but you had no money, I can get you a wholesale deal. No problem at all. It's really not that difficult. But if you came to me and said, Zach, I don't have any money, but I also have 0 time. Well, I'll tell you this. Wholesaling real estate has 2 fuel sources. It's like a car. You start A, you get to point B, but you want to make some money. What I've personally found is there's 2 fuel sources. And so if you don't have money, you can use time. And if you don't have any time, you can put money in. But when you don't have both, you ain't going to make any money. That's just the sad truth and the reality of wholesaling real estate. So if you're watching this and you have absolutely no money, guys, wholesaling real estate don't discriminate. Wholesaling real estate does not care if you have no cash, if you're broke. Wholesaling don't care what you look like. Wholesaling real estate don't care what you sound like. It doesn't care if you're 14 years old. Wholesaling real estate doesn't care if you're 17 years old or 50 or 90 years old. Wholesaling real estate only cares about the amount of time you put in this business, the amount of money you put in, the effort, the work. Now, what I will tell you is kind of like making a lot of money. Money doesn't make wholesaling essentially easy, but it makes it easier. Time will also help a lot of things. And so the way I like to describe it is, I also love sports. So I love NBA and all these things. And the way I like to look at it is, what makes a good NBA player? Is it like raw talent, or is it just like hard work? And the way I've always seen it is becoming an NBA player, you kind of need both. You need to have raw talent, but you also need to work hard. So for example, you know me, I'm about 6'1", which is the same height as, Jalen Brunson. So I am not like Wemby, right? I'm not 7'2", but I'm 6'1". I ain't I'm not a short king, but I potentially, if I worked hard enough, Rick's genetics is great, and my mom, she's not the most, she don't come from a line of NBA players. That's the problem. You know what I mean? Like I'm not the most genetic gifted freak of an athlete. I know. You might see it and be like, no, dude, you are. And like, trust me, thank you. I get it. But if I have to go line up next to Jalen Brunson, he's going to destroy me. He is an athletic freak, but he also works really hard. So if I'm 6'1" and I work hard enough, I could potentially be really good at basketball. Now, what if I worked just as hard and I was born and I was 4'5"? It'd be a lot harder. And unfortunately, it's just raw. That's just raw talent. That's, your God-given ability, right? Sometimes it's not going to, maybe it might be a genius and really smart, but like it's really hard. And so if you're like, let's say born and you're like 6 foot tall, unless you're a point guard's fine. But like if you're short, you have to work way harder in basketball to get better. Soccer, you can be like 5'8" and you can be like Messi and be like a superstar, it don't matter. But in basketball, it's about, how your athletic skill and, how tall you are usually, and then also the amount of work you put into it and if you're an athletic freak or not. But the reason this rant here is in basketball, usually you can overcome your height with just pure athleticism and hard work, and you can be a really good shooter or whatever, like Kobe Bryant, or you can decide to become an absolute beast. So Kobe Bryant has all the genetic dispositions to be successful. Super tall, like all the genetic, like speed, quickness, like all the stuff you can't teach and work hard for. Like he has all the genetic gifts. He did that. And all said, okay, well, I'm also going to work harder than everybody else. And so those are the people you can't beat. LeBron James, all these guys. If you have an athletic freak that works harder than everybody else, it's game over. And the same thing in wholesaling. You might not have the athletic skills, but if you work hard, you'll beat everybody with hard work. Rock Lee type system. But I will tell you this, if you have a lot of time, you can have no money. But if you have money and a lot of time, game over. You can get guaranteed wholesale deal. So if you're watching this, if you have no fuel to put in the wholesaling business, you're screwed. If you have no time, you have no money. No money's, I don't discriminate off of money here. This is why this is all free. But if you have no time, I want to look at your screen time. I want to see how much time you truly have. Get an hour less of sleep a day. Like really look at it hard. But I would say that the sweet spot here's the problem. If you have no money, you got to put at minimum, I would say not 15 hours, but if you have no money, you're going to have to put at minimum 40 hours a week in this business to get like 100K a year. It just sucks. And the point is you're going to have to work really hard, and then you're going to get some money, and then you can put like, I don't know, $300 a month as a budget. Then you can, at $300 a month, you can be at 15, you can even be at 10 hours if you want to go nuts. You don't need a lot of time. The more money you put in, $300 to $1,000 is the sweet spot as a beginner. And guys, I'm giving you the info for free. It does cost money to get in this business if you don't want to like work 60 hours a week. So I will tell you that if you're watching this, I would say you should have at least a $300 a month budget if you can afford it. The reason for this is $300 a month will save you roughly 30 hours. Now, most people make more than $10 an hour, so this is a really good, thing, but like, it's not just 30 hours. It's 30 hours times 4. So you save on average, that's a week, you save roughly 120 hours by just paying 3. So it's not $10. A lot of people think it's $10. No, it's $3. So the way I'm trying to describe this is, if you make more than $3 an hour, you should have a budget in wholesaling, because you can work some extra overtime, get some money, have a budget to save extra time. Because if you have no money, you don't do it without any cash, you need to put 30, 40 hours a week. If you have $300, you need 15, 20 hours. So budgets and everything like that, I know we got to start talking about budgets when it comes to wholesaling real estate, but you need to go out here and have an absolute budget of what you need to be doing. And so we have free ways and paid ways for budgets and how to do it. And so let me explain this. So For example, you usually need 6 different types of softwares or things in that nature to get started in wholesaling. Number 1 is you need a CRM. It's a customer relationship manager. It's how we organize our leads. This is how we track our leads, our follow-ups, our people that want to sell. We want to have it in a nice, organized format. There's a free thing. Podio is free. There's also a Google Sheets, a free CRM that I give to everybody in my free course. It is called freewholesaling.com. It's probably the first time I talked about it. But I also have a course that comes with CRMs. It's on the bottom. All the links are down there. Now, if you had a little bit of money, there's a software that I recommend. It's called xleads.com. It is by far the best wholesaling software. It's only $97 a month starting out, and it comes with all the stuff for only $97 all included. And so you're going to hear a lot of people say, oh, what about this software, this software, this software, this software? Guys, most people, like, again, I'm not going to like poop on other like real estate influencers, but like a lot of real estate wholesaling influencers say, okay, well, for a CRM, you need to use this software. It's $150 a month. For a dialer, this one's $200 a month. For comping, this one's $50 a month. For skip tracing, use this one's $130 a month. E-signing, use DocuSign, that's $40 a month. And what you're going to find is most like influencers have all these affiliate links and they say, hey, you need to drop $600, $700 a month to just have software to make your life easier. XLeads is $97. It comes with all of it, and it's higher quality than everyone else. By the way, full disclosure, I own XLeads. It is one of the top 5 wholesaling softwares by web traffic. It is insane. And we have more web traffic than most other softwares because it's absolutely amazing, and it's just sick. So xleads.com is my software of choice. I'm going to talk about XLeads a lot on here. Not a lot, but I'm going to mention it of how I use it in my own business. You do not need to use XLeads, but I will tell you and tell everyone watching this that XLeads is my preferred software. You can use other ones, but there is not one wholesaling software for under $97 a month that comes with everything XLeads has to offer. And so just FYI, okay? Again, what is XLeads? We're gonna have a whole XLeads, course. I don't want to make this like a whole XLeads thing, but I'm just telling you, I use XLeads. That's what I recommend. We'll be doing a little bit of XLeads training later on this, because that's just how I comp and use it. We'll break it all down. Okay? But I'll tell you, I just introduced you a paid way, which is XLeads. So if you go to xleads.com, this is what the software looks like. But basically, if I introduce a paid way to do something, I will give you a free way to do it. That makes sense? So if I show you a paid way, I'm not even trying to like push XLeads here, okay? XLeads has a lot of customers. We're fine. But I do want to let you know that your life will be a lot easier with XLeads. So if I show you a paid way, I'm also going to show you a free way. Makes sense? A lot of people want to show you paid ways. I'll show you both of them. But again, XLeads, just so I show you, for $97 a month, you literally get free unlimited skip tracing, an AI automated CRM, a drawing for dollars app, data lists, you get to do e-signing included for it, triple N auto dialer, SMS blasting, AI phone answering, AI SMS, you get build a website, you have basically AI drawing for dollars, Dispo, all that stuff, and it's only $97 a month to get started. So pretty gangster. That's all I'm gonna talk about XLeads right now, but that's what it is. So on top of that too, you have a dialer. So this is how we call people, okay? So yes, there is a free dialer. It's called Google Voice, and there's some limitations to it because it's free. Calling, reaching out to people inherently is pretty expensive. Google Voice, you are throttled to only about 5-10 calls per hour. With XLeads, it already has a dialer. It also has a triple line dialer inside of XLeads where you can call hundreds of people per hour. So you just get, the reason why XLeads costs money is because you can get more volume. And so it does cost money, but it's because it costs. So they give it to you pretty much at cost. But you can call probably 100 to 200 more people per hour than a Google Voice. And Google Voice only have one phone number. You can have hundreds of phone numbers on the XLeads dialer. Comping. So we'll talk about comping. This is more about estimating what a property is worth. XLeads just uses AI and all these things just to figure out what a property is worth. I would tell you Zillow, Redfin, Realtor.com. I also tell you ChatGPT is really good too. We're gonna add that on there too. I will explain that a little later. So comping, you can do AI. Like it's really not gonna be that difficult to do. Skip tracing, so this is the art of finding somebody's phone number. So one of my 2 favorite websites is truepeoplesearch.com and cyberbackgroundchecks.com. The reason why I absolutely love these websites more than anything is you can just find someone's phone number like that really quick, really easy. The problem is with skip tracing, it's on average going to be about 60 to 70% accurate. And you have to manually go out here. We're going to talk about skip tracing. You have to manually go over here and copy the address, paste it in the software, find the number, put it into your CRM, and you got to do that thousands and thousands of times. This is why it takes more time when you don't have any money, because it's going to take you 20, 30 hours a week just to skip trace a number. With XLeads, it's higher quality, and you can do 25,000 skip traces in like seconds. And so that's why XLeads higher quality, quicker time. Yeah. eSign PandaDoc is, I believe, free, and there's also Rabbit Sign. Rabbit Sign is another free one. There's free e-signing. The problem is it's hit or miss. You have limits. DocuSign or XLeads is what I recommend for your e-signatures. And then dispositions, Facebook DMs, Facebook groups, Zillow, Google Voice, pretty easy to do. And then on XLeads, there's an X plan, which will help find the cash buyers for you. That's how you do dispo on here. Now, I'll tell you this. There are a lot of beginner traps when it comes to budgets we need to talk about. This is all you need, guys. This is your software stack. There's no other softwares you need. So if you're the paid way, I would literally just only use XLeads. But you would need to get Podio or Google Sheets, which we will provide in the course. Get a Google Voice account. Get comfortable with Zillow, Redfin.com, ChatGPT, Realtor.com. We're going to break this all down in the course. True People Search Doc, background checks, DocSign. You guys get the point. And then Google Voice, Facebook, Zillow. We're going to talk about that. So, okay. There's some other beginner traps I would tell you to avoid. Number one, I would tell you to avoid PPL. PPL stands for pay per lead. There are providers that want you to buy leads from them. They'll generate the lead and sell them to you. That sounds like a dream. It sounds perfect, but here's the problem. These leads are from Egyptian call centers on average, usually. And what they do is they will cold call a lead, and then you will pay for the lead, maybe $100 to $200 for this lead, but it might make me $3,000 or it might make it $10,000. The problem is you buy that lead, and you have a chance very highly of getting sued because it's not compliant the way cold calling is done. We'll talk about cold calling laws and all that stuff, but statistically probably not legal the way it's being done. I have dubbed PPL paper lawsuit. The amount of lawsuits I've seen on paper lead and PPL is insane. I would highly avoid it. They want you to drop $2,000 or $3,000 a month in marketing. Do not recommend it. I also don't believe you should be paying for PPC. I think Facebook ads are a scam. I mean, they're not a scam, but they're just not worth it. All these guys, now you're in the wholesaling space. You're going to watch this video. You're going to see all these ads. Oh, why are you cold calling? Why are you doing all this time? Just pay me just a measly $8,000 and I'll give you real estate leads. I will tell you the ROI, the return on investment's awful. If you pay $8,000, you might make $10,000. Not worth it. Do not wholesale MLS properties or on-market properties. Don't go after retail buyers. Avoid novations. There's legal issues. I don't get in that. You're going to hear people tell you do novation. Guys, listen to me. Do not do novations. Avoid it. Avoid buying tools before you actually know how it works. I'll tell you this. XLeads is awesome because you join it. You can literally learn it within an hour and boom, you're good to go. All these fancy tools people try to sell at you, they're a nickel and a dime. You try to take all your money. Be very, 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 very worried about it. Okay? I would just tell you, watch out. Now, title companies and closing attorneys. We're going to be talking about title companies. So what is a title company? A title company is a third-party intermediary. What they do is provide title insurance. They check for ownership, liens, payoffs, title defects, closing documents, and pretty much what they do in the entire process. What they do is when you go and write a contract and you sell it to the buyer's going to want title insurance to make sure that the actual owner of the property is who they say. The title is correct. The title company gives you a title insurance policy basically saying, okay, well, you have bought the property, Mr. Buyer, and if somebody says, no, you sold it to the wrong owner, I'm the real owner, there's a title issue, there's an insurance policy just in case. Could you imagine you bought a $200,000 house and it's not the rightful owner you bought it from? It's just from like a Joe Schmo off the street. Well, the other rightful owner would sue you, maybe do a quiet title action, and you lose the house. You just lost $200,000. You need insurance just in case you buy a property because it's your biggest investment from somebody who's the real owner. Very, very cheap to do. And title companies will go collect the funds, give you some money. They'll help through the whole wholesaling transaction. They're the third party that helps the deal go through. They're awesome. I love title companies. But you want to make sure you're finding a title company that actually does wholesaling transactions. I'll tell you about 2 to 3% of title companies actually do wholesaling transactions. So you want to be very careful. So when you find a title company, what I would recommend is you look up local title companies in your area. You can also go out here and go in Facebook groups and find wholesaling friendly title companies in areas. So if you want to go find a title company, just search title companies and ask these questions to see if they're friendly for wholesalers and real estate investors. The problem here is most title companies only deal with realtors and retail clients and maybe properties without big title issues. So you want to make sure you find the right one. What I recommend is go back to Facebook and let's just use New Braunfels for example. I'm going to search New Braunfels Wholesaling Title Company and see if there's any post about that. So here's a little post in this Facebook group. Hey everyone, I'm an investor looking for recommendations for an investor-friendly title company, closing attorneys in the city of New Braunfels area who are smooth with assignments and double closings. Hey, there we go. Let's go to the comment section and see who they use. Let's see here. It says Camille Gregorio James says, I second this team at Old Republic Title. Perfect. I will look up Old Republic Title. Looks like Gabby Diaz and Naomi at Old Republic Title are wholesaling friendly. Easy as that. Let's see here. First American looks like they're great. They're good too. First American. So it looks like we got some decent ones here. So yeah, pretty cool. So what I would do here is once I reach out to these title companies, I would go ask them these specific questions. Question number 1, do you close on wholesale assignments? Do you close wholesaling deals? Hey, Mr. Title Company, hey, I know the process of how title insurance works. I'm a wholesaler. Do you close on wholesale assignments? Do you allow double closings or back-to-back closings? What's a double closing, you might ask? A double closing is when you, the wholesaler, actually buy the deal and then sell it a minute or 2 minutes later the same day to your investor. Technically, you bought the property and sold it and you didn't wholesale it, but it is considered wholesaling. So pretty much what you do here is if you did not want your cash buyer to find out how much you're making, so sometimes you're making $70, $80, $90, $100,000 on a transaction. Let's say you locked up for $100,000 and you sold it for $200,000. You don't want to put on the assignment that I'm making a $100,000 assignment fee profit. I would do a double closing, which means I'll lock up the contract for $100,000. I'll write a purchase and sale agreement, like a purchase, like from the seller, and he would sign a contract with me for $200,000. What I would do is I would use his funds called a double closing and escrow. So a double closing and escrow, and he would close on the property first. So he would go out here and give his $200,000 to the title company. I would use $100,000 of those funds borrowed from him, pay the seller $100,000, and then sell it for $200,000 and just collect $100,000. So they would take the $200,000. I would give $100,000. The title company would give $100K to the seller, $100K to me, and the property's closed. And then from there, the cash buyer doesn't know how much the assignment fee was. Also, the seller would never know. The problem is it'd be on public record that the property sold for $200,000. So technically, the seller would see that, but also the buyer would see that it was bought for $100 and sold for $200. So they'll always figure it out, but double closings are pretty important. What does your office require for assignment contracts? So some title companies say, well, you need to let the seller know that you're making $20,000. Most of the time, that's never an issue. Some title companies have crazy rules, so just be careful of that. Will you show my assignment fee on the closing statement and how? Do you notify the seller about the assignment? If yes, when and how? How many investor or wholesale transactions do you close each month? What are your typical fees and estimated closing timeline? What disclosures or contract language do you require in the state? And you gotta remember, there's wholesaling laws all over the United States. Every state has like, oh, you need to disclose this. Here's the cool part. The title company will handle all the laws and disclosure, and usually there's attorneys and lawyers at the title company to help you out here. But it's really important you actually have a good title company before you start marketing. So you don't want to wait till you sign a contract and say, oh my gosh, where do I find the title company? So you sometimes have to write the title company in the actual contract. But honestly, title companies are really simple. And again, title insurance is really simple too. So before I get to the next section here, I do want to teach you a little bit more about me and my journey in wholesaling real estate and who you're really listening to. So I got started wholesaling real estate in 2016, 2017, kind of the end of 2016. It was between the years when I just turned 17 years old. And I got started wholesaling real estate in Port St. Lucie, Florida. Now, my dad actually is a OG like wholesaler. So like, I'm not like this, oh my gosh, I just found out what this business was. My dad's been wholesaling my whole life. He's been wholesaling since 2004. Okay. So he's been in this business for over 22 years. I want everyone to understand that. Now, my dad taught me how to wholesale real estate. There's no secret to that. Okay. He literally gave me all the info of his 22 years of wholesaling real estate. So guess what? With his knowledge, which was an unfair advantage, he taught me how to get my first wholesaling deal at just 17 years old. I made $25,000 at just 17 years old doing my first wholesaling real estate deal. Completely changed my life. Even think about it now. Like, I was in high school, like I literally skipped my class because I got a call from a real estate deal. I put one of those "We Buy Ugly Houses" bandit signs out, and I got a wholesaling deal by doing that. Like, completely changed my life. After that, I started scaling out really well. By 2018, I graduated high school. I made over $100,000 in my pocket in assignment fees by the time I graduated high school. Absolutely, really awesome. Then from there, I got a full ride scholarship to the University of Florida. And I said, it's a full ride scholarship. Why not? Hey, I can wholesale in Gainesville. Well, that sucked. Gainesville, Florida was a brutal wholesaling market. I sucked there. It was really hard for me. It was a new market. I did not do well. And I wanted to do wholesaling back home, but I didn't know what to do. Now, before that, there's not really a thing called virtual wholesaling back then. No one is even really talking about it. So I had to go learn how to virtually wholesale. And I was doing bandit signs. How do I do bandit signs back in Port St. Lucie, Florida? It's a 3.5-hour drive. So I had to learn how to cold call motivated sellers. So from 2018 to 2019, for a couple semesters, I learned how to virtually wholesale and cold call in my dorm room. I started hiring VAs, and guys, I went from $100K a year to $250K a year. It was awesome. I got really good at it. Now, here's the interesting part. Again, I don't recommend this, and I don't do this to brag, but I have an eidetic memory. I have a very close to a photographic memory. If you tell me, Zach, what did you wear, January 4th? 2016, I can't tell you what I wore, but I have a really good photographic memory. And this basically means I can read a textbook and almost know it all, and then take a test 4 months later and I'll be fine. And so I don't recommend this, but I took like 20 credits a semester. And by the time I graduated high school, I also had my AA degree. So I had 2 years of college done in high school. In Florida, you can do that. It was all free. It was awesome. So I pretty much did 2 years of college in 1 year, and I graduated pretty quick in 2019 from the University of Florida. And I had this knowledge of how to cold call and virtually wholesale. My dad was all direct mail, in person. He never did this stuff. So what we decided when I was just 19 years old, basically, I teamed up with him. We went 50-50, and we started to create a wholesaling empire. Pretty big for him to, give 50% of his company to this crazy kid, me. But we decided we're going to team up better together. I was living with him for like a year, and it's like, should I just, I don't know, should I compete with him or work with him? So we decided to work together, and from there, we went from making hundreds of thousands a year to millions a year because we were just amazing what we did. During that time in 2019, you can look at my oldest YouTube videos. In 2019, we started the Flip with Rick YouTube channel. The reason why it's called Flip with Rick, and the reason we made this YouTube channel, and the reason why I'm standing here before you, teaching you all, guys, I shouldn't be making this video for free. I shouldn't be teaching this stuff for free. I shouldn't. But the reason why I'm here before you, and I get emotional because my dad, this is part of my number one part of my haters, but like, your dad taught you for free, but I'm teaching you for free. So you're getting the same treatment my dad gave to me. And so the reason I made the Flip with Rick YouTube channel was because I thought it was so amazing what my dad taught me. It was such an unfair advantage that I said, you know what? I'm gonna take my phone and I'm just going to like press record and have my dad talk about how to wholesale real estate the same way he taught me. And I started recording him and recording myself of how I was wholesaling houses. And I said, why don't we just give it to the people completely for free? It was kind of fun. It was kind of a side project. People started sending me virtual wholesaling deals. I'm like, oh, we're making a lot of money doing this. And it grew the whole YouTube channel. It was crazy. But basically, my dad taught me for free. So I said, you know what, I'm going to teach the world for free because my dad taught me for free. I'm going to teach everything he taught me to the world for free. So me and my dad have this YouTube channel, and during that time, and again, I don't want to get too emotional, but like during that time, nobody taught wholesaling for free. It was all $10,000, $14,000, $15,000 paid courses. And I'd be like, Zach, there's really no $15,000 paid wholesaling courses anymore. It's because I killed them all, basically. And so we taught them for free. We had a lot of haters. I would tell you, all these wholesaling coaches started putting these hit pieces out on me. How dare, and they hated me because I made millions of dollars and I never sold the course. They didn't like that. And so it kind of built into this model where basically you guys send me wholesaling deals and we JV and we do well, right? And so I'll tell you this, I decided to teach everyone for free. And this is why you are watching this for free, because all my information is for free. I made a free course. It's called freewholesaling.com. It's still got 76,000 people in there, hundreds that join every single day. It's awesome, okay? In 2020, I basically became a millionaire at 20 years old by wholesaling houses. That was over 6 years ago. Wow, holy moly. And you know, looking at this journey now from this video, and this is by far my biggest video I've ever done, the most amount of time and prep I've put into a video, that the longest video I've probably put out, just video-wise. We actually did a 27-hour live stream with that. I don't want to get into that right now. That was crazy. But we grow to making millions of dollars per year, me and my dad, and we teach millions of people how to wholesale real estate. So that's my quick little journey. That's a little side of who you're talking to right now. And so guys, on this YouTube channel, I go live a lot. I cold call sellers. I close deals. I go out here and just go and show you my deals, my checks, everything, right? It's so fun. But that's a little bit more about me. Let's go back into the next section here. Chapter 5. Marketing is lists plus channels. So let's talk about marketing. Guys, 80% of your wholesaling deals are going to be derived from just your marketing. You getting a deal is going to be all marketing. The way I describe this is wholesaling real estate is an upward spiral. It's a momentum. It's a domino effect. Basically meaning, if you ever watch me or you watch this video and you're like, Zach, I want to make more money. I want to go out here and do more real estate deals, or I can't find ever any motivated sellers. I can't find anyone that just wants to get rid of their property. I'm just struggling. I need more leads. I need more deals to sell. It's like, okay, well, let's talk about the crux or the beginning of this business, okay? So the beginning of wholesaling real estate starts with the marketing. Right. So again, let me just show you the domino effect wholesaling real estate has. So number one, if you pull more lists and you call more people, or you text more people, or you just do more marketing, you do more Facebook ads. I don't like Facebook ads, but you get the point. You do more of that, you statistically, you get more people that want to sell. More people that want to sell, you make more offers you make, the more contracts. More contracts you make, the more you can sell to buyers. The more buyers that buy your contracts, the more assignments. More assignments is more closing, more checks. So if you want more checks, do more marketing. Marketing is 80% of your time in wholesaling, especially as a beginner, probably even more, should be marketing, should be going out here and finding these wholesaling real estate deals. So this is why it's really important we go out here and actually figure out how to find these deals. So if I can describe what marketing is, it's literally lists plus channels. That's the way I describe it. So a list is going to be a data set of sellers and people that potentially would want to sell their property. And then a channel is a way that we put the list into to go out here and reach out to people. So let me describe. Marketing, again, is just two parts: lists and channels. A list is a group of property owners you are targeting. A channel is how you reach out to them. So again, most beginners fail because they'll either call a very, very, very weak list, or they'll choose a channel that they don't do consistency. So the way I kind of describe this is, okay, I'm gonna use a fishing analogy again. Don't get mad at me. I'm gonna use a fishing analogy. But the way I describe this is, it's gonna be the rod and the reel and the bait. And the way I like to describe this is, if you have a really good rod and reel, like you bought the Mac Daddy $5,000 rod and reel, and then you go put like a hot dog on the end of it, and then you try to catch a marlin or a shark, it's not going to work well. But what if and again, don't get too graphic, let's say I have the really nice rod and reel and I had like a bloody tuna, like some shark would go crazy for it. Sharks can, by the way, because I'm a fishing guy, sharks can sense BLOOD a mile away. So you put that out, shark's going to eat that thing. What about the other end? You might have the best bait, that tuna, but you have like a really weak Walmart rod and it's like a 300-pound fish. The rod's going to snap in half. So if you have a bad list, the whole thing breaks. If you have a bad channel, the whole thing breaks. If you have a decent list and a decent channel, it's not bad. If you have a great list and a decent channel, you're good. But you obviously want to get a great list and a great channel. So we're going to talk about, there's free lists, there's free channels, there's paid channels, paid lists, right? Everything we teach about, right? So again, what are free lists? These are lists that you get that take no money at all, but there's a little bit of an effort we got to do. Those are going to be probates, code violations, tax delinquencies, liens, fire damage properties, the water shutoff list, right? Zillow for sale by owner, auction off. These are all lists you can get completely for free. These are best for broke beginners that want to get some work done and make some money in wholesaling. There are also lists you can pay for. Okay, there's software provided data. These are lists from softwares like XLeads where you can pull vacant properties, absentee owners, high equities, tired landlords, stack lists. We're gonna break that all down, what these lists mean and what they are. And then the other third type of list are what we call earned lists. These are lists that you actually create yourself. This can be drawing for dollars, reverse drawing for dollars, door knocking, going out here and actually looking at something, referrals. These are the least saturated because nobody can buy this list or reach out and find them. Now, it's very important we understand that there's a tier list here. And probably where a lot of people get very confused or like, this doesn't make sense is there are tiers to this game. All right, by the way, guys, like there's tiers to this. And what I mean is you might think that a government list is free. Therefore, because it's free, it's lower quality than if I pay for a list. It's actually the other way around. The reason why it's the other way around here is any Joe Schmo with $97 can go buy XLeads and pull a vacant property list like that. And there's thousands of XLeads users, thousands and thousands and thousands of them, which means they're all pulling the same list. But if I go out here and I go to utility department and get a list of all the people who got their water shut off due to non-payment, there's not a lot of those people. Not a lot of people get through to this list. But if I import that list into XLeads to get it skip traced, that's the mecca. That's one of the best ones. So pretty much what I'll tell you is there's 4 tiers to your lists. There is tier 4, which is publicly available lists. Zillow for sale by owners, on market, expired listings, like easy to access lists with lots of competition. Remember, here's the general rule. The harder it is to pull the list, the less competition you have. So the harder it is to pull a list, actually the better the list is. Now, I'll tell you here that paid lists are above that, and above paid lists are going to be government lists, right? Public distressed real estate lists, probates, liens, tax delinquencies, code violations, water shutoff. We're going to break this all down, right? Drawing for dollars is the best one. Now, again, what is drawing for dollars? You literally, it's in the name. You get in your car, you look for ugly houses, you see an ugly house, you write it down, you get there, right? Because that list is usually not on a government list or it's not on a paid list. Pretty good, right? So what are the channels? Well, there's channels that are free, paid, all these things, but these are the marketing channels. There's cold calling, there's SMS text blasting, there's direct mail, sticky notes, email offer generator, JV outreach, SEO, all these things. They're all, they could cost some money, but they're also could be very, very, very free. There's strengths and weaknesses for all of them. Now, the way I like to describe, my fish pond rule, if every wholesaler can click one button and pull the same list, that means there's more fishermen in the pond. The harder it is to get the list, usually there's less fishermen going after that data because it's not just one pond. There's multiple ponds here with lists. So let's get more in the weeds on finding deals and deal sources and lists. So this is gonna be chapter 6. There was last year 32 free ways, but now there's more. There's 33 free deal sources for any beginner to get their first wholesaling deal. So if you're looking to get your first wholesaling real estate deal, as of this video, there are 33 deal sources to go out here and get your first wholesaling deal. So let's break down the 33 ways to get a free wholesaling deal. Method number 1 to get a wholesaling real estate deal, code violations. How do you get a code violation? How do you do a code violation deal? Well, you need to go to your local code enforcement and request a list of all the properties that are in violation. So you might not know this, but your city and county have these rules where if the house is ugly, it's against the code, not ugly, like it looks ugly, but like the grass is too tall, the windows are boarded up, they're against the local code ordinances. So every city and county have one, but usually if the house is distressed, there's no upkeep, no one cutting the grass, it's against code, and you can get code violations and get these type of properties. Now, I really, this is YouTube, by the way, right? I would love to just pull a code violation list and show you. This sucks, but I really can't show you this list. I know it sucks, but YouTube would, they won't let me show it. That's all I can say the nice way possible. If you want to go to freewholesaling.com, my free wholesaling school group, I have that in there. There's all these course videos of showing it without, the censorship, but I don't get in there right now. But yeah, code violations are great. Drawing for dollars, you get driving, you look for ugly houses. It's technically free because you're not really putting too much money in the gas, but Method number 3, door knocking. I mean, pretty simple. You'd pull a list of, let's say, pre-foreclosures and code violations, and you just go to the door, knock, 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 and you knock on the door. Now, we'll talk a little bit more about door knocking in the future, but usually my script is knock, knock, knock. Hello. Hey, my name is Zach, and I'm looking to buy properties in the area for cash. So I was just seeing if you're interested in selling your property. And they'll say either yes or no, get out of here. Maybe I am. Then we get in the whole closing aspect. We're getting all the closing guys. We're getting everything. Don't worry. We're getting everything right now. But that's another way to get wholesaling deals for free. Speaking of pre-foreclosures, number 4, pre-foreclosures. We're going to talk all about this, but this is a list of people who are not paying their mortgage. The bank is suing them, trying to foreclose and get the property sold so they get what is owed to them. You do this by pulling list pendants records. We'll get all into that. 5 is probates. So this is a list of people that basically passed away. The heirs are trying to inherit the property. You can pull this from the probate records at the clerk of the court. Number 6 here is going to be your evictions. This is a list of people who are getting evicted, and you can reach out to the landlord, say, hey, I see you have a situation here with the eviction. I was just seeing, do you want to sell it? I mean, I'd like to buy it. And at that point, they're like the maximum, like, dude, I am so sick of this. Like, I just want to get out of this situation. This would be great. 7 are going to be fire damaged properties. This is a list of properties that are just really burned to a crisp. They went on fire. 8, and by the way, you can wholesale these, by the way. Like, most of these are salvageable. A lot of people think fire damaged properties, like the properties like burnt to a crisp. And that's not really the case. They were not burnt, quote, to a crisp. 8 are water shutoffs. This is a list of properties that there's just no water service going on. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know if you like to go number 1 or number 2. I mean, I go number 1, number 2. I'm not scared to admit that, I go potty. But all jokes aside, basically, if the water's not running at your house, you can't take a shower. You can't cook or clean. I mean, you can't use the toilet. It's a mess. Okay, like, not fun. And when you don't pay the water bill, what do? They shut it off. And so you can get a list from the government, from the local utility department, of people not paying their water bill. And you can go out here and get that list. Pretty exciting. Number 9 are going to be the arrest records. This is a list of people getting arrested. They might be going to prison. You can actually see if they own property and see if they want to sell. If they're going away for 5 years, they want to get rid of the property. You can virtually wholesale. Not really a big worry there. You can put physical bandit signs out. This actually, I got my first wholesaling deal. It doesn't work as much as it did back in the day for me, but it still does work. You can go to Home Depot, get like one of those white signs, but maybe you could find them. I don't know. I'm trying to get creative here. You can put them in the ground. We buy houses cash, put a Google Voice number. Next here are virtual bandit signs. So these are signs you can get by going out and posting on Facebook that you buy houses. Like, it's like a bandit sign physically, but it's on Facebook. 12 are what I call bandit comments. Now, I get a little bit of trouble talking about this, but if you see a wholesaler or a person saying we buy houses cash, just comment below, say I pay more than them with your name and number, and you can get deals and leads doing that. Again, I got no shame in that. You can JV or joint venture. This is where you can find wholesalers that write contracts that can't find buyers. Guess what you can do? You can reach out to these people and say, hey, I know you can't find any buyers. How about we joint venture? Why don't I sign an agreement with you saying we'll split the deal 50-50 if I can find a buyer. You find a buyer and maybe $20,000 assignment, you split it 50-50, you make 10, they make 10, hoopla. Here are property managers. You can actually use property managers to find you leads. They manage properties. They have ugly houses. They might be great for you. Next year are what I call pre-realtor leads. So these are from realtors that honestly, they don't even want to list it. Pawn shops, it's a little more like, there's not much to talk about here, but pawn shops, if you can reach out to pawn shops, they can find your real estate deals. You can go to real estate investor meetups, so real estate association meetups. These are meetups from real estate investors. You could get JV deals there. General contractors can find you deals, estate companies, handymen, bartenders, title companies. This is all from networking, right? Hard money lenders. Look up quick claim deeds. These could be really distressed real estate. Looking at your local county's quick claim transactions and actually saying, okay, well, there's a title issue here. Maybe we could find someone quick claim the property because they just want to get rid of it. They're literally quitting their claim. They're transferring the deed over crazy. Divorce leads. You can go after divorced people. Not my favorite lead, but you can make money doing it. Garage sales are great. People posting their garage sales. So saying, hey, I'm actually going out here and I have a garage sale. Well, you need extra money. Maybe you want to get rid of the house. Local property auctions. If you see it's listed as an auction, even Pre-foreclosure auction, you can actually go snag it before it gets auctioned off. Zillow for sale by owners. We have a whole section on that. We're going to talk about the Zillow for rents. So properties are listed for rent. I know you're looking to rent it out, but it's vacant. Maybe you want to sell it. Maybe you want to get rid of it. Tax delinquencies from the tax collector, people not paying their property taxes. Liens, this is a judgment on a property. So let's say someone owes $100,000 on the property, but it's worth 200 grand and they sell it. The seller would get $100,000 net. Let's say there's a $10,000 lien. That means if they sell it for $200,000 and they owed $100K in a mortgage and $10K in lien, the seller would net $90,000. You can also find expired listings, so properties that were on the MLS that expired, and also going out here on auction.com, which we'll break down all today too. Now, if you have no money, you need to choose which one you should be going after. Well, honestly, start with a source that you think is going to be easiest. I would say if you're getting started, choose one of these sources and one of these channels and just get to work for 7 days straight. Stack the list if you want. I wouldn't judge the list till you reach out to them. But if I'm watching this, I'm a betting man, I would tell you code violations are going to be my favorite. Drawing for dollars is going to be one of my favorite. Pre-foreclosures, probates. And right now, lately, tax delinquencies, liens, and auction.com, if you're calling and texting them, are going to be my favorite. Chapter 7, one of my favorites. Government lists. Guys, this is going to be the heart of how you can get started wholesaling houses and find these deals, and a fundamental truth of why I've had so many successful students in the wholesaling real estate game. And I think you guys are really going to enjoy this. And so government lists, this is how you find the data. This is how you find these deals. This is the engine, the free data engine. And these are a little harder lists to get, but this is literally lists that the government will provide for you completely for free. They are going to give you these lists. The government just has lists of ugly, distressed real estate, of super motivated sellers that softwares just can't get because they're hidden behind the government. But there's laws like the Freedom of Information Act. Florida and Missouri has these laws called the Sunshine Laws, which means you actually have to provide, the government should and has to provide data that the government has because they're paid by tax dollars, that their data and everything they do has to be given to the people, for the people, by the people, which is really cool. So this is a list the government, you know, a lot of people say the government collects lots of data on ugly real estate and distressed real estate and people that want to sell for a discount. What's really exciting is all these laws, again, make sure that you can actually get this data completely for free. Someone's got to pay a little money, but they have to legally give you this information. Now, they don't like to do it. They don't really know that that's actually a law. Usually you talk to a manager, they actually know it. So this is one of my favorite ways to find wholesaling deals. So let's talk about it, guys. Government lists, my free data engine here. And so you got to remember, guys, the courthouse leads are in plain sight here. There's so many deals here. And so what I want to do is just show you a simple workflow we have here. And again, what you're going to find is a simple workflow. It's about 8 steps to go out here and do government lists. And we're going to talk about it all right now, which is really exciting. But this is how you just bring public records into real wholesaling real estate deals. So number 1, you identify the list type. So you figure out, okay, what type of list do we want to go after? Probates, pre-foreclosures, code violations, tax delinquencies, liens, the water shutoff list, fire damage properties, eviction, divorce, arrest records, court records, right? Then we're gonna go find, okay, I know the list I want. Now we're gonna go after the right type of office, right? Where do we have to go? Either the clerk of the court, the probate court, the court records, the county recorder, code enforcement, the tax collector, the property appraiser, sheriff sales, the utility department, fire department, municipal data portal. Like, where do we need to go to do this? Then you're going to go out here and find, okay, I have the clerk of the court. I'm going to get the pre-foreclosure list. Okay, now we need to do a date range. We need to export the key fields, right? So owner record, mailing addresses, right? All those details, the violations, all those issues, right? We want to make sure we get all that stuff, right? Now it's really important too, kind of going back to step 3, we get the data when it's fresh. Super, super, super fresh. So our newer records are going to be better than older records, obviously. What we're going to do here is cross-reference the data. Okay, so I know this property has a list pending, so we got to make sure this person actually owns real estate. So we can do credit card. Oh man, you could do a credit card debt lien list or cash money on these deals. Confirm the person is the owner on record. You then get their phone number so you can skip trace them either manually or you can go and use just XLeads to go get their phone number really easy. And then you're going to market to them respectfully. Calling, texting. You're not going to just, guys, one of the worst possible things you can be doing here is just calling them up and say, hey, I know for a fact that you're not paying your mortgage. Let me just buy it from you, loser, brokey. Okay, no, we're gonna be respectful about it. We'll teach all of my marketing ways to go ahead here and do this, but you can get the details. You reach out to the ones that actually want to sell. We're then gonna go put it in our CRM, organize the data, and we're gonna be good to go. You gotta remember, like this whole workflow is what we're gonna be using here, okay? So the thing is, you're gonna find and reach out to these people, right? All the data is right here. But the point is, you're not taking this data to exploit people. You want to reach out to people that want to sell and actually want to get rid of it. These are the people that we want to be going after. So it's very, very powerful. It's free. Just because it's free doesn't mean it's bad, because there's a little bit of sweat equity you got to put in. These are the lists that I would recommend every beginner get started doing. And so let's go out here and look. So first and foremost, I say this again, respectfully outreaching people. Hey, do not call and say, hey, I saw you got sued. Let me buy it. Why is the water shut off? Let me see the bite. No. Hey, hey, I saw grandma died. Let me buy your house. Hey, guys, you guys say like, hey, are you the owner of that house? No, it's your grandma's. Oh, sorry. I was just looking to buy properties in the area. I mean, were you thinking about selling it? You want to be respectful, guys. Like, think about if the shoe's on the other foot here. You want to make sure you know what you're doing. Now, it's also really important you understand the lingo of some of these lists. Just yesterday, I was talking to an individual who was struggling to pull the tax delinquency list. And it's kind of funny because like all these different, counties, I mean, there's almost 3,200 counties in the United States of America. Like that's a lot of counties. And each county does the list a little differently. They're all kind of the same, but they're different, right? Same, but different. For example, so this individual was struggling in this area, trying to pull the tax delinquent list. He's like, Zach, I asked for a list of people not paying their property taxes, and they just gave me the auction list, which is properties that are going to be auctioned off due to non-payment. But we want to get the list of people who are not paying their property taxes for just like a year or 2 years, like struggling hard. And what was really interesting here was the county's like, we don't have that list. We only have the public sale list. And so what he did is I helped him out, but I said, okay, well, when you look up properties, it says if there's taxes due from the year they were not paying or not. They're like, oh yeah, you mean the tax due list? Yeah, we have that. So like you have to say it in their specific language. It's really stupid. So each one's gonna be different. Like sometimes you're going to go to the property appraiser, but it's like the Chancery, Treasury, Property Court. They all have different names. I mean, there's 3,200 counties. They're all gonna say it differently. But what you're gonna do is just use the scripts. So really depending, and again, I want to get into this right now because I want to kind of go down below and actually just give exact examples to make it a lot easier for you. But here's the thing. Because this is public records and you're dealing with government workers, I don't know if you know this, you might be watching this as a government worker, you probably nod and say, yeah, you're probably right. 90%, maybe not you, but 90% of the people that work for the government are not wanting to work more than they have to. There's no profit incentive, there's no commission you get, there's really no point here. That they don't want to go out here and work any harder than they have to do, okay? So the problem here is they don't know the law. They don't understand that there's public laws in most states that they have to give you the public information. Let's just do a quick Google search and look. Florida, for example, has what they call the Sunshine Law, which is Chapter 119, Section 286.011 of the Florida statutes. It guarantees public broad access to government meetings, records, and documents. It requires almost all state, county, and municipal records to be open for personal inspection and copying by any person. Pretty cool. I think it's actually kind of gangster. So it's really interesting, like in the state of Florida, and every state has their own version of this. You just got to look it up. But like for Florida, for example, you do not need to provide your name or show identification or explain why you're requesting the data. I think it's actually pretty cool. You don't need to be, so a lot of people are like, why do you want the list? Well, according to the Sunshine Law, I don't need to give you a reason why. Now, if you want to look at public record law, let's use Tennessee. Tennessee has the Tennessee Public Records Act, which shows that citizens of Tennessee to fulfill any timeline for request of public records. So every state has their own like public record law that allows it for you to happen. So you're going to get told in certain areas that no, you can't have it because they don't know the law. Remember, you got someone who's just graduated from college. They're like 23 years old. They chew gum all day. They don't know the law. They think they're hot stuff. And they're like the clerk, you know, they're the receptionist and they're the gatekeeper. And they feel like they want control in their life. I don't know. But they say, no, you're not getting this list. I feel like you shouldn't have it. That's how people literally like talk in the government sometimes. But little do they know that there's like a law saying public records have to be filled or it's against your civil rights. And so you're gonna say, okay, well, what I'm actually requesting is a public record request. Is there a form or anyone I can talk to about public records requests? I'm happy to request it in the correct format. Now, again, I'm getting very general. Let's go into the actual government list and show you exactly which each one, how you can pull them. Chapter 8, one of my favorite lists, probates, yeah! So one of my favorite lists of all time for wholesaling is probates. You make more on probates than anything else. Now, there's a lot of issues with probates, but oh man, they make a lot of money. So again, what is a probate? This is the first government list we need to learn how to pull. A probate record is a court record connected to the administration of a deceased person's estate. The way I like to describe it, if someone's dead, so let's say there's a husband-wife, wife unfortunately passed away, and then husband passed away and they had 2 kids, the owner on record on the deed is technically passed away. So that person on the deed cannot sign the deed over because they're dead. There has to be a court action for them to move the deceased person's estate, which could be the property they own, into the rightful heir who inherits the property. Now, in wholesaling real estate, this becomes a little gray area between title curative and wholesaling because this is kind of the same thing but different. We're talking about wholesaling and title curative a little later. But you can write contracts and actually help go through the probate process while doing these type of cases. And they're amazing for wholesaling, especially you go through all the stuff we're going to teach here. They're amazing. It's just a little more complicated, but you can make a ton of money doing this. This is a very patient and longer process to wholesale probates, but they'll make you a ton of money. So what you want to do is find people who actually already did a probate filing trying to inherit the property. So what you want to do is you'll find probates that were filed between 7 and 90 days. I prefer 30 days and before personally. You're going to find cases of people that passed away, the deceased names, the petitioner, the personal representative, the executor, the attorney, or estate on contact. Now, each state's a little different, but a personal representative is the person in charge of the estate. The petitioner might be the actual person who is doing the suit, that's trying to actually get the property. They're all their heirs or executors. So petitioner is usually the person that files it. PR is going to be in charge of it, but executor could also be in charge. They got different wording in every state a little differently here. But what you want to do is find these cases and make sure the deceased person actually owns real estate. Now here's the cool part. Properties, as long as they're in probate, it takes some time. They're not going to go anywhere. Now I don't want to get all confusing between a formal probate and a summary administration, affidavit of heirships. They're all over the area. They're all over this game. They're very case by case. But usually every county has a probate record. Usually these properties are vacant, outdated. The heirs just want the cash. They don't care about the house. They have code violations. They're behind on taxes. They're amazing. And usually the title gets a little weird. Now there are certain types of deals where maybe the mom died and then the dad is the sole owner and he died, and let's say there's no more kids anymore and they didn't have any kids. It's like, who does the house go to? There's a title issue here. You can actually go out here and find the title people, get contracts with them for really cheap, do all the title work and get paid to do that, and then you own the house for like 20, 30 cents on the dollar. It's called curative title, title curative, and I do a lot of these deals also just coming from probate lists. You might hear me talk about curative title or title curative. That's not, it is a cousin of wholesaling, but basically you kind of go forward to this, but like you make an offer to actually buy the house for like 20 cents on the dollar and you do all the title work. It's actually really fun. I make a lot of money doing it. So you might hear me talk about pump or title curative. Some of these deals end up being those, but you could also just wholesale these too. So let's just talk about the wholesaling part. Now, how do you pull the probate list? Well, it's pretty simple. You just Google your county's probate court records or county name clerk of the court, and you do a probate search. Sometimes they have a public portal. Sometimes it's very difficult. You might need to reach out to the number or the email listed, go through a search range and try to find the probate records, capture the deceased information's name, the case filings, the filing dates, the petitioners, go to the county property appraiser, see if they're alive or not, because sometimes the probate might be for like a wife, but the husband's still alive. Usually those aren't as good. Confirm they actually own real estate if they died, check for other distress, skip trace, reach out to them, or even send a letter and make a ton of money wholesaling. Like on average on probates, you're gonna make $50,000, $60,000. Now, if you wanna do a title curative deal, you can make almost $120,000. And we actually have a whole pump community talking about title curative. A quick little plug, if you go to Pump Method, I talk about doing title curative deals. I love title curative deals. It's basically wholesaling, but different. Tangent. But here's the probate process. So what you're gonna do to wholesale these probates is you are gonna go out here and search the probate records. So Google the county's name, probate records, county name, clerk of the court. You're gonna choose the probate estate cases. You're gonna find all the data. You're then gonna search on the property appraiser, the person's alive or not, verify the property, stack the distress indicators, find their number, and then reach out to the heirs. Because the on record's dead, you usually need to find the heirs. X-Lease can help you out, or True People Search or cyber background checks. Reach out to them, get a contract with the estate, work with the title company or probate attorney, and get it cleared out pretty easy. Now, I actually buy these properties myself. And by the way, guys, I wholesale real estate, but I'm also just a real estate investor. I do a lot of creative finance deals. I buy a bunch of real estate and flip them or own them as rentals. I do all of real estate, by the way, but wholesaling by far is my favorite. But again, if you hear me talking about like a probate deal and they make like $100,000, maybe it's a curative deal, maybe it's a deal I just bought and then flipped, put some money and put it back on the market. So like I do all of real estate, but you can definitely wholesale these no problem. And you can even wholesale to a guy like me that actually knows how to cure the issue or the title or go through the probate, and you can still collect 40, 50 grand. So when you get the list, what do you say when you call them up? So we're talking about skip tracing too, don't worry about that. But again, this one's gonna be a little different of a cold call script. You're gonna call up and say, hey, this is Zach. Just calling about your property at 123 Main Street or seeing if you're interested in selling it. Or you might wanna say, hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Avenue? At least people are gonna say, well, it was my dad's house. I guess I might be the owner. I'm just looking to buy. You don't wanna be too aggressive with these people, okay? Now they might ask how you got this information, and what I like to do is just say, I'm just looking to buy properties in the area. My partner Rick gave me this info of just properties in the area looking to sell. Don't just ask or like say you're going specifically after them. Probably not a good look. Now if they're very emotional, I understand, like, hey, I'm sorry, like I'm just looking to buy in the area. Like I'm not targeting you, don't worry. Don't have too much pressure. This is different than a lien or a pre-foreclosure or a tax delinquency. This is a different type of list, telling you. But you're gonna take that data and either organize it in your CRM or like X-Leads or on the Google Sheets that we have, and take that information and organize it right. Now, what I wanna do is like go over my shoulder and like pull the probate list. But again, YouTube has very, very strict rules on showing data and stuff, even if it's public record. So I recommend you go to also school.com/wholesaling. In there, if you go to the classroom section, there's a marketing section. And right there, I show you how to pull the probates in this section right here. This is where I'd recommend you go through too. So let's go out here and pull the probate step by step so I can show you. So unfortunately, you're watching this on the big red play button in the sky. So unfortunately, there's some policies where I can't like go over the shoulder and show everything. I'm gonna have to blur out some of the personal information, but I'm gonna give you the best I could possibly can. And again, this is still gonna be a complete course. You're not gonna miss anything important. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. And in this wholesaling Bible, there's gonna be an appendix of all the government data for you to be pulling. So you're gonna see it all right here. All this is all the government data. So you can literally just, If we're going to find probates, if you do Hillsborough County, you can copy that to the probates. But let's just do a really quick, simple Google search. Let's go back here to chapter 8. And what we're going to do is we're just going to search on Google Wayne County probates. So this is the probates for Detroit, Michigan, for example. And what we're going to do is just going to try to find the data set. So we're going to press Wayne County Probate Court, because this is the court that does the probates in Wayne County. I mean, yeah, pretty easy, pretty simple. And what we're going to do here is we are going to just go to case access, and we're going to press case access. Then we are going to press I accept. And then right here, we can start searching. So the thing about how probate courts work and getting the data and finding these lists is you're going to try to find it by case type or date filed. That's always going to be the most important thing. So for example, in like Indiana, for example, let's use Indiana after this one if we're going to talk about the other list. But talking about probate specifically here, we're just going to go by case type. Now, if they only have name only, I will tell you doing a space or a shift 8 or a star could also work potentially. But just to find the probates here, we're going to go to case type. We're going to start a begin date of, let's just start the first of the month till, I don't know, 13th, 12th, whatever. And we're going to go by case type. Now, obviously, you should go by all of these, and some of these are very, very specific. I would probably tell you civil is going to be important. Deceased estate supervised is going to be good. Non-supervised estate is going to be good. And all you're going to do is just press open or reopen. So I think all statuses is fine, and you're going to press search. Unfortunately, because of how the two works, I can't press search. You'll see all the data sets. You're going to see the names. Then from there, you're going to put them in the property appraiser website to make sure these people actually own real estate. Unfortunately, that part, putting it inside of a CRM, it breaks my heart, but I can't show that part. I know it sucks. I just can't show that part, unfortunately. With YouTube, the video will get taken down. So what I'm going to do is show you some screenshots of me doing it, and you're going to see it blurred out. So here is the first screenshot. So I pressed search, and what you found are the probate filings. So some are plaintiffs, defendants, and they're all blurred out, but pretty much these are the probate case types you're going to find. And so we see some that it's this person who is a personal representative of the estate. So someone who's in charge of the estate. So of the person that's dead that owned real estate. So what we're going to do is we're going to press, it has the case number, we're going to press the case number and get the details on there. Now, when you press on the case details, this one's going to pop up. It's going to have the case information, the plaintiff, the attorney. And so basically, this case is very interesting. It's technically not a probate, but it is a probate. So they do have a probate already in file. But the insurance company is suing the estate for some sort of insurance thing. I don't want to get in the whole thing right now. But basically, this is insane. And so this is technically a probate also, but this is also the estate being sued. So I thought this was a really interesting case. So all we're going to do is the estate of the person that died. I'm going to copy their information. I'm going to see if they own any real estate. Now, what's funny is the personal representative, her name is blank. I'm not going to say, but she is someone I'm going to look up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take her information, and I'm then going to go to cyber background checks. I'm going to put the person that passed away. I'm going to put them on there, and then I'm going to go put her name right here on cyber background checks and get her information. Now, again, this website, I can't show too much of it, but their phone numbers are going to pop up, all the information, and then the PR's name, the personal representative, the person who's going to be an heir to the property, their info is going to pop up right here. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to politely call them and see if they're looking to sell their property. This is part of the cold calling section, so we'll leave that there, but that's how you find that type of data. So again, the step-by-step process is very easy and clear. You Google the county's probate court records, which I don't think it's that difficult. You can even ask ChatGPT. They're more than happy to help you out. Trust me, ChatGPT does not complain. And then from there, you look through the general civil portal. You go by case type or state category. Search range the past 30 days. You're going to capture the decedent's name, the case number, the filing date, the petition. This is all government data. So this is from the government of people who are looking to inherit the property. They want to sell. The house is probably ugly, probably just sitting there vacant. This is a wholesaling deal. That's the point here. This is a wholesale deal. You're then again going to go to the property appraiser website. So let's just go to the Wayne County property appraiser just to show you how that works too. Wayne County property appraiser. So I actually use the tax assessor site, and actually no, this is Georgia. So it's gonna be right here. This is Wayne County, Michigan. And pretty much how it works is you just search and the property records pop up right there. Also, you can use the treasurer. So the treasurer has the property street address and all the information on the property pops up right there. So you just search the property street address and you'll be right there. You can also do by owner usually. Confirm that they actually own real estate. Cyber background checks, True People Search, especially for free, is amazing. Xlease is awesome too. And then you call them up and try to get the property. So this is the cold call script again. I'm calling about your property, just seeing if you're looking to sell it. That's it. You don't want to say, oh, I saw mom died, let me buy her house. That's a bad idea. Now, going here to chapter 9, this is the pre-foreclosures, code violation, liens, tax delinquencies, the water shutoff list, the fire damage property list, the arrest records, divorce, evictions. Let's get into this one. This is exciting. So there's a lot of these lists. I'm just going to explain what they are. And we need to go into deep details about this. So the first list we got to talk about is pre-foreclosures. Essentially what a pre-foreclosure is when you go out here and get a mortgage. So you buy a house. So just say you go out here and buy a house. You go out here and get a mortgage, right? You get a mortgage and then you get a deed. So a deed is who is the owner of the property, right? So that is going to be you. You are the owner of the house. Look, you're a homeowner, the American dream, baby. And what happens is you also, because you can't buy the house, you're going to get a mortgage, which is a loan. Let's say you bought the house for $300,000. Okay, so this is a debt on the property. It is technically, if you want to get into this, it's technically on this property, it's technically a lien. So the house is worth $300,000 and you put 20% down. So that means you put about 60 grand down. So you owe $240,000 is what you owe to the bank. You pay roughly, again, I'm just going to use monkey math here, $1,500 a month for the mortgage. You owe $240 and it's worth $300,000. Let's do a quick lesson really quick. There's some wholesaling real estate terms and lingo I think you should understand. And I think the first one is equity. So what equity is exactly a ratio of the value minus what is owed divided by the value of the property. So I know you were not expecting Zach to talk about math today, obviously. I'm sorry, this is PTSD from 4th grade, but yes, the value of the property minus what is owed divided by the value. So what would the equity of this property be? Well, okay, let's do the math. If the value of the house is 300 grand, you owe 240, that is roughly $60,000 divided by $300,000, which if you do the math correctly, that's roughly 20% equity, right? So 20% equity. So here's the problem with equity. So let's actually just do do thing with equity. In wholesaling real estate, you usually want to get high equity. What does that mean? You want to go after sellers that have high equity. That's what people always say in this industry. That basically means they don't owe a lot. They don't owe a lot. Let me explain why. So if this example of Todd, okay, who has this house for $300,000, that's the value, but he owes $240,000. That means if you bought it for $300K, $240,000, which was owed as a debt, would go to the bank, and then the proceeds after that would go to Todd, which would be $60,000, right? Sounds great, but as you know, in wholesaling, we have to get a discount on the property. So I would probably want to buy, we're going to talk about ARVs and calculating exactly how much to find a deal for. But honestly, just say you want to get about for $200,000. If you want to get a good wholesale deal, you're going to have to get locked up for $200K. Now, if you bought it for $200K, the bank is still owed $240,000. They're owed. That's in the position. You cannot sell the property without basically the bank getting their money. I mean, you can do a subject to, but that is not for today. So they're going to have to get paid. And if the deed transfers over, usually they're due on sale. Because okay, we're not getting the subject to thing right now. But basically, that means Todd would have to pay out of pocket to the bank $40,000, which obviously he doesn't have that money, so that ain't gonna work. What? So that basically means if there's not enough equity in the deal, if there's what we call, quote, low equity, you can't really wholesale those transactions. traditionally. It can wholesale subject to. We'll do a little subject to, but we'll talk a little bit. I don't want to go too deep in it right now because it's just wholesaling houses specifically the way I like to do it. But low equity, it don't work. So you want nice equity on here. So again, talking about this transition, now we kind of understand what equity is, right? So it's like how much equity? Oh, he's got like 40% equity. That means if he sold 40%, the sale price would go to him. Make sense? Okay, cool. So let's say Todd, let's go back to his house. Let's go through this example. Todd has a house. It's worth 300 grand. He now owes $125,000 from the bank. He had a loan for $300K, but he's been paying it off. He's been a very nice boy. Okay, so that's the value. That's how much he owes in a mortgage for this house. There we go. Let's use Todd for example, okay? Now, Todd has to pay $1,500 every single month. Probably a lot less, but I don't want to get in that right now. Okay, cool. So let's say Todd is now sad. Todd is now sad. He lost his job. He can't pay the bank, and he just has no money coming in. Okay, very sad. Well, what happens here, and this is pre-foreclosures. What happens here is there's month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's use 9 months, okay? So month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. So let's say month 1, Todd does not pay his mortgage. What happens is he gets an angry letter. He gets an angry letter from the bank saying, hey, you need to go out here. You said and you signed on the mortgage that if you don't pay the mortgage, I will force the sale of the property. Why? Because the bank needs their money. Guys, they need their money. And if they don't get their money, they can, because you wrote it in the mortgage, they can foreclose. They can force the close of the property. They can basically, again, this is a play on words, but they can force the property to close and be sold so they get their money because you're not paying them on their money. And so they said, hey, if you don't do this, we're gonna sue you. And they're gonna sue, put it to a court and say, hey, judge, he is not paying his mortgage, close on the property, let's auction it off, and whatever it sells for, whatever, I just need my money. I'll show you how a foreclosure auction works. But the whole point here is after a letter, just one month, he gets an angry letter. They don't foreclose on him. The property doesn't get auctioned off tomorrow. But this is just how it works in real estate. They don't pay the first month, they get an angry letter. Month 2, they get another angry letter. Month 3 to month 4, I mean, it really depends on how it works. That is when the bank, okay, the big scary, we'll put the bank in red because they're scary. But we're going to say the bank's going to go out here and say, okay, this guy they're going to hire a lawyer. They usually have, lots of lawyers. And they're going to sue Todd for performance. He's not performing on the mortgage. He is not going out here and paying his mortgage. And so what we're going to do is we are going to foreclose on him. And so this is called a lis, which is Latin for suit pending, I believe. Yeah, I'm cultured. You know that. I've been to Rome once, so that means I know everything. But yes, lis pendens is going to be basically what it's called. That is a suit pending. They filed a lawsuit against Todd, and they're going to force the property to be foreclosed on, to put it up for auction. And the bank does not care what it sells for. If the thing sells for $150, they get their $125, and then Todd gets his $25 grand, right? They don't care if the thing sells for half of the value. Banks don't care. They just want their money. They just want their money, bro. So what happens is the bank is going to sue Todd. Now, usually what happens is the lawsuit's going to happen month 3 and 4, but the auction date doesn't get set usually till like month 7 or 8. And then the auction might be a month 9 or 10 or maybe 12, right? But the whole point here is it's going through the court system. And so it takes a second or two before the auction date is set. So the time between when the lawsuit is filed and the auction date is set, usually you can wholesale that really easy. Now, when the auction date's set, you can wholesale. It just gets a lot more difficult to do. So what we need to do is we can actually go out here and look up banks suing people for not paying their mortgage. And it's actually it's very easy to find these court cases. So this is called a pre-foreclosure. So a foreclosure is when the property is sold, okay? So before the property gets sold, but they already did the lawsuit, is called a pre-foreclosure. So that is specifically what a pre-foreclosure is. All we have to do is go to the county's clerk of the court or the recorder service and basically find all these records. For example here, If I want to find it, I can just go to the Wayne County, Michigan Clerk of Court, and I can go right here, press records or case search. So let's just go Wayne County Clerk of Court right here. And this is the website. So what we're going to do is try to find on this website where I can find the public records. So it looks like they're not going to be easy. So we're going to go to records right here, Wayne County, online search right here. Let's go. Brings me to the case search. I press accept. And now I'm in there. So what we're going to do is we're not going to do the circuit court. We're going to do non-criminal cases. So click on non-criminal cases. From there, we're going to, wow, this is one of the hardest CAPTCHAs I've ever seen. Okay, is this a 9? 9 YYHD. I really hope that's the right one. Okay, so we're going to go out here and we're going to knock out by party because we don't know their name. We don't know their name. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to date filed. We're going to do on or before. So recording this in June. So we're going to do 6/01/2026. And then on or before 06/12/2026. Cool. And we're just going to press search. Now, I can't show this, unfortunately. You guys already know I can't show this. But when you search it, you're going to find cases that look just like this. So this is a foreclosure right here. So pretty much what this is it is a plaintiff, which is going to be the bank. So this is a bank suing the defendant, which is their name. And Wayne County, Michigan doesn't give you much information. I'm just going to be honest. They don't give you much info. But as you can see here, the bank has an attorney right here. This guy doesn't have an attorney, but the bank is suing him. You can see all the cases. Now there is as you can see here, there is going to be a conference. So they're probably not going to set the auction date for 3 more months. But the bank is suing this guy and obviously get all the information right here. They don't give the address. They don't give you that stuff. So all you're really going to have to do is look up the defendant on public records or the property appraiser, see if he owns any real estate. Then either go to xlease.com to skip trace them, True People Search, and then we're going to reach out to them and market to them. So again, the search terms you want to look for, and there's different search terms everywhere. The search term that I would go after first is list pendants. Sometimes, just like on Wayne County, it's just non-criminal cases and you have to search the bank suing people. It kind of sucks. Loan servicing. You're also going to find like credit card, what I call credit card debt lien lists. So people not paying their credit cards. Some people are behind 14, 15 grand. You might see Capital One Bank suing someone over consideration of, let's say, $15,000. They're not paying their mortgage. And what they're going to do is, this is actually the liens part, but like if you don't pay your credit card, what they're going to do is they're going to sue. They're going to win it. They're going to get a judgment, and they're going to put a lien on the property. I'll talk about that a little later, but I mean, I'll talk about after code violations. But clerk of the court recorder, list pendants, notice of defaults, foreclosures, they all have different names for it. Sometimes if you go like ask your county for it, there's, oh, you want the foreclosure auction list? No. I want the list of properties that are being, or the people who own property that are being sued for not paying the mortgage. So again, every county is a little different. I've seen a lot of wholesalers go out here and say, oh, hey, Mr. Clerk of the Court guy, I want a pre-foreclosure list. And they say, what is that? What's a pre-foreclosure? I want a pre-foreclosure. We don't have what's a pre-foreclosure? I want pre-foreclosure. And they're going to say, dude, like, you're crazy. You're on crack. Get out of here and wear your pants. That's probably what they're going to say. Now, you need to go in there a little smarter. So first, you got to sound like you know what you're doing. Hey, do you have a list of all the list pendants actions? Now, 50/50, they're just going to have a nice little open portal. Sometimes you go to the clerk of the court's office and there's like a computer where you can search and look it up there. They're all over the board. But I would tell you, do not just go run up there and say, give me the pre-foreclosures. You're going to say, I want the list pendants, the notice of defaults, the foreclosure, all the court records of banks suing people. That's what I'm looking to do. Now, you want to capture owner information, the property, the lender, the case number, the filing date's all important. And then obviously, I'll give you my little opening line and stuff. We'll talk about the marketing a little later, but that's how you pull the pre-foreclosure list, okay? Now, it's very important to talk about the pre-foreclosures, one last thing on here. But the list pendants, so right when the auction date is set, a lot of the sellers are not going to want to sell to you. You're going to reach out to them. They're going to say, oh, you know, I am thinking about selling. You know, I do want to sell the property, but, you know, I'm waiting. I have a magical answer that's going to help me. Okay, fine, cool. they're going to call you back like, I don't know, 48 hours before the auction date. Say, okay, I want to sell to you now. I didn't want to take your lowball offer, but now I'll do it. Because you got to remember, a foreclosure on someone's record, it could stop them from having employment sometimes. It could really hurt them getting another mortgage for many, many years. On top of that too, it could destroy your credit. It could really hurt you trying to rent out properties. Foreclosures are more than financial issues. Plus, it's kind of traumatizing to be the property auctioned off and the sheriff kicks you and your family out. So to stop that, they'll call, and remember, pre-foreclosure people, they're mostly procrastinators. They're not paying their mortgage. They're literally procrastinating. That's the whole, they're literally procrastinating. That's their job. And so you're gonna find that they're gonna wanna sell 2 to 3 days before. Not fun, not worth it. And so what I'm gonna tell you is, you're gonna have to reach out to people that actually need help. When the auction date's set, you can do it. Not what I prefer, but you can if you want. The next one, and one of my favorites, are code violations. So code violations is a violation from the code enforcement. So every single city and county has their own code ordinances, basically saying your neighborhood should be maintained, the grass should be cut, there shouldn't be any broken windows, and all these issues on a property. Now, these are rules and laws and governments. I don't want to get in that whole, talk of if they should or shouldn't, but every city has their own code ordinances. So for example, if I go to Orlando, Florida, code for properties, right? So if I look at properties for code of ordinances, there's this whole entire thing in the city of Orlando about all the code ordinances, about building codes and property maintenance codes. So chapter 14, if you really want to get specific on here, right? All the things. So if I just go to grass, so look at grass, or let's see, overgrowth. So for example, weeds, you can't have weeds or any overgrowth or any of that stuff. We'll look up weeds. So weed, dead trees, sanitation, lot cleaning. You can't have any, unattended growth of weeds or dead plant life on the property. It's crazy that like the city of Orlando, for example, like has all these like property maintenance codes. It's actually kind of ridiculous. But if you go against it, there's the Orange County. So go to Orange County Code Enforcement. They have a whole code compliance section. So pretty much what this means is they have a whole entire government agency whose job is to make sure that if a property is against code or quote ugly, that they will fine them $10, $20, $30 a day for as much as it takes. They'll fine you $10,000, $20,000 for not inspecting or cleaning your pool. What's kind of funny is a majority of these like lists and violations don't come from the government just going around looking for these properties. It's a little ridiculous to do, and they don't really do that. What they do is they rely on people complaining about their neighbor. I know it's insane, but people literally call code enforcement and say, hey, my neighbors, their house is ugly and it's an eyesore to the community. And what they have, the code enforcement goes out there, finds a violation, and they start fining you, and they put a little thing on and says, oh, you're against it, you're against code, and we're gonna charge you $30 a day till you get this fixed. For a house you own, private property, insane. So it's kind of funny. And by the way, if you live in Florida, there is House Bill 60 that passed. So if you do a quote anonymous complaint, they actually have to publicly give out the person that complained. It's like a snitch rule. It is kind of funny, but you can literally file a complaint right here and they let you do it and go nuts. It's actually kind of ridiculous. But yeah, they have all this information. Now, what's really cool about like Orange County, for example, they have an easy portal of all the code violations right here. So you can literally click here and get a spreadsheet of all of them. All the code violations pop up right there, which is just like insane to me. Now, some of them are not that easy. So for example, if I go out here and I want to get like the code enforcement for Indianapolis, right? What's really cool is they have like a citizens open portal. So it's for Indianapolis, and they actually have these like cool little portals where you can go to like enforcement right here, and you can just search all the active like code violations, which is cool. So some cities have like really cool like open ones that make it really easy for you to do. Some are a little more difficult. But if I want to go like the city of Elkhart County, which is just a more difficult one to get. So this is the city of Elkhart. This is their code enforcement division. They don't have like a, here are all of our code violations, go pick them up, really nice and easy. They make it a lot more difficult to do, which is fine. I mean, there's no problem with doing that. So what you can do is there's just going to be a code officer map and numbers and text, and you can just reach out to these people. And what you're going to do is you're going to request a list of all active code violations for the past 30 days in the city. Now, by law, they usually have to give that to you. If we're going to use Indiana, for example, so if I look up, there is the Indiana Access to Public Records Act, grants any person the right to inspect and copy public records created or maintained by state and local government agencies. So guess what? You can go get this list. So again, Indiana has a Public Records Act. Every state has their own pretty much. So it's actually pretty cool. So you also, it looks like in Indiana, you do not need to state the reason for your request. So you can just get the dang list. Now, if someone's like really specific on you, I just say, hey, I'm a private tax-paying citizen trying to do independent research. That's the way I'd go out here and talk about it. So you'll get all the properties that have ugly houses and fines. And so if they were to say, hey, specifically, what type of active code violations do you want? I would probably say, hey, I want to go after properties with tall grass, overgrowth weeds, broken windows, mold, mildew, building damage, those type of properties. Now, the next type of list are going to be liens. Ooh, I love liens. Liens are a great list too. Basically what a lien is a judgment from a court action usually. So let's talk about liens. So the first thing I'm going to talk about liens is a lien is going to be a judgment on a property. Basically a court, so let's just use an example. There's actually a real deal I'm working on right now. So let's say there's a property right here, okay, and this guy owns the house. This is actually a real deal I'm doing right now in New York. But this guy owns this house and he has a nice, beautiful dog. This is how I draw a dog, okay. And this dog decided, and the property isn't fenced, to go out here and bite this guy. He bit his arm off. He bit his arm off. So this guy sued him and said, hey, I can't feel my arm. My arm don't work no more. And he sued him and got a $50,000 judgment on this individual. Now, here's the problem. Now, he's not happy anymore. He's sad. Okay, it looks like a mustache, but he's like, oh no. And so this guy sued him in court. This guy won, obviously, and he got a $50,000 judgment against, let's just call him Todd. If your name is Todd, we're really going after Todds right now, but let's just say his name's Todd. So Todd has a $50,000 judgment now against him. Now, does Todd have $50,000? No, but he does own this house that's worth about $200K. That's the value of the property. And let's say he has a $70,000 mortgage. Now, remember a little math we did before? What is his equity? It's going to be 200 minus 70, so 130 divided by 200. So quick math, that's going to be roughly 65% equity. So not bad. That's actually a good wholesale deal, right? So let's say he has a judgment. Now, Todd's not paying it. What can we do here? Well, the really cool and interesting part here with Todd is you could just get a lien, which is a judgment on the property. You can actually attach a lien on the property on a second position. So second position, first position is the mortgage. So basically, who gets paid first? So let's do a $50,000 judgment. Now, the difference between first positions and second positions, and this judgment's going to be in the second position. Now, there are some liens that can automatically go in first position, but I don't want to get in the whole thing right now. Basically, how that works, now, if this guy, Todd, wants to sell his house, the bank needs to get paid $70,000, and then Todd, or, let's just call him John, the guy that got his, arm ripped off, he's going to have to get paid $50,000 from those proceeds to him. Now, usually there's sometimes interest or not. Every judgment's going to be a little different here, right? So basically, he now owes $120,000. Now, here's the cool part about liens and mortgages and judgments. If it's on the property, it's on public record. Softwares like xlease.com obviously already have them, so it's not really a big deal. What we're going to notice here is about $120,000 what he owes. That means his equity is going to be 80 divided by, let's do the math, 80 divided by 200. That means he has roughly 40% equity now. So that's how a lien works. So a lot of people get really confused, like, oh my gosh, how do I go after properties with mortgages and liens? Guys, the title company handles it. They say, okay, for you, Todd, to close on this transaction, you must pay the mortgage, satisfy the mortgage, and satisfy the lien. Now, sometimes you can negotiate a lien. So, this is more the curative title side, but basically we can call, John and say, hey, John, how about we just give you 30 grand and we call the lien chill? Usually not, but sometimes you can. Code violations, you can do it, which is really funny. So again, I'm going to keep ranting, but I'm dropping all my knowledge today. But basically, code violations, if there's like a $20,000 code violation, but there's no lien, you can usually negotiate that off to like 20 to like 3 grand. Judgments are very hard. You sometimes could, usually not. And so a judgment is about $50,000. Now, what this means is, let's say, for example, Todd has and this happens sometimes, let's say he now has a $199,000 mortgage. And then the value of the property, let's say the economy starts tanking, and now the house is worth $199,000. Okay? So if Todd sells his property, then if the property, let's say he doesn't pay it. So if he wants to sell for $199,000 for the mortgage, and he just sells it to someone like me, a wholesaler, they won't be able to sell because the lien would not get released. And the guy's gonna be like, no, I ain't gonna release this lien. And so he technically could not sell the property to me for $200K because he owes more than that. But let's say we learned about pre-foreclosures. Let's say he's not paying, and let's say the bank is foreclosing on him and suing him. Let's say it gets auctioned off and sold for $199,000. Well, the mortgage, that $199,000 will literally just go to the bank, and this guy's going to be kind of crap out of luck because he's in a second position. See, when the sale is forced, depends on the state, the type of judgment, and really the type of lien, that 50 grand is not going to be associated on the property of whoever buys it anymore. But that 50 grand just doesn't go poof. The person who, John, can still go after Todd and all of his assets he owns. So if he buys another house, he might be able to get on the property. That judgment usually stays, but it gets wiped off the house, can stay with the person, and if he buys something else, all of his other assets, it's going to happen right there. So liens are interesting. Now, usually it's not like that. We're not even close to property values going down 30, 40% year over year. So we're not even going to go anywhere near this. But these properties are like really good for wholesaling. So you can go after these type of properties. So that's what a lien is. Don't be scared that there's a lien on a property. Go to the clerk of the court, the recorder's office, and look for claims of liens, tax liens, judgment liens. And so there are properties that there's a lien because they didn't pay their property tax, so they put a lien on the property. There are dog bites, there's credit card liens. There's so many different type of liens out here. Just get the owner information, get the lien type, the amount, and I would go out here and call these people up and see if they want to sell the house. Now, the next list is the tax delinquency list. Ooh, that's a good list. This is a list of people not paying their property taxes. To understand how tax delinquencies work, we need to talk about what tax liens and deeds and delinquencies all mean. So here's a chart of the United States of America, and every state's a little different, but every state has their own way of dealing with property taxes. So in the United States of America, if you own a property, and we have a decent international audience, so that's why I'm explaining it. When you own a piece of real estate, you have to pay taxes on the property to fund schools, the police, local governments, and things like that. Now, it's very important. Obviously, we have schools and police and fire departments and all the local governments, right? And so what pays for that usually is property taxes. Now, it's a tax levied on you based off what they estimate the value of the property is, and they tax it based off that. There's homestead protections and all these things to stop too much tax. I'm not getting this whole okay, this is a long course video, but I can go, guys, I can go 100 hours on this, but we're going to stick to wholesaling. So what you have to know is sometimes when you don't pay your property taxes, they're either going to put a lien on the property and they're going to sell that lien to somebody, or the government's just going to take the property over. They're going to take the deed over, do a tax deed, or they'll sell the tax deed. They'll take ownership of the property and then bid it out and sell it. And they'll do it kind of like how a bank does a foreclosure. It's kind of insane. So here's what they look like. There's redeemable deeds, there's hybrids, there's tax deeds, liens. Every county kind of does it their own way. But you should understand that tax liens are going to be more specific, and that's where most of the country will do it. Tax deeds, I mean, all you really have to know as a wholesaler is if you don't pay your property taxes, they're just going to basically auction off the property or force the sale of it. Now, what this means is if you have your property taxes that are owed, and these are big payments, right? I mean, they might be $2,000, $3,000, $2 to $3K every single year. It really depends on the value. But usually it's going to be about 1% per year of the value of the property. But okay, so about $2 to $3,000 a year. What if you don't pay it? Well, usually in year one, they're like, oh, you need to pay your property taxes. How dare you? Blah, 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 blah. Well, by year two, I've seen this happen. They will literally go out here and auction off the property because guess what? We're the government and we need our money. And going back to liens and how this works in wholesaling, they, for only being behind $6,000, will just go auction off your entire property because the government just wants their $6,000. Governments are insane. But what I'll tell you is if you owed $100K and it goes auction off for $200,000, $100K goes to mortgage, $6,000 goes to government, the government gets their money. The government gets their money no matter what. And so that's how it works. And so what happens is you want to usually go after properties that are at least 1 year, 2 years, actually even better. I want to go above that because, I mean, the property is going to be auctioned off and ready to go. You want to find properties that are behind in taxes, but not going to be auctioned off the next 30 days. So usually 1 to 2 years is the safe option. And so how to do that is you go to your local properties tax collector website and request for a list of all the people not paying their property taxes. So either a delinquent list, I wouldn't be looking for tax certificates or tax sales, and every county is a little different, but just, hey, people that have not paid 2025's property tax bill, or they have not paid 2024's property tax bill, and they're still behind 2 years. Then from there, you can reach out to these people, collect the information. It's an amazing list and a lot of great leads on there too for curative title. So I love that list. The next list is the water shutoff list. Guys, if there's not any running water on the property, it's a good wholesaling list. And so this is going to be a list of people who got their water shut off due to non-payment or not paying their water bill. So what we do is we go after the Public Utility Department's website. Now, some cities and counties have private companies that run the water, and you can't get the list from them. It's not a public, remember, we're talking about government lists straight from the government. So water shutoff is going to be one of these. So you're going to request a list of properties that have been shut off due to non-payment, inactive service of non-payment on the property. Now, what's going to happen is this is one of the hardest lists to get because nobody ever requests this. So they're going to look at you like, what? We're not going to get, no. You're not getting that list. Well, according to the public records law, I do need to get the list. And they're going to get super upset. They don't want you to get their secret government list. Guys, this is not the military launch codes. This is not like secret, like, JFK files. Okay, this is just the government data. They need to give it to you. Literally, your taxpayer dollars went to a government worker to go out to someone's house, gas money, listen to Dua Lipa, and basically turning the water off. So you need to know exactly that information. Now, my favorite excuse that the government will give me is, we don't have that list. We don't have a list of people who don't pay their water bill. And I always and code violations, they do that too. We don't have a code violation list. So this is what I say. Again, you kind of have to go a little dumb on them, but this works all the time. We don't have a water shutoff list. So bye, sir. Have a good day. Let me go back to playing Angry Birds. That's usually how government workers do. They don't want to work harder than they have to. So what you're going to do specifically here is you're just going to play a little game with them. Okay, you're going to freak them out. Okay, so hey, I live in Elkhart, Indiana, and you're telling me that you don't have a list of people that aren't paying their water bill and you turn it off due to non-payment. No, we don't. Bye-bye. Okay, so let me just get this straight, Jonathan. That's your name, right, Jonathan? So if I don't pay my water bill, you're not going to turn it off. No. Hey, whoa. No. Hey, if you don't pay your water bill, someone's going to go out to your house and they're going to shut your water off. So pay your water bill. Well, you said you don't have a list. How do you know? Oh, we know. What? You got like a Albert Einstein type guy that memorizes like the water usage bills? And what do you mean? Well, we have a system. So you have a system, you give them a water bill, it's not paid, they're delinquent in that, and then you shut the water off after a couple months. Yes. So pay your water bill. Wait. So you just told me you don't have a list. Well, we have a database of people that don't pay it, but you can't get that information. That's private information. Well, according to the Indiana Public Records Act, do you work for the government? Is this the government office? Yes, this is a government office. You get your government benefits. Yeah. Indiana Public Records Act shows that I don't need to tell you why. I need the information. I don't know. Let me speak to your manager. You're going against my civil rights. And it is technically a civil rights case at that point. And you have to play this whole game. It's like we don't have any code violations. So you're telling me if I don't cut my grass that you're not going to find me? Oh, we'll find you. Well, how do you know? Well, we have a list. We have a database. So database is a list. You just have to play this game. Like they don't want to work, and you forcing the work is freaking them out. And so you could also do this, and this is insane. No, we just, it just gets shut off, and it's magic. So you're telling me, and by the way, I'm going to go to the Indiana Times and give them a news article that says you don't have to pay your water bill anymore. Water is free in the city because they don't even have a list of people that don't pay it. So if you don't pay your water bill, they'll never even shut it off. Hey, Susie, reporter, guess what? In Elkhart County, if you don't pay your water bill, they won't shut your water off. Water's free. This city has free water services. No, we do have a list. If you don't pay, we'll turn it off. You do have a list. Okay, well, chop. Here's my email. Give me the list. CSV, please. It's just funny, but like, it's crazy that you have to go through this whole game to just get a list. But guys, this is how the game works. And by the way, I want you to know, Jonathan, who plays Angry Birds on his phone, that's how government workers work. This is him all day. And not like he goes to work 8 hours a day. For 7 hours, he just does this. Oh, look at this dance. Oh, yeah. That's what he does at the front desk all day. And every month, there might be a couple wholesalers that walk in, maybe someone like you, that goes, "Hello, sir. Can I get a list of the water shutoffs?" And he says, "We don't have that list." "Are you sure?" "We don't." And then what happens is the new wholesaler says, "Okay. Oh, this list is so hard to get. Oh, wholesaling's impossible." Dude, you gotta keep fighting. Are you a quitter? Do you quit when it gets hard? Dude, you just cannot take no for an answer. Literally, the law is on your side. God bless America, okay? Guys, seriously, okay? Like, it's literally public record. Every state has a law like that. Florida has a sunshine law. Missouri has one. Indiana has the Open Records Act of whatever, 1970-something. Guys, you can get this list. I'm telling you, these government agencies they make it hard for you. It's good that they make it difficult. Why? Because every Joe Schmo wholesaler that doesn't watch this course, we're hours into this video already, and now I'm starting to get some of the juicy information. But the funny part is, the guys that watch this video for like 30 minutes and then get off, like you guys are on TikTok doom scrolling, like you have attention spans. You're like deep in the video now. Guys, most people can't do that. They watch like 15-minute videos and they watch it, they kind of get in there, they don't do it all. You're deep in this video. So what this means is you now know that most wholesalers are just lazy bums. They go, they say, "We don't have a list," and you just run away and you just scream and cry and you complain. And that's why they're broke. If they say no, that's fine. You're just going to keep going. You're just asked to speak to a manager. You're going to keep going until you get a wholesale deal, baby. So that's a great list. Same exact thing with a fire damage property list. This one's even funnier because you want to get a property that's been on fire and you want to wholesale it. See, a common misconception in wholesaling real estate is when a property is, fire damaged, because you probably watched all these movies and TV shows that, when a house goes on fire or the fire department goes out to a property, the house is burnt and crisp in flames, and there's cats and babies jumping out the window, and the firefighters have to save it, and they're fighting the fire. And by the way, yes, those happen periodically, but most fire damaged properties, because of how good the fire department is, and I got family members that are firefighters, their jobs are a lot more boring than that. I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're in a town of county has 100,000 people, there's not these crazy calls every day. Oh my gosh, the nursing home is engulfed in flames. It don't work like that, okay? It's not every day like that, okay? And so you occasionally get crazy calls and stuff like that, but majority of properties that went on fire, they're gonna happen in about 2 places. Technically 3, but 2 main ones. Number 1 is gonna be in the kitchen by the oven, obviously. And then there's going to be in the bathrooms when someone has a hair dryer or whatever like that. Those are the 2 main places. So if a kitchen goes on fire, they call 911. Guess what? Fire department goes there, fixes the fire, and now the kitchen's fire damaged, but the whole house is fine. So you can wholesale those. You just got to fix the kitchen. I mean, it's not the end of the world here, okay? And so you get a list from the fire department of all the properties that the fire department got calls on because the house went on fire. There's a fire incident. That is it. Now, the fire department is really, really, really against giving this information. I think they're union workers. I don't know why. They don't ever want to tell you the secret information if they went out to a house that went on fire. Bro, do you understand how much taxpayer dollars my, tax payments go for all my rental properties? They go to these fire engines and then these huge firefighter stuff. It's very expensive. So I deserve to get some of this information. So this is a great list for you to be getting here. I mean, fire damage properties are awesome. I'm telling you, they're difficult to get, but you just got to get the information and then make sure that you're actually reaching out to the owner and see if they're looking to sell it. I'll tell you, 95% of wholesalers do not pull fire damage properties. I go on live and say, who here has pulled the fire damage property list past 30 days? 98% of people say no, and it's ridiculous. And so if you're watching this, you're deep in this video, you're the few, the proud, pull the fire damage property list. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Yeah, arrest record. So this is actually, guys, I'm getting in the list that I'm really passionate about because nobody pulls them. I get people all the time say, Zach, wholesaling so hard. I try to wholesale in Houston, Texas, and it's just so saturated. Everyone's pulling the same list. It's so hard. It's so difficult. Did you pull the arrest records? What? I'm gonna get stabbed in the neck by pulling that list. No, you won't, bro. This guy got a DUI. He's going to jail. He ain't gonna stab you in the neck. But man, and you could virtually wholesale, by the way, homie. But people have this misconception that, and again, I've never been arrested, and there's, I believe, certain individuals who get arrested that deserve just to be locked up and thrown, in a hole, and they should never see the light of day. But I will tell you that the majority of people that get arrested, they're nonviolent for nonviolent crimes. I mean, I'm telling you, these are still human beings. And I know we all want to judge the world and judge people, but these are still human beings. They still deserve somewhat of dignity. And it's not right what some people do, but they're not considered, just because you get arrested doesn't mean you're a scum of the earth and you deserve just to die. Okay. Again, it might be a crazy theory of mine, but people that get arrested, hopefully they change their life, but people that get arrested, you don't shun them away from the world. The FBI has some stats that 30 to 40% of all men have been arrested once. Almost, let's call it 20 to 25%. That's, guys, can you just imagine this? Okay, just imagine. Do you really want to call a fourth of all people in the US that are men scum? No. Okay, and people get arrested for a lot of things, and honestly, Again, I always follow the law, so I'm good. But like I'm telling you that people get arrested for crazy things all the time too. And so you still want to go like and reach out to these people, and still you can wholesale these people. These are not like, I think people have this thought that if you get arrested, like you're just like some serial killer. And like it's not like that. Of course, the news wants to make it all crazy, and you got Narcos and Breaking Bad, and that's the real. It's not like that. And so what you want to do is people get arrested, and sometimes they got to do some time, 2 or 3 years. But guess what? You could still wholesale that property. And you got to remember, if you're going to prison for 3 years and you own a house and you have a mortgage, who's going to pay the mortgage? Who has the income for that? So they probably need to get rid of it now. And plus, they got to pay for ramen and, toilet paper and all those fun things you do in jail. So you should reach out to these people that got arrested. They're usually out on bond, or their bond might be denied. If their bond's denied, it's usually a pretty bad crime, and I'd avoid that. I have talked to individuals on death row many times. Don't want to get in that. But these people are usually out on bond, and they're trying to fight the case, homie. But usually they'll lose or take a plea deal, and they know they're going to prison. So what you can do is you could reach out to these people and see if they're looking to sell their house. Not say, hey, saw you got a DUI. Let me buy it before you go to the slammer. No, don't be doing that, but you could still reach out to these people and see if they're looking to sell. These are still human beings. They own real estate. They want to sell the property usually. They're people we should be talking with. Next year, divorce filings. Honestly, this is probably my least favorite. I would say the only one worse than a divorce is going to be a bankruptcy. I don't like wholesaling bankruptcies. Don't wholesale short sales either. No. But the divorce filing is an interesting one. I will tell you that on paper, it seems like there's motivation. They have to sell, but usually the people who are trying to sell hate each other, and it's just a mess. It's a complete mess. And usually there's court-appointed auctions and stuff like it. You can go after divorces. Divorces usually never work out. One party wants to sell, the other doesn't. They hate each other. You can go after divorce filings, reach out to them, see if they want to sell. I'm not a big fan of it, but you do find those. Next here are evictions. So an eviction is going to be a landlord suing the tenants for not paying, and they're refusing to leave the property, and you have to forcibly evict them. This is a great one. So you could just look up eviction filings, unlawful detainer. You could really just look at these cases and reach out to the landlord and say, hey, seeing if you're looking to sell your property. Now you might be able to say, hey, I saw you just did an eviction, huh? I bet you want to get rid of this property. I mean, evictions are a nightmare, right? And usually when you have to do a full eviction, it is a nightmare process. The tenant's probably a nightmare. That's a good wholesaling deal. So we got some more details on code violations, pre-foreclosures, water shutoffs, and how this all works. But I'll take all this information and put it into a database. X-Leads would be awesome, a CRM. Now, if you go to freewholesaling.com, you just go to the classroom section. Under marketing, so if you go to classroom right here and you press marketing, we have a lead tracking and CRM that you can just download yourself. It's really good. That's what I'd recommend. Got more details on pre-foreclosures, water shutoffs. And this is very important, but just never assume that you just have a record that's automatically going to be a deal. And what I see a lot of people do is they look up the record and they pop up, they get a list of 100, tax delinquencies. They look up the record, they analyze it, they see what the equity is, they estimate the value, and then they call. No. You need to call, see if they want to sell, and then go from there. The reason for this is it might take 5 minutes to go out here and analyze a property. So you spend 5 minutes for 100 properties before you call. That's 500 minutes you are spending, which is going to be roughly 8.3 hours. Just to call 100 people, and literally only 2 out of the 100 say, yes, I want to sell. And then from there, you could have spent 10 minutes. So you would have saved over 7 hours just calling first and then analyzing after. Because you're analyzing properties on people who don't want to sell. So yeah, you need to call first. Now, I do also want to add probably one of the most important things I can give to you is to start just leaning into AI. AI is getting crazier and crazier, and especially on the free side of wholesaling real estate when you don't have much money, the AI side is just getting stupid awesome. It's getting really great. And if you want to know how to pull some of these government lists, I will highly recommend that you use an AI to help you out with it. So let's go out here and just play a game. Okay, we want to pull the tax delinquent list in an area. So let's go out here and choose tax delinquency. So just, hey, how do I actually, okay, let's use Claude. I like Claude a little better. So we're gonna say, how do I pull a tax delinquency list in Macon, Georgia? And what you're gonna do is you're gonna have the AI think. Claude.ai is what I'm using here. So it's Claude.ai. And what the AI is gonna do is just analyze it. The amount of people that say, I have no idea how to pull a tax delinquency list, just use AI. Like, just use the AI. It's right here. As you can see here, the delinquent properties are not set on a schedule. It shows you who to call, the recorded liens, and all this information. That's thrown on right there. Now, again, I also have an AI coach. So you already see on this YouTube channel, I have over 5,000 videos and tens of thousands of hours of videos and content. And this might seem like a long video, but guys, I have thousands of hours, thousands and tens of thousands of hours of content. And I've actually trained an AI chatbot. Every word I've ever said on the internet over 8 years and almost my 10 years of experience. I would highly recommend you talk to this coach too. So to access this AI coach, just go to ChatGPT right here and click on GPT. Now, if you want to make it easier, just go to freewholesaling.com right here, and I would just go to welcome and go to your personal AI coach and just click on this link right here. And it'll give you access to it. But if you hit the sidebar and press GPTs right here and you just search wholesaling, the Flip of the Work logo will pop up first and you'll see the wholesaling GPT right here. You just click that and it's 100% completely for free. So start the chat. And so it's recommended from everything that I know. So this is going to be really cool, but like you can ask it like, how do I pull a code violation in Miami, Florida, right? Even though I don't recommend Miami, Florida, we're gonna play it out here. It's gonna search the knowledge base of all my information. It's gonna say, and again, I've spent a lot of time working on this thing. Here it is. Here's the Miami-Dade code enforcement search. It's all there for you. You might say, how many calls of code violations do I need to make to get one wholesaling real estate deal in Macon, Georgia? You might have questions like that. Guess what? I'll tell you exactly how many calls you usually have to make, how many dials to get one deal. Now, it's going to be a little less than that, to be honest, but you kind of get the whole point here. It's going after the source material. Really recommend you use our AI coaching bot too, which is going to help you on top of this too. So right here, we are now in chapter 10. Driving for dollars, baby. And one of my also personal favorites, reverse driving for dollars. These are what we call the earned lists. Rubber meets the road here. Let's get into it. So I already talked a little bit about driving for dollars, right? You get in your car, you look for ugly houses, you write down the address, and you do that. You can use a software like xleads.com, which actually has the Driving for Dollars app. So again, if you want to access the XLeads Driving for Dollars app, just makes driving for dollars really easy. There's also an app that you can do on your phone to drive for dollars on XLeads. But all you have to do is just go to press sign up, choose your plan, and you're gonna get all your login information. Now to specifically only access the Driving for Dollars app, what you're gonna do, you're gonna go to app, let me write it down right here. You're gonna go to app.xleads.com. From there, you're gonna sign in. And right here, you're gonna go to the bottom and you're gonna access the Lead Flow Analyze app. So Lead Flow is one of our data providers and you can connect their Driving for Dollars app with yours for free. And so you just download the app and then press connect your account, scan the code, get it connected, use the Lead Flow app, which is connected to your XLeads account. And you can drive around, look for the house, add it on the record, have it on the app, export it out, and then boom, you got your Driving for Dollars list. But basically what Driving for Dollars is you are either physically doing it, like getting in your car, looking for ugly houses, or you can virtually do it on like Google Maps and like go on Google Maps and Street View and look at it. You can do it from going to Google Maps and just looking for ugly looking houses, but you're just looking for ugly, vacant, or neglected, outdated properties. You're gonna add them on your private list. Some government agencies can't get this list. They're not going to be just standard for you to pull on a paid software. And that's how you find it. Now, what reverse driving for dollars is when you go out here and put a sticky note or a message for the property for them to look at and then give you a call. Also very similar to direct mail, and you do that so they can give you a call back. Now, what do you look for when you actually get in your car? Literally just go in your car, drive around town, and look for ugly houses. I would say you should look for tall grass, overgrowth landscaping, junk, boarded up windows, tarps, damaged roofs, peeling paint, broken gutters, visually fire damage, abandoned vehicles, mail buildup, old notices, no mailbox, no utilities, or obvious vacancy on the properties. And you just want to go after properties where your buyers are looking to buy. So sometimes you can do something called reverse wholesaling, where you find ugly houses in areas your buyer wants to buy. So you ask the buyer, hey, Mr. Cash Buyer, we'll talk about dispo at the end here. Where are you looking to buy? Oh, I'm looking to buy in this zip code. Okay, cool, great. Now we're gonna go after those specific zip codes. Now I'd pick an area that you wanna drive. I would just want to randomly go around. Use X leads, use a spreadsheet, figure it out. Sometimes I used to even, like on my iPhone, because it was geotagged, I would go to voice memo and just say, hey, 123 Main Street, and then voice memo it out, and then transcribe that. And the voice memo actually had the street address on there too. Then I'd go out here and skip trace and get their phone number. And what I prefer you do is actually leave a sticky note out on the property and repeat every 30 to 60 days and get a ton of deals. On average, it takes about 400 reverse drawing for dollars sticky notes to get one deal, or drawing for dollars lead to get a deal. It's one of the best ways to find wholesaling deals. So how the sticky note method works is you can also do it in reverse. Basically what this means is you can pull, let's say, your pre-foreclosure list, and then ask like Gemini, which is Google's AI, to create a route for you to drive, like a reverse DoorDash, and you just start slapping sticky notes on properties. What I'd prefer you do is either classic sticky note 1 or what I call the Max Deer method, so the Max method. So Max Deer is a buddy of mine, and he actually came out with this method. I thought it was really genius, and I am using it because I'm just gonna dub it his name. But what I would say is the first thing you can do is the classic sticky note. This is what I always did. Pre-foreclosures, put, hey, this is Zach, and I had a quick question about your property. Please give me a call back. Then put your Google Voice number, or on XLeads, you can use your XLeads number. Or you can do number 2, the Max Deer method, which is a lot more urgent. You'll get more calls. You get more angry people, though, is you can say, call me about your neighbor. And so the whole point here, it's like sending direct mail out or these pieces of postcards out. You're going to get a 20 to 30% response rate. With regular direct mail, you get like a 1 to 2% at most. So the whole point here is if you hate cold calling, like you don't want to call anybody, we're not even talking about cold calling or texting yet. If you don't want to call or text, or you just want to basically get what we call inbound leads, which are leads that come to you, where you're not reaching out to them, this is a great method. So you put a sticky note out on, let's say, 100 of the latest pre-foreclosure leads, and they call you up and say, hey, you put a sticky note on my property? Yeah, hey, this is Zach. Probably my partner and I did that. I don't know which one, but we're just looking to buy properties in the area. Are you interested in selling it? It's really that simple. Now, the call me about your neighbor, you definitely get a lot more calls. You get a little more angry people, but the way you do it is, hey, you told me to call about about my neighbor. What's going on? Hey, yeah, my name's Zach. I'm actually looking to buy their house. You know if they're looking to sell? Or you can do the, hey, yeah, I was calling about your neighbor. I was just seeing if he was looking to sell his house. I'm looking to buy properties in the area for cash. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, were you looking to sell your property? See, it's kind of like a non-direct way to reach out to them without acting like they're being targeted. That works really good too. Now, on top of this too, we got to talk about one of my favorite systems for marketing, which involves drawing for dollars or reverse drawing for dollars, is if you drive for dollars or you get a lot of great leads, I would also recommend that you do what I call the triple tap system. So this is where you hit the leads 3 touches off of 3 marketing channels, get 1 deal. And we'll talk about marketing channels too, but like what I want you to do is if you get a lot of really good leads, let's say probates, tax delinquencies, code violations, I want you to first call these people up, give them a text, and then put a sticky note on their door. That works really well. So now we're on chapter 11. And to kind of talk about chapter 11, we need to first talk about skip tracing. So skip tracing is the art of getting somebody's phone number. So if I have a list of, let's say, 100 houses, right, of, let's just say there are pre-foreclosures. For me to reach out to them, I could either do a channel, which is going to be call, text. I could also do a sticky note. And the interesting part is if I do a sticky note or I send a piece of direct mail or like a postcard on the property, I don't need someone's phone number to go out here and do that. But if I want to call or text them, I'm going to need their phone number. And so this method of finding somebody's number, which is also their whereabouts, and the art of finding this person's number is called skip tracing, which was like an old detective's term of finding somebody's number and their whereabouts. And that's how we do it. Now, when it comes to skip tracing, as you know, there are free ways and paid ways, as I already told you. So we kind of already talked about that, but honestly, the only two ways to find someone's number for free is going to be truepeoplesearch.com and then cyber background checks. Now, the obvious con with this is it's a ton of time and there's going to be limits. So they will limit your IP if you're doing more than probably a couple hundred, maybe even 1,000 a day. 1,000 a day will take you probably 14, 15 hours. And if you think of making a scraper, they're owned by companies, they'll sue you. It's a mess. Now, if you have money, not a lot, but if you had like 97 bucks, I just recommend just go out here and use X Leads. There's a reason why it is one of the most used wholesaling platforms out there. And honestly, like it's the highest quality. X Leads just did a comparison with like another software and showed X Leads has comparable, if not the best skip tracing in the entire game. And it's really, really high, super great quality. So I do recommend if you want to get phone numbers, just go to xleads.com with just your $97 subscription, which is 97 bucks a month. And the reason why it's so cheap, obviously, is because there's no affiliate fees or affiliate commissions be paid out. It's just 97 bucks. You get 25,000 skip traces every single month included, and it's got super high quality. So just go to xleads.com right here and just press sign up. Pick a plan, and then once you're signed up, just go to the top and log in. You're gonna get 2 logins on your email, a login access for your CRM section and a login for your lead section. And again, this is not gonna be a section where I'm talking about the entire X Leads shebang right now, but I will be completely transparent about how X Leads works. The reason why it's $97 a month is obviously it's the cheapest ever, but literally it's just 2 types of software. It's the X Leads data platform, which has the skip tracing and all that great stuff. And it also comes with a Go High Level built CRM, which has the dialer, SMS text blasting, the automations, the websites, the deal board, the e-signing. So Go actually let me give you an account. So if you have X Leads, you actually get a Go High Level account where I custom created it in the CRM and I put the X Leads data platform inside of there. So that's what X Leads is. So if you're ever used to using Go High Level or anything like that, which is the best CRM, that's what everyone says, use Go High Level. X Leads has Go High Level. But on top of that too, which makes X Leads so good, is there's the data platform, which has the high quality skip tracing and the property data. But before we go to the next part, which is calling and all these things, I just want to show you how the data and the skip tracing part of X Leads works. And we'll talk a little bit more about the CRM a little later. But how the data works is the data is just in 2 tabs. It's the Leads tab and the Dispo tab. So if you just go to like the dashboard for a second here, this is all Go High Level, like where we custom made it and custom made it just for wholesaling, which is cool. There's 24-hour live chat support to help you with any questions you have. The dialer's right here, which is really cool. There's about a 55-minute tutorial on how to use X Leads and set it up. But the data portion is in 2 tabs that Go High Level let me custom create. So if you go to Leads, that's going to give you the data section. This is not Go High Level. This is all custom data, the best skip tracing possible. And this is where you're going to go out here and get your skip tracing and all the real estate data. So the part here where you're going to go out here and skip trace is where you're going to import your data. So what you're going to do is if you have, let's say, a pre-foreclosure list, you're going to press import right here and you're going to import the pre-foreclosure list as the download CSV. So again, you're going to need street address, city, state, and zip code, or you just need street address only. So you can import only street address properties into X Leads. It's the only software that lets you do this. But you can import the list. So let's import a list really quick. So let's do that active code violations in Orlando for a second. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. I'm gonna tell it to organize into street address, city, state, and zip code. for me, just like this format. And I'm gonna press import. I'm also gonna download that CSV format, and I'm just gonna put it into ChatGPT and have it organize it. Now, I would actually prefer that you use Claude for this because I think Claude's a little better. Now, why AI is doing the work, here's the unfortunate part about the code violation list in Orlando. It only gives me the street address only, which is fine because with XLeads, you just import the street address, give the county, and you can import it pretty easy. So we have 100 CSV addresses right here. So CSV is an export type. Let's import that list really quick. We're gonna press next, override mapping. And we're just gonna do street address only, one's default location, and we're gonna do Orange County, Florida, right here, press import. All those properties just got imported right here. So these are all the code violations. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all, right here, create the list. And then I can go filter out if I want some more, if I want to exclude active listings, which I probably do. And I want to also make sure they're not active investor owned, so a real estate investor doesn't own it. XLeads can actually find that for you. Then you're gonna go down here, and then you're gonna say, I want at least like 40% equity. Then from there, those are 49 properties for us to be going after. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select, let's just get rid of this list we made. We're then gonna put select all right here. So we're gonna have 49 properties. And all I'm gonna do here with XLeads, because this is how awesome XLeads works, you're gonna press export to contacts tab. And if you wanna go call them, you can just press power dialer. And then even put SMS blaster and just press export to contacts. And just like that, with like 5 seconds, the leads are now in my contacts tab. And because I tagged it SMS blaster, I'm already automatically texted all 49 of these leads. And now they're in the queue for me to cold call. So I can literally just go to conversations, manual actions, let's start, and boom, now I'm cold calling the lead as we're speaking. Like literally, like I'm cold calling live right now, this whole list. So that's a quick little like glance of how XLeads works. Again, I don't want to get in the whole thing right now, but if you go to leads and we pick one of these properties right here, like this one, which has a code violation on it, I can just press contacts and the owner and records phone number pops up right here. And the cool part about XLeads too is all the details on the owner, any loans on the property, any liens on the property can pop up right here too. All the details you want to know are right here for you. If it's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, all the data on the property. Now on top of that too, XLeads has paid lists. So we talked about free lists, we talked about earned lists, but the only list we didn't really talk too much about is paid lists. Now paid lists are going to be on the third rung of the ladder here, especially looking at our lead source tier list. So drawing for dollars and reverse drawing for dollars is obviously going to be number 1, government list number 2, but paid lists are going to be number 3. This is a list from a paid software like XLeads. Now the thing about using XLeads is the quality of a paid list is going to be lower than a government list, not because the data sucks, but because more people can use it. You got to remember thousands and thousands and thousands of people use XLeads every single day. There are not thousands and thousands of people that are calling tax delinquencies or code violations because it's just harder to do. Like I show inside of XLeads, if I want to pull a vacant property list, all I have to do is just choose, I don't know, Franklin County, Ohio, which is going to be the Columbus area. I go to Franklin County, Ohio, I press filters, and I just put vacant properties. In about 5 seconds, I popped up every vacant property in America. Do you see where it says list pendants right there? I'm teaching you guys well, aren't I? But you can just pull a vacant property list like that. I can add it on and start text blasting them in under, I don't know, 15 seconds. By the way, XLeads is the only software that lets you do all this stuff for only 97 bucks. Other softwares are way more expensive and you have to pay for all these extra things. Pretty gangster. But let's go over some of the paid lists you can pull on XLeads. And there's not a problem with them. The way I like to describe this is you're going to run out of data pretty quick. So if we look at the tier list, right, which is going to be driving for dollars, number 1, then you have government lists, number 2, and then you have paid lists. A lot of people assume that paid lists are going to be the worst type of list, which is not true. There's just different categories. So let's use this for an example. Drawing for dollars, probably 1 out of 400 ends up being a deal. Now for a government list, 1 out of probably 3,000 calls. Now sometimes let's call it 1,500. Let's say 1 out of, let's say 1,500 to 3,000. It depends on the list, right? Code violations are gonna be way better than like a lien list. But like that's how many ends up being a deal. Now for a paid list, usually 1 out of 5,000 calls ends up being a deal. And by the way, this isn't bad. Like these are like $15,000, $20,000 wholesaling deals. So like not bad at all, but that's usually where it's at. So that's why paid list is like, before you go out here and do a paid list and do 5,000 calls to get a deal, why don't you just do, I don't know, 400 calls to get a deal and do trying for dollars? Why don't you do 1,500 calls and get a deal from the government data? Or just do a paid list. That's fine. Now there are certain tiers of paid lists that beat government lists. Like for example, X Leads has something called an AI list. Pretty much what that is the X Leads AI drawing for dollars. So the AI inside of X Leads, which is really cool, can scan the live satellite view. Also, it can list stack billions of data points. So it finds list pendants records, it finds tax delinquency data, it finds mortgage history, how long they've owned it, and it uses and trains an AI model and figures out how likely somebody is to sell their property for a discount from a score of 1 to 1,000. Now, is this thing perfect? No. But I will tell you this. If you find a property that has an AI score of 700 or above, 1 out of 1,000 ends up being a deal, which makes AI list on X Leads better than government lists by a long shot. Is it better than trying for dollars? No. But AI lists inside of X Leads is better than government data. Here's the problem. The AI list is super expensive to generate. So you only get certain zip codes and territories to do the AI list. But a lot of other real estate wholesaling software companies don't have this yet, but I'm going to assume that some are starting to come out with them. I saw one that came out with one too, their own AI model for it. But this is very, very new, but AI lists are the next wave because the AI list stacking is stupid good. For example, the AI list can look at data that legally we can't publicly give to the public. So for example, is credit scores. Because I own X Leads, I can't give you data on someone's credit score. But what I can do is keep that for the AI model and tell you, hey, this guy's more likely to sell based on our data points, but we can't tell you why. But for example, if someone's credit score goes from 700 to 400 over a period of 3 months, that person's gonna spike up. If they're not paying their mortgage, it's gonna spike up. If there's an auction, it's gonna spike up, right? All these data sets spike up. For example, if let's say the owner on record, and the AI just does all this for you, is a Martha and John Smith, and we found out that John Smith's not an owner anymore, it's only Martha, that's gonna spike up. If the mailing address changes, it's gonna spike up. All these things change. If it's vacant and then non-vacant and then turns back to vacant, it's gonna spike up. There's all these different things. And so depending on your plan, right? So if you have the X Leads basic plan, you literally can only do this in one zip code, which you can do the SkyDrive AI, which is the AI drawing for dollars, and the AI sellability score. So the AI list stacking is called the AI sellability score. And you get 25,000 skip trace records on the Pro plan for $199. You get 3 AI zip codes and 40,000 skip traces a month. And on the X plan, you get 5 AI zip codes and 60,000, and you get the Dispo tab. But if you get the annual plans on X Leads for $81 a month, so you got to pay annually for it, you get 3 AI zip codes, not just 1. You get 5 on the Pro, not just 3, and then you get a whole county on the X plan. But access that in X Leads, all you have to do is just clear filters, and your AI territory is going to be right here. So your AI SkyDrive territory can be right here, or your AI territory for your AI sellability. Guys, this is going to be better than your paid lists. It's going to almost be better than your government list. So if you want to skip government lists, just do the AI sellability stuff. This is way better. And guys, I'm not trying to upsell you. It's already included on the X Leads subscription. Just makes your life a lot easier. So let's go back to Franklin County really quick and go to filters. And all you're going to do is just go to Wholesale AI score right here. And depends if you have a county or not. Let's just say you only have 1 zip code. Let's do 34953, which is a pretty good zip code. We're gonna go out here and go to filters. and we only have this zip code, so we're gonna do 750 or above. That's gonna be 321 properties that have a 750 AI score. Now what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna exclude active listing investor owned, and all we're gonna do is just make sure there's at least 40% equity minimum, and they owned it for at minimum, we're gonna put 5 years. Now that's about 190 properties. I'm telling you guys right now, the absolute first list I would call or text right now inside of wholesaling before you do government list, anything like that, is gonna be straight in here. If you have an Xlease account, these are gonna be straight up the ones I'm gonna be doing. For example, this property right here on Susset Lane has an active utility lien. This is a lien from them not paying the water shutoff list, which is crazy. So this is a water and sewer lien. For example, this property right here on Milan Lane, you see there is a foreclosure listing, and this property is going to be auctioned off August 11th, 2026. There's already a judgment, a final judgment. I don't even know what this was for. If I press right here, from One Main Financial Services, sued them for a $6,000 judgment on the property. So this person has a pre-foreclosure. They have a lien on the property. And by the way, this is not on the market. It was on the market in 2018. So these are just the old MLS pictures. So Xlease actually looks at MLS photos and they store them for up to 10 years, which is pretty cool. But here's the live satellite view of the property. Interesting here. And you can just press SkyDrive AI if it's in your territory, and the AI can do an orbital scan and tell you if it's ugly or not, the property. And it says a fair roof assessment. So those properties, number one, 750 or above, use those filters. All I'm gonna do is select all of them right here, add them right here. I would then export to contacts tab. I would throw it on the power dialer, press export to contacts, and I'm just gonna start calling this list right now. So if I just wanna call it right now, I just go to conversations, manual actions, get to going. Now, if you wanted to SkyDrive the whole list, you can literally press right here on your list poll, press SkyDrive, and what you're gonna do is just AI drive for dollars that entire list too. Press launch scan, it's gonna do some live AI drawing for dollars, which is also insane on it too. But that takes some time, so just give it some time and let it go here, run it through. Anything above a 70 score is gonna be good on there too. Now, the other paid list you can do outside the AI drawing for dollars and the AI scoring is going to be these properties. So let's clear all of them really quick. And there's going to be a couple of them. So the first list is going to be absentee owners. So pretty much what this means is the property address is going to be different than the mailing address. So what's the address you want to mail the information on the property to? This usually means it's an investor, or let's say it's your uncle's house, but it's just like a second house and he's letting somebody live in the house. So the mailing address is going to be different than a vacant property. So what a vacant property is right here, this is a list that Xlease gets from the United States Postal Service. So you actually have to be a nonprofit. There's some great data sources we use to get this data. But basically, when you don't pick up your mail, so this is technically a list you get from the mailman. So, okay, so basically, if you don't pick up your mail, you're usually not living at the house, because what crazy person doesn't pick up the house, right? Just pick up the mail at the house. And so if you don't pick up the mail from the house, they're gonna put a green slip that says vacant inside the mailbox. That means it says for the next postman or mailman to look at it that, nope, it's vacant. Don't even send any mail there. We're just gonna send it back. Hey, bring it back to sender. Hey, this vacant, no one's even picking up the mail here. That means no one's living in the house. It's just sitting there. That's a great opportunity. That's a great wholesaling list. Now, what you can do here is you can get a vacant and an absentee owner, which is a really interesting list. So this is where the mailing address is different than the property address, which means the owner is absent from the property. So the owner's not living there and it's just sitting there dormant. Ooh, that's a pretty good list to be looking at. Now, Florida's got a lot of snowbirds, so people that live in like Canada, California, New York, and they come here for the winter. But honestly, this could also be a really good potential list. So you can also stack. So let's stack a pre-foreclosure on top of that too. Now that's kind of insane, but if you look at like this property, for example, this house, there's a mechanics lien, there's a pre-foreclosure, a list pendants just got filed on the property, there's multiple loans, and the mailing address is different. Oh, this is why this property is a 976 wholesale score. Like, this is a banger of a deal. Absentee owner, vacant property, and there's liens in a free foreclosure. You need to go after this list now. There are foreclosures which I don't recommend. Upside down means they owe more than what the property's worth. Delinquent tax activities, people are not paying their property taxes. It's sometimes all over the board on the X leads. That's why I'd rather you pull it from the tax delinquent, because some counties are better than others. They just don't report them as well. Pre-foreclosure list is obviously great. People not paying their mortgage. This is a list of people who are flipping property. So they bought the property and put it back on the market and sold it for a profit. Those are for finding cash buyers. Low equity, they don't have a lot of equity. Cash buyers, list of people buying properties for cash. You then have potentially inherited properties, people that are potentially inheriting the house from a loved one. You have the board investor list, which is just a real estate investor or a landlord that's owned a property for a while. That could be a good list. High equities, high equity, active listings on the MLS, absentee owner, mailing address different than the property address. You then have free and clear properties, which is going to be a list of people that have no mortgage on the property. Active investor owned, people that actually own a lot of real estate investing properties, long-term owned, they owned it for a while, and zombie properties. This can be a vacant pre-foreclosure. Now, if you want to skip trace for free, you could go to truepeoplesearch.com, cyberbackgroundchecks.com, like right here. Skip trace and get their information, put it in the spreadsheet that we have for free inside of the free school group. So if you go to classroom, marketing, under lead tracking, CRM, you can put all the information and phone numbers in there. And then for the next part, Chapter 11, calling SMS and getting all that stuff done. So Chapter 11, cold calling, SMS, A2P, and email offer generator. Let's get into it. So Chapter 11 here is pretty simple. We're talking about the marketing channels, okay? So if we go back out here and look out the difference, like I've said, between list and channels, right? You have lists. So obviously this can be your government lists, your paid lists, your earned list, right? We talk about all them lists. And let's say you turn all these lists into, let's say, a master file of 4,000 properties. Now, how are you going to go out here? You're then going to obviously skip trace the list, True People Search, X Leads, wherever you want. Now you have their phone number. And then from there, we need to go out and reach out to this list that's skip traced. So now we have a list. We need to convert this list into a lead or a person that wants to sell. So the whole point here is now we have the list. Let's say it's a little database. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's all skip traced of motivated sellers for the month for you to reach out to. You're going to take that list, either skip traced or not, and you are going to give it into a magic little machine called the marketing channel. And then you're going to find a lead and an actual motivated seller that wants to sell. What did I tell you marketing was all about? Marketing is all about finding people that want to sell for a discount. The list is a potential list of people that potentially are going to want to sell more likely than just a regular list. And a channel is how we reach out to them through the list. Think about if we are selling Nutter Butters, okay? Let me give you a little secret about my dad. My dad is absolutely obsessed with anything peanut butter. If you gave him a Nutter Butter, he will eat the entire box if you give him a glass of milk. Don't do it. Like, he is dangerous. He is feral. If you give him like a Nutter Butters, okay, or like a Reese's peanut butter cup. Same with me, but he's way worse. If I get a list of people who are obsessed with peanut butter chocolate things like my dad, I have a list. How do I get him to go buy my Nutter Butters? Well, I'm probably going to either email blast him, I'm going to door knock on his door. Door knocking is probably be a good option for him. He'll buy everything on the spot. He's got money. He's ready to buy it. But like, what if we have a list of people obsessed with chocolatey things? How are we going to get them to buy our product? Well, we're going to give a channel. We're going to cold call them, send a piece of mail out. We're going to do a TV ad. That's what a channel is. It's what we do with the list to get a lead or a deal. Now, what channels are, again, you have cold calling, you have texting, you have reverse drawing for dollars, which is a type of channel because it's a sticky note, right? Or you can go out here and put a postcard out. And there's other ones, there's PPL, and again, I'll go down the list, but like there's pay-per lead, PPC, which is you running pay-per-click ads. So, we buy a house as cash. There's Facebook ads. There's radio ads, TV ads, all these other ones. I'll tell you, PPL sucks. PPC is too expensive. Facebook ads are too expensive. Radio is too expensive. TV's too expensive. I've done all of them except for TV, and I really don't recommend them. What I'd recommend, I would say about 80% of all people get their first wholesaling deal from just cold calling, texting, and reverse drawing for dollars. 80% of people get their first deal. So I'm probably going to push you to be doing this. And so now we got the list. Let's break down cold calling, texting, and reverse trying for dollars. So the first one obviously is cold calling. This is the art of just calling these people up and seeing if they want to sell their property. The list is pretty simple. There's 5 steps to cold calling motivated sellers. Step 1, there's pulling the list. Step 2, there's skip tracing the list. So step 3, cold calling them consistently. Step 4, putting the yeses, maybes, or follow-ups in the CRM. And then 5, scheduling the appointment to get the property under contract. Let's talk about cold calling 101. I am a massive cold calling fan. The reason why I'm so good talking to motivated sellers and I'm so good at closing them is because of one main reason. I just put the time in. I put the effort. And I used to get really, really, really good at cold calling by just doing it. Like, that's how I got really successful. And so if you want to know why I got really good at cold calling, why I'm one of those elite people cold calling or talking to sellers, it's because of one thing. In college at 19 years old, I was also 18 at the time, I literally only did one thing. I cold called in my dorm room all day long. And I'm not even joking. Like, I made over $250K a year in my dorm room just cold calling at UF, University of Florida. What did I do? What was my secret schedule? Pretty simple. I pulled a list. I skip traced the list. I called in on a 3-line dialer. I got rich. That's it. You know what I mean? I closed them virtually. I did a lot of virtual wholesaling stuff. Like, that was it. Like, that's my secret. But my secret was, and nobody really wants to hear it, but this is just the truth. I cold called 5 hours a day, 5 days a week for an entire year straight. That's all I did. Now, for most people, that's absolutely insane. And to be fair, I don't recommend you cold call for like 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Like, that's a lot. But that's just what I did. I got my teeth kicked in. I just called all day, every day. And I'm not even joking. Like, all my college roommates, all my buddies, they will tell you, all I did was cold call. And you know my cold calling times? This was the times I had the best success was 7 p.m. is when I ended, and I started at 2. So 2 to 7 p.m. was my golden hour. And the best hours for cold calling I found were 5 to 7 p.m. And the reason I did this was just the best time ever for a college kid. You get a party after, and you got to do classes before. It was pretty fun. I was literally in my dorm room, so I was in Springs Complex. That was my dorm room back in the day. And the way Springs Complex was there's 2 basically rooms conjoined with 1 bathroom they shared. So there's 4 dudes in kind of 1 dorm. One room had bed here, bed there, bed there, bed there. You shared the bathroom. And what I would do from 2 to 7 p.m., regardless if my roommate was there or not, was I would cold call on my desk. That's all I did. Cold call, cold call, cold call. And he knew he was just never around from those times because it was just not fun or enjoyable. I remember a time my roommate came home with some chick he was talking to, and she brought a chick with her because she knew who I kind of was. We met at a party and she wanted to hang out with me. I mean, obviously, look at me. I mean, stud. But she came at 6 o'clock on a Thursday. Guess what happened? I'm not even joking. This is a real true story. My roommate and that girl just went and like hung out, and she just wanted to hang out. I told her to go sit on the bed for an hour on her phone while I was cold calling, and I proceeded to cold call from 6 to 7 p.m. I'm not even joking. I was locked in. I did not care. I don't think I've ever talked about this story. My roommate came in with 2 chicks. One girl he knew, one girl who really liked me. And I told her, just sit on my bed, just sit there for an hour, go on your phone. I need to keep working. This is my job. And she just said, okay. Now, I'm not going to joke. I think we all like went to a party after, but I did not get another date because I really did not care. I was like, dude, she's like a freshman and I'm about to graduate. And I was a freshman too, but technically I was graduating that year. I'm like, dude, I don't want to date this girl. No offense. I'm not objectifying women or anything, but I'm like, I'm going back home and wholesaling houses, baby. I'm not going to be in a long distance 4-hour relationship from you. But it was so funny because all my roommates thought I was absolutely insane. I'm like, this is just what I do. And now all my roommates will come to my house and be like, dude, this house is insane. Man, I get it now. Like, you were making money. I'm like, oh, now you come to my house and you say, wow, like, I get it now, bro. Yeah, that's the whole point. And so the whole story was, you're literally learning wholesaling from an absolute, like, mentally insane person. And my mindset going into it was, if I am not a millionaire, I do not need to do fun things. I don't need to have a good time. I just need to become a millionaire. That's all I cared about. That was all I wanted in my life. And yeah, was that narcissistic? Yes. Was that selfish? Yes. But I could care less. That's why at 20 years old, I became a millionaire. And all I did was cold call from 2 to 7 p.m. and it just got me gobbles and gobbles and gobbles of money. So how do you cold call? Well, first and foremost, you need a couple things to start cold calling. Number one, you need a phone number, obviously. Number two, you need a dialer. And number three, you need a CRM to put the leads in. Now for phone numbers, obviously Google Voice, I'm going to put GV is free. The issue with Google Voice, and you'll know about the dialer too, is you can only make 5 calls per hour. Now, if you use X Leads, for example, you can buy as many phone numbers as you want. I think they're $1.50 each number. The general rule of thumb with phone numbers for cold calling is you want at minimum 1 number for every hour per week you call. So if you call 25 hours a week, I'd recommend 25 numbers. If you call 10 hours a week, I'd recommend about 10 hours. And obviously pick the area code where you're wholesaling. So if you live in Canada and you're wholesaling in Detroit, just pick the 313 on Google Voice or X Leads. But the whole point is you want to rotate your phone numbers. Phone numbers get stale and old after a while, so you want to make sure you have the right ones. Next here on the dialer, you have actually 3 choices for a dialer. You have Google Voice, which is free, 5 calls per hour, or you can use X Leads, which is a single line dialer. You could probably do about 30 to 40 calls per hour, or you can use the triple line dialer, the triple line wave dialer inside of X Leads. That is a little more expensive. It's about $150 a month add-on, and you could probably make about 60 to 70 calls per hour. You're calling 3 lines at a time. After your first wholesaling deal, I recommend you get the triple line dialer, but honestly, just use the single line auto dialer for now, unless you want to use the triple line dialer. Then from there, CRM, you use the free one that I provide, the free Google Sheet one, which is actually really good for cold calling. Or you can go out here and use the X Leads CRM to track your leads, your data, all that stuff. I mean, it's really up to you. So X Leads, if you're cold calling a lot, you should probably have about a $140 a month budget on this thing, because X Leads is $97 a month just for X Leads, $25 for the dialer cost, and then probably another $25 in just numbers. So 50, you're probably about like $150 a month just to get a little cold calling data set if you want to go nuts on this. That will get you a deal a month without any question. Google Voice is going to be free, but to be fair, if you're using Google Voice and you're only calling 5 per hour, I would highly recommend you just trying for dollars, reverse trying for dollars. Now, a lot of you guys might think you want to use your own cell phone to go cold call and text, but if your own personal cell phone turns into spam likely, I'm just trying to help all my Riz guys and gals out there. Let's say you're calling Sheila for a hot date and you call her up and your call comes out spam likely. Yikes, that ain't gonna help you. Actually, wait, you won't get dates, which means you're gonna be sad, which means you wanna get rich, and that means you'll cold call more. No, okay, I wanna help you guys out. But I'm not joking, like I remember a dude came up to me at the gym once. He followed me on Instagram. He's like, Zach, I'm text blasting on my iPhone and now my iMessage is blocked. And he was dating a girl in Canada. I'm not even joking. And his iMessage got turned off and he couldn't text this chick anymore. He asked her for WhatsApp and she blocked him. Not even I wish I was joking. He texted so much on his phone, iMessage banned him, and he couldn't text his chick anymore. And he tried to get her WhatsApp, and she said, okay, this is creepy, scammer, and he didn't get the girl. And so not doing what I say will lose a lot of women for you dudes. And also, for chicks too, don't want to be weird, but like, if your phone's blocked, you can't text your significant other. So all jokes aside, just use X Leads. I think Google Voice does work. You just got to do it at lower volumes. And so now we got everything ready to go start calling. What is my script? Guys, I'll be honest with you, you're this deep in the video. I think you understand that simplicity scales, complexity fails. That's a quote from Bill Gates. before he was weird. He went to the islands and everything. He was a pretty smart businessman before that, but you know, I always say that quote a lot, but that was before I knew he went to the islands. So don't be mad at me. But yeah, this is actually one of my favorite quotes from a weird guy. But I will tell you this, it is true. Simple sells, simple scales. And so a lot of people believe, you know, hey, I sound nervous. You know, my family's from Thailand and I have a very thick accent. I just came to America from Thailand. I don't know if I can cold call or become successful. And the truth is, your accent's not going to stop you. I mean, if you use a simple script, it's not going to hurt you. And what's the script? To be honest, I made a script that works well for me, my VAs, and brand new people, even people with thick accents, because my VAs actually don't have too many accents, but this is the exact script that I use that gets a ton of success. And so you're going to hear a lot of people talk about cold calling and all these advanced systems and tips and tricks, when to be honest, the simple script works. So here's my script. I asked 2 questions from my cold call script. Number 1, are you the owner of 123 Main Street? And the second question is, are you interested in selling that property? Now, I might be like, Zach, what in the, what? Are you stupid? Is this really your script? Yeah. The reason is you want to hit people kind of in the face when you cold call them. When you're a motivated seller, when you call them, when they go up and pick up the phone, they are automatically going to be very weary of you. They're going to be like, who is this guy and what do they want? They're automatically going to be in what I call no mode. And what no mode is they're going to get a call, unknown number. This sounds a little weird. And they're automatically going to be in sketch mode, which means when you pick up the phone, they're automatically going to want to get off the phone. The way I like to think about it is, think about your motivated seller. What are they doing when you call them? They're probably sitting on a couch watching, I don't know, maybe the latest season of Love Island. My wife's making me watch Love Island. I know. How the mighty have fallen. Oh, but the Dolphins aren't on anymore, okay? I'm watching the World Cup, but that's pretty much it. I'm actually forcing her to, I'm watching the World Cup while watching Love Island because I am not watching Love Island anymore. I'm killing my brain cells. But basically, man, I should have not said that. Yeah, whatever. But basically, they're watching the latest season of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. They're watching their guilty pleasures, whatever their housewife show is, and they're so enamored by it. And you call them, and they're like, I'm trying to see why Emily is mad at Dolores. Hello? And what they want to do first and foremost is get out the dang phone. No! And boom, they're not interested. But what you're going to find is maybe it's a guy, he's watching the football game, maybe he's watching a show, he's sitting on the couch, he worked all day. Oh my gosh, who's trying to call me? And here's the problem, it's an unknown number. Why do people pick up an unknown number? Well, the truth is maybe it's a long lost lover. Maybe if they have kids, it's their school. Could be a myriad of reasons why. So they're like, oh, that could be my kid's school. Okay, I'll pick it up. Hello? And they're automatically sketched out. And if the first word out of your mouth is, I want to buy your house for done, not interested, bye. That's how it's going to work. But what you need to do instead is you need to hit them in a weird spot. Like, wait a second. Because they're automatically just going to say, no, hang up, no, hang up. That's automatic human nature. So if you call them and say, hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? Yeah. Now they're like, oh my gosh, is this the police? What's going on? Now they're not in like no mode. See, they were in a trance, like no. Yeah? Hey, I was just seeing if you were interested in selling your property. Or hey, this is Zach. I was just seeing if you're interested in selling your property. I'm looking to buy properties in the area for cash. You see, a lot of people automatically just go with the, hey, do you want to sell your house? It's just, it's awful. And then half the other people who teach this are like, this is Zach with Zach Home Solutions, and we'll give you a no-nonsense cash offer. Guys, this script is super quick and super simple. Get to the point without being too scammy and being too to the point. The thing is, on average, you'll get through the script in about 20 seconds. The average script I see people talk about, this is Zach with Zach Home Solutions, it's about 60 seconds to even get the pitch. You're spending 3 times more time just seeing if they're looking to sell the property. This script works way better. This is my cold call script. This is what works. This is what you need to be doing. There's my cold call opener, and if they say no, no worries. If you have any of the properties you're considering selling or know anyone, just let me know. Now the cold call process is simple. You pull a list, you skip trace the list, you call the list consistently, consistently. You put the yeses in your CRM, you get to work. Now, there are some objections. We have the objection rulebook coming next, so don't worry, we're going to break it all down. Now, the next part here is SMS system. Well, to be honest, SMS is really easy. It's basically the same concept of cold calling, except you're just doing it through SMS. Now, what's really cool is the federal government actually allows you to register your phone number as a business to blast it out to thousands of people every single day without getting in trouble. You just got to pay them a low registration fee called A2P and register your phone number. And so if you go to xleads.com and get an account right here, you can register your A2P really quickly in the software. Like you can go to settings right here, phone system, press Trust Center and start doing the A2P right here. You can also buy phone numbers right here at phone numbers. Just press add extra, add a phone number. Go to the beginning part. So if I want to buy a 561 phone number, I can buy a phone number right here from XLeads. And boom, right there, I can buy as many phone numbers as I want. Now you can text blast using Google Voice. Just do 5 or 6 an hour, you're going to be fine. But the texting scripts I use that work really good are just simple, plain, easy scripts. They are what I call my double whammy scripts. Now, my double whammy text blasting scripts are scripts that have 2 questions. You kind of get the theme from my cold calling. You don't want to instantly text blast, hey, do you want to sell? No, what you want to do is you want to hit them with a question that they're going to say yes to. What's kind of weird is how texting works. These carriers and Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, they all have different algorithms to stop people from texting. And there's certain keywords you're not allowed to say, like interested and house and offer. Like if you text blast out the initial text, your delivery rate's going to be super low. What I'd like to do is say, hey, I just drove by your place at, and then there's a variable for address at 123 Main Street and something looked off, ... And then you can put, hey, this is your name. And you can also put, this is your neighbor, Zach. I did this before Max did. This is your neighbor, Zach. And I just drove by your house at 123 Main Avenue and something looked off. And they're going to say, oh my gosh, what do you mean? What's going on? Well, I want to acquire your house. I know this sounds super to say acquire, but you cannot use any spam keywords. I want to acquire your place. Your place, would you consider parting with it? The reason why you do it like that, I know it's worded really creepy and really weird, but you can't use the word offer or cash or any of these things because your delivery rate's going to go down the drain. Now, if you go inside of XLeads, you can actually see how it works. So XLeads has a lot of automation. So if you go to automation right here, and you just go to SMS right here, these are all of our texting automations. Here's our bulk drip one we always tell everyone to do. And pretty much if you tag a property SMS blaster, it's going to drip 300. You can customize it to 200 to 300 a day right here. And if you ever look up like Go High Level tutorials, this Go High Level tutorial should work kind of like XLeads, except XLeads has this custom on the Go High Level side. But pretty much, here's my first one. Hey, John, this is custom with their first name. See, XLeads has it all kind of done for you right here. But hey, John, I noticed 123 Main Avenue. Any interest in parting with it at the moment? That's a good one. What we always do here is have variables. So again, this moves it so different times get different scripts with the XLeads SMS Blaster. Double whammy, part 1 of 2. Sorry for texting out of the blue, but is this the owner of 123 Main Street? That's a good one. Hey, John, I just drove by your place over there and something looked off. Is everything okay? And again, we have all these other scripts you can use right here. You can use like a just curious. I also really like doing what we call our ROS texting ones. So what we do is we automatically give them an offer via the text. So hey John, I'm ready to offer you $140,000.67 sight unseen for 123 Main Avenue. Thoughts? Now I might be like, Zach, how in the world do you do that? Well, what we do here is you go outside into actual XLeads. So ROS is my system called the rapid offer system. And pretty much how it works is when we're pulling a list or importing a list into XLeads, XLeads obviously has an estimated value for every property. So if you go right here on, let's say this property right here, the estimated value for this property is $418,000. So what we do is we just take that and we multiply it by like 80% and use AI. and we just call that our ROS offer. We import it into there because there's an ROS offer like tag when you import you can do. So you can literally just export this list. You can literally just export this list and then just go to contacts and import. I can't show it on YouTube, but you'll import it under the ROS. Now again, you press training and support. All the training support information is right here too. But we'd also just initially give an offer text for the SMS. Also, the same thing works for our email offer generator system. So this is where we actually email blast people. This is not like the best one compared to calling or texting, but it does get deals. So inside of the free community and course, freewholesaling.com, go to marketing and go through the email offer generator. And there's a little developer tool in here where you can connect it and you can just do email blasts like this. Like subject line, your cash offer on here is $83,123.60. Hey John, I'm offering you this place at your address. Now the cool part is you don't need X leads. This is a completely free system I have inside the free course. So if you go to freewholesaling.com, you can do it in there. I want to show it more here on YouTube, but unfortunately, showing addresses and connecting the developer API, it shows the address and YouTube doesn't like it, so I'm not going to show it on here. But I would definitely go through the free course to learn more about that. I wish I could give it all, but I can't on this end. So that's how you cold call, text blast, and reach out to these sellers. We're going to talk about objections too, but another way you can reach out to these sellers and get deals is by JV outreach. So going back out here to the free wholesaling course and community, as of this recording, there's 76,000 people. I mean, we're going to be easily over 100K by the end of the year, hopefully. But I have hundreds of new wholesalers that learn from me every single day. Because obviously you see the testimonials tab and all the successful students, but also my info is really, really good. And I get a lot of money. And it's absolutely insane how many people are in the community. Like if you go to maps right here, this is a map of all the community members inside of freewholesaling.com. Like it's absolutely mind-blowing to me. Like we have people in Mongolia, China, Italy, France, Switzerland, all over Africa, Libya, Chad, all over Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Panama, Mexico. We even got people in freaking Cuba, dude. All over the world and all over the United States of America too. All over Canada too. So we're like all over the world. I mean, they're going to call me Mr. Worldwide soon after this. We pretty much have everyone except for North Korea. But basically, what you got to know is you can network with people and connect with other wholesalers. So for example, if you are virtually wholesaling and you have a deal in Oklahoma City, all you have to do is just scroll to Oklahoma City and look at all these people in Oklahoma City. You can press, I don't know, maybe Austin Cohn, and if he has a deal, to say, hey, what's going on? My name's Zach. You have any other properties that you have under contract and you need help selling? I got a lot of buyers. Mojo O. He's active 28 minutes ago. But you can find people who lock up contracts that just can't sell them by chatting and networking with them and seeing what's going on. Hey, I got a lot of buyers. If you need help, I can always help you out. For example, here's my JV outreach script. Hey, John, I'm working deals in Miami and looking for solid JV partners who can help move good properties. If you have any properties or I have buyers, if you need help, just let me know. Networking is always a great option for you here too. And when you're calling and reaching out to people, there are certain CRM stages that you have. For example, with X Leads, we have like our deal board right here, which is going to be where you put the stages. So you have people who want to sell, you have follow-up. So if, let's say you put a lead in a follow-up, it's automatically going to follow up and text and call them. There's appointment set, send contract to seller, under contract, send assignment to cash buyer, set to close. It's all in there. But you can make your own custom ones right here versus contacted, they're interested, warm follow-up, offer made, contract, under contract, assigned. And then obviously we have a little chart here of how many leads it takes to get a wholesaling deal. With reverse trying for dollars, it's about 400 notes to get a deal. Government lists around 2,000, 6,000 paid lists. If you filter it down, you can make it lower. About 8,000 direct mail pieces or even 1,000 calls, texts, and sticky notes should get you a deal pretty quick. So the real question here is, what is going to be your action plan with the marketing? We know marketing is everything. To be fair, if someone's watching this and they're actually serious about getting real estate deals and you want to have success without spending much money, I'm going to tell you this. I'd spend $97. I'd go get X Leads right now. And again, I'm not saying that to just shill X Leads, but if you use any other software, it's going to be like $150 just for the data, not even the dial or anything like that. Because the dialers are at minimum $100 to $200 a month. I'll go to X Leads. I'd pay about 25 bucks for a dialer with it, the X-Leads dialer. I'd get probably, I don't need to go nuts, probably 20 bucks in just phone numbers. And hear me out. I'd pay about 15 bucks for texting. All in for marketing, you're at about $157 for the month. And what do you get for that? Well, obviously you get the skip tracing, CRM, and all that stuff. You're going to be able to call over 100 people a day. So honestly, you're going to be at like 10 bucks for the month, honestly. So you're probably going to be at 147. Maybe like 147 for the month. But you're going to make 100 calls per day. You're going to do about 1,500 text messages for the month. That's about 100 per day. Actually, no, let's do a 1,500 texts. And if you're a G, you're going to do 100 sticky notes a week of pre-foreclosures. At this rate, if you make 100 calls a day of government lists and AI lists, make sure you do your AI data. You're doing 1,000 texts, 100 sticky notes a week. And if you just did, here's the lists. You do your AI list for your zip code plus your government lists, you're going to be Gucci, bro. Like this is all you need for success. Like if you just stick to this, I tell you, most beginners, this is all you have to be doing. So what I'd probably tell you, 97 bucks for X leads, $15 for the power dialer, 20 for the numbers, 15 for texting. That's about 1,500 texts, 100 calls a day, 147 bucks. That's exactly what I'd be doing to get started as a beginner. Now we got to the point where we're reaching out to them and we got to start closing motivated sellers. So now we got the marketing done, guys. That I promise you is 80% of the work. That's why 80% of this video is just marketing, bro. But now we're getting into some of the conversations and we're going to get into the valuing of the properties and all that stuff. But let's get into how to talk to these sellers. So you're reaching out, you're doing your marketing, and now people are saying that they are interested in selling their property. Oh boy, let's get into it. I'm excited. So MCTP, motivation, condition, time frame, and price. What is this? What is this? So MCTP is the backbone of the conversation with the seller. This is what we call qualifying. You see, when you call your thousands of people and you get maybe 5 or 10 that want to sell their property, you're going to figure out of those 10, maybe even 2 or 3 end up actually being a real motivated seller or a real deal. Because 10 people might say they want to sell their property, but how many of those people actually want to sell for a discount? This is going to be the important factor. And so my question is, right when someone says they want to sell their property, I always move the conversation to a script of 4 simple questions. MCTP, motivation, condition, time frame, and price. You want to figure out, number 1, why are they looking to sell their property? C, condition, can you tell me more about the property, repairs, updates need to be done at the house? Time frame, how fast they're looking to sell, and price, what ballpark range they're looking to get rid of the property for. So a simple conversation or a simple script might be something like, hello? Hey, this is Zach. I was just calling you about your property there on 123 Main Avenue. What's going on? Oh, hey, I was talking to my partner, Jeff, and he said you were looking to sell the property. I mean, what's going on in the place? Oh, wow, okay. It's over there by the elementary school? Oh, awesome. Hey, I was just seeing, why were you looking to sell the property? I'm just kind of curious here. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, this seems like a property we might be looking to buy. Can you tell me more about the house? And then you're just trying to figure out why they're looking to sell. If they don't have a good reason for selling the property, probably they don't want to get rid of it for a discount, right? Then condition, tell me more about the property. Say, can you tell me more about the house? Any repairs need to be done? Oh, okay, cool. Interesting. And so when you're having this conversation with the seller, right, you really got to think about the psychology of talking to a seller, right? They want to get rid of the property for cash. They want to get rid of it. They want speed and convenience. You need to, when you're talking to them, have complete confidence that you can help them out, right? They're buying certainty from you. This is really important. And so the one thing about buying certainty, right, for them to know that you're certain, you're the right person, you know what you're doing, you need to have this word, this panache, it's the most used word, confidence. You need to have confidence. How do you get that aura, that swagger, right? That riz, some people say, Okay, so when you're talking to a motivated seller, there's a reason why I'm so dang good at talking to sellers. It's why I go live all the time. I close sellers. I have success all the time. The The reason for this, and I'm just being honest with you, is I just have a complete belief in myself because I make millions of dollars every single year doing this. I've done this for over 10 years of my life. All I do is eat, breathe, live this business. And so I've had so many reps with conversations with motivated sellers. Like it's second nature to me. Right? It's simple. And the thing about it is, to sound good with a seller, you just have to have a belief in yourself and the things you do. And so, again, a lot of people just, how do I get really good talking to sellers? How do I have that confidence, that belief? It's just, you need to have confidence. Now, what is my definition of confidence? My definition of confidence is a belief in the words you say and the actions you do. So if you tell a motivated seller, hey, my name's Zach, I'm looking to buy your property. Now, I have a complete belief that me and my partner can buy the property. See, a lot of people say, oh, you're not the actual owner. You're actually not buying it. You're lying. You're scamming. You're scheming. It's like, no, my partner, my cash buyer, can actually buy it. We're partners in this transaction. It's like saying me and LeBron James have both won a combined 3 MVP awards for the NBA. It is true. So me and my partner can buy the property. I mostly go out here and find the deal, and then he will go out here and buy it. We work together on this because you get the contract, you sell to him, you work, you are partners on the transaction. They're paying you a finder's fee. And so what I always do is just have a belief. Now, if you don't believe, it ain't gonna happen. And I hate to tell you this is like the Wizard of Oz. I don't know if you ever watched the Wizard of Oz, the Courage the Lion, or whatever his name was, right? It's so cheesy, but it's true about confidence. It's gonna be the true thing about you being really good at talking to sellers over the phone. A lot of people say the only way to get good talking to sellers over the phone is by just doing it so much. And that is true. Doing that will make you really good talking to sellers. But why will that make you really good talking to sellers? Because you have done so many repetitions that you just have a belief that, dude, I've done this so many times, I'm not even scared, and this is just a normal thing. Like, this is just super simple and super easy. Like, for example, I live in Florida. I deal with crazy people all the time. So if I'm going out here and on a kayak or I'm on a hike and I see some water puppies, oh, they're so cute, alligators, I don't freak out. I know to zigzag, I know to climb a tree. I've had alligators snap at me all the time. It's just, just normal. It's normal for me. It's not really a big deal. We all love our water puppies right in Florida. I went to the University of Florida. I used to go fishing in Lake Alice. Lake Alice has more alligators per square inch than any other lake in the entire, I think, world, but I know for the country. There's so many alligators, so many crazy ones. Why are the University of Florida? I know we're called the Gators, but why do we have so many alligators in the lakes? I think they put alligators in the lakes just for the mascot, but man, they feel like they eat people. But again, I don't care about alligators. You know why? I've had alligators try to bite me, chase me. I've dealt with it all, okay? Especially an angry mama gator. It's just second nature. At the University of Florida, what they teach you is how to play with alligators, right? You go in a pond with alligators and you just, you learn to cuddle with them and hug them and be besties with them. And it's just what we do. But all jokes aside, I don't get scared when I see an alligator. It's like just, me and them, they're like, we're natural, okay? Like we're besties. Like we understand it. Same thing if I go swimming and I see a shark. Like it's just, how many times I've been with sharks? Like it's just, if it's a bull shark, I'm scared. That's pretty much it. Like it's just second nature for me, okay? And it's because I've done it so many times, I have a complete belief in my actions of what I do when I handle that. Now, same exact thing when you talk to a motivated seller. If you've done it so many dang times, you're gonna have a complete belief in yourself. But like the lion from Wizard of Oz, you don't need to have all the reps. And what I mean by this is courage or confidence has been within you the entire time. I know it's so cheesy to say, but Zach, confidence has been within you the entire time. You didn't need to do thousands of hours of reps. You truthfully didn't. You just had to believe you could do it. And the thing is, if you ever see a person who believes that they can go out here and buy a property and someone who doesn't, it's very apparent. So if you're a beginner and you don't believe, you're going to sound like, oh, hey, this is Zach and I would like to buy your property for, can you sound nervous because you don't believe. You don't believe. You haven't done it enough. Okay. Same exact thing happens when you ask girls out on dates. I know this sounds stupid. I know this sounds stupid, but there was a time, okay, before I had a wife that was smoking hot, that I used to get nervous asking people out. This was in high school when I was 5'2", where I grew an entire foot basically, and I wasn't as jacked as I am now, a specimen. I used to be nervous to asking girls out, but guess what? You ask so many girls out, like, it's just, at this point, it's like, I mean, if you don't want this, it's your loss, girl. But before I had that thought, I was just nervous, but like, I did it so many dang times. But also, you just believe in yourself, okay? And obviously, it's a little easier when you're like 6'1" and a little more muscular in high school, and then you're really not nervous anymore. But like, you just kind of get nervous. And the truth is, I don't know if you ever had those buddies in college that just pick up chicks and like it was a numbers game to them. I don't want to talk like I know it's crazy, but like it's like a numbers game to them. And they do it so many times, they're like numb to it. They don't even get nervous, but they don't even care if you say yes. They're okay, cool, see you at 2 o'clock. Like they're like numb to it, but they're not nervous because they did it so many times. Same thing, you just got to believe in yourself. Like that is just, you have to believe. And so one of my favorite things to do on live streams is when people just tell me, Zach, I'm so nervous talking to motivated sellers. And by the way, if you're watching this and you're like first time ever seeing me, just FYI, on this YouTube channel, I go live 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 o'clock. So make sure you subscribe to this channel, hit the bell notification icon. Don't forget my streams, Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 o'clock Eastern New York time. But you're going to find that, oh, I'm so nervous talking to sellers. I'm like, okay, well, like, what makes you nervous? And they're like, well, you know, it's just, I don't have a lot, I haven't done a lot. And then I say, oh, is that a Naruto backdrop behind you? Yeah, that's a Naruto one. Oh, awesome. Have you watched Boruto? Oh yeah, I've watched it. I love Boruto. You know, it's so cool. I wish Kakashi was there, but you know, like, he's got his eye back and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, just like weaving out on me, talking about Boruto and Kakashi and, you know, Sasuke in the tree. And okay, maybe you didn't watch the time skip, so I'm not going to say anything about it. But yeah, you know, I like Naruto too. Okay, so I watched Naruto in Cartoon Network when I was 6 years old. Okay, so I didn't even know it was anime. Okay, you can't call me a nerd, even though I watched all of One Piece. But all I'm telling you is, this like anime nerd, I'm an anime nerd too, so I don't care. But this anime nerd is like super nervous talking to me about real estate because he has no belief. He hasn't done it before. He doesn't believe it can be done. But if I talk about Naruto and the fourth great ninja war, and he talks all about Obito, he could talk about it all day long because he loves it. He has gone through it all. He can debate all day, and he goes blah, 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 blah. Like he can talk about it all day because he believes in what he says. When he goes out here and says Minato was the greatest Hokage ever, he can go forever about it without being nervous. And I'm like, hey, whoa, Jeff, you talking about how much you love, I'm not going to spoil it, Minato, and how awesome he is, and how much you love Orochimaru. Like, you didn't say, but you weren't nervous. You just went straight into it like we were homies. He's like, yeah, I did, didn't I? I wasn't scared talking about Naruto, but now I'm back being nervous. It's like, yeah, because everything you told me about your little like anime nerd stuff, which I'm an anime nerd too. I love Dragon Ball. It's like, dude, like think about that. You believed in yourself about talking about that because you live, breathed, ate it, repetition. But talking about real estate, you're like, oh, you need to be just weeb anime nerd into real estate as you are into Naruto, and you're going to be just as good. And something clicked in his brain, and this happens all the time, where it's like, oh, I just have to believe in it and like know it well. And yeah, that's the secret. And so, you know, the reason I'm ranting here and talking about this, and this is very important, don't be skipping this, you have to go out here and just believe. Believe that you and your partner, your cash buyer, can buy the property for cash. Most people I've found that get super nervous talking to motivated sellers, they feel like the seller is going to say, oh, you're one of those fake buyers and you're actually not going to buy it. Shame on you. And no, me and my partner, cash buyer, John, go find a buyer if you're too scared. We're looking to buy the property for cash. Are you looking to sell? These people just want to get rid of their house. Sure, I'm good to go. They're not going to be questioning you like the CIA. Okay, this ain't no interrogation. If they're pressing you hard, they're probably not a motivated seller. So here's some good motivation questions. You know, why aren't you selling it? Why are you selling it? And one of the other questions I like to always ask on the conversation is, have you ever considered selling it to a realtor? Why isn't this listed on the market? Oh, you just want to get ready for it for cash. Awesome. time frame questions, price questions. One of the most important rules here too is when you're talking to a seller, you're going to want them to talk about 80% of the time and you talk about 20% of the time. So in your conversation with a motivated seller, 80% of the talk is going to be them talking about their issues and 20% is you talking. But you might be like, well, what do I say during the 20%? Well, guess what? You are going to say questions. That's how you do it. Again, I know I'm saying Zach's dating advice today. Maybe this is my dating course. But basically, if you're on a date, you want the date to talk about 80% to themselves. Now, this is just seller psychology, and we call it dating psychology because, just in case you hate wholesaling after this, you're going to be really good on dates. But if you're on a date, 80% of the time, if they talk about themselves, they're going to like you more. I know this sounds crazy, but people like people that make them feel good about themselves. And people love talking about themselves. I'm just being honest with you. And this brings back the magical word everyone talks about, which is rapport. Rapport is that connection you build with the seller. And most connections that you can build with the seller for them to actually like and trust you is just them yapping to you. If a seller can just yap to you for 80% of the time, they're going to like and trust you, because what is a lot of rapport? Rapport is also another word basically for trust. And how do you build trust with a seller? You build trust with a seller with them knowing that you understand them. Same thing like a date. If you understand them, they know, like, and trust you usually. And how can somebody trust you? By them hearing you out and listening to you. And so a big part of actually talking and sounding like you know what you're doing and building that trust from the seller so they go over you over your competition is by them talking 80% of the time and you talking 20% of the time. You're kind of like a pseudo-therapist at this point. But it's very important to know that. Now, number 14, chapter 14, we're going to take a quick break from the conversation part, and we're going to talk about probably something a lot of people get super stressed out over, which is comping, ARV, repairs, MAO, and LAO. So a lot of people really crazy, like nerd out with all this stuff. And I'll be completely honest with you. You nerding out on this stuff is not going to be helping you out. You spending 2-3 hours comping and analyzing a property is not going to serve you right. And the whole point here of comping, underwriting, this whole chapter is for you to figure out the value that a buyer will pay. So the whole point here with comping and all these things we're going to talk about is you just want to figure out that a buyer will pay this thing for $150,000. They'll pay you $150,000 for this deal. So if you lock it up, so if you got a contract for $100,000, you will make a $50,000 payday. That's it. So you want to know exactly what a buyer will pay for it and then what you need to get under contract for. That's what comping is. That's how you figure out the value of a property. Now, you might expect for me to go on a 4-hour rant on this, but this is one of my quickest and simplest chapters because I get bigger checks and bigger results more than anybody else because of one exact word. Low ball. This is my word. This is my jam. This is what I talk about. Now, what in the world is low ball? Low ball is just a way of life. Ball is life. Low ball is life. And the whole point of this is you want to make the lowest possible offers that won't get you kicked out of the house. The point here is you want to make an offer so low that you make so much dang money on this. And so you roughly want to figure out what a property generally is worth and just offer way, way, way below that, not even get close to that so you can get a deal. Here's the way I like to describe this. If you figure out a buyer will pay $200,000 for a house, that is what they will buy for. You want to go out here and offer like $120,000. And the point is you want them to say no and reject the offer. Counter back at like 140. Okay, great. Contract to 140 and then boom, you just made $60,000 on one wholesaling deal and completely changed your life. That's the entire point here. So it's going to take you maybe 1 to 2 minutes to figure out a rough value of the property and you're going to go way below that. So how do you figure out the value of a piece of real estate? Well, you do that by comping. So there's a couple of words we got to talk about here. couple pieces of lingo. There's ARV, there are repairs, and there's what we call a discount value. So let's talk about real estate 101 here. ARV stands for after repair value. This is how much a property is worth, brand new, all fixed up, all beautiful. So if you have an ugly house or a house that's not updated, but if you did update it and you made it beautiful, that is what it would be worth at its best condition. Now what repairs are is exactly how much we're going to have to put into the property to turn it into this. So on average, 70 grand maybe for a property like this. So I might have an quote as is value of $430,000. So if the property is worth 430 grand and I put 70K, it'd be worth 500,000. But here's the issue. House flippers don't break even. And remember when I told you it cost about 12% to go close on a piece of real estate? Yeah, pretty expensive. People who flip properties are not going to go out here and pay the market value. What they want is a special discount for doing all the work, and they deserve it. Some buyers want a 70% discount, so 30% off. They want to buy 80% of the as-is value, so this is considered the as-is value. Some of them want 83%. They're crazy. And you got to know exactly which one to do for the discounts. For the sake of this video, I'm actually going to make this really simple, and this is going to be like a beginner's guide. We're going to be using AI, X leads, and comping to do this really quick, because I don't want to go on a 10-hour rant on this, because honestly, most people get paralyzed. They get this analysis paralysis on getting started here. So we're going to make this really dang quick and simple. For a property worth about $430,000, they're probably going to want about at least an 80% discount. So a buyer like this is going to want to buy it for around $344,000. Put the 70K in, sell for 500, and make a little bit of a profit at minimum. And so this is how you figure out what we call the MAO, or the max allowable offer. The most you can offer a seller. Basically, this is the number a cash buyer is going to pay you. Because if you give a deal to a cash buyer and just way too much, they're never ever going to deal with you again, because you're the boy that cried wolf. You're just sending really bad real estate wholesaling deals. So how do you figure out what ARV is? Well, you do that by comping. What comping is, you find comparable properties. So let's use an example here. Does anybody in here know the actual price of a 2006 Honda Accord LX with 40,000 miles? Does anybody know what it's worth right now? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? No, you don't. How are you going to figure that out? That's kind of random. Well, what we're going to do is look for comps or comparables. Let's see what other comparable ones are selling for in the free and open market. So if I go to Google and just search 2006 Honda Accord LX, and I go to, I don't know, Kelley Blue Book, and see that, okay, here's similar cars. Okay, so here's a 2006 Honda Accord EXL. So this one has 200,000 miles. Let's say minus 200,000 miles. Well, this one's for sale for about $5,000. Okay, cool, got it. Has this EXL with 160,000 miles for 6 grand, 4 grand, 5 grand. So roughly, looking at comparable properties, these cars are selling between 5 to 7 grand depending on condition. Okay, great. Makes sense to me. So same thing with properties. What you want to do is find similar properties that are selling for a house. So let's go to just Zillow and do this for free and show you a free way to do this. So there are certain states that you actually can't get comparable properties. So you can't actually find properties that recently sold and see what they sold for in certain states in America. They're actually not public record, thanks to the National Association of Realtors. And by the way, guys, this is part of the course. Don't get a real estate license. Bad idea, okay? End of discussion. Okay, so in the state of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, parts of Missouri, Kansas, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Idaho, Alaska, Montana, and North Dakota, you cannot see what properties sell for. You actually need to go out here and become a licensed realtor to do that, or you can use a software like X Leads and figure out what the sold prices are from the MLS. See, on X Leads, we actually license the data out from the MLS, and we get the data right there. But let's use Florida for example. So we have this property right here. Let's go out here and see, I don't know, this property in Winter Haven. So this is a nice looking house. Let's look at some of the pictures inside. Looks like it's a completely renovated house. So this is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Built in 1964. It's got a carport, looks nice. Beautifully renovated. So what we're gonna do is let's actually go and look at the neighborhood and look for what recently sold properties in the area are going for. So it looks like the house next door sold for $342,000. That was a 4.3. We don't really have many pictures, but it seems renovated 1960s. And you just kind of roughly get an estimate of what's selling for a price per square foot, and then get an average over time. That one sold a couple months ago for $342. And you go down the line and look at it. Now between you and me, I just like to use X-Leads for it because it makes it a lot easier. Redfin's really good. Realtor.com is great for free. But if I have a property, let's just use Port St. Lucie for example. Let's look at this house. So this house is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square foot. And the only other thing you want to look for is the construction. So this is concrete block construction. Zillow sometimes doesn't tell you that, but it's important to know because wood frame versus concrete block versus siding versus a mobile home versus brick, they're all going to be a little different. Wood frame. But what we're going to do is we're going to go to comps or comparables. And X-Leads kind of lets you comp a lot easier. This is just a comping tool. So what I want to do is mine is a 3.2. So I want to look at other 3-bedroom, 3.2s only, within about a mile radius of my subject property. And what you want to do is you plus or minus 300 square feet. So I want to go between 1,700 to like 2,300. I don't really want to go above 2,300. And these are sales in the past 3 months. So perfect. Now we got all the different ones. Now there's multiple MLSs you actually have to be a part of. And so all of them are together here. But let's look at other similar ones. So this property sold 3.2 for $261 a square foot. That's pretty good. That's a good comp. This one is a 3.2. It's active on the MLS for $450. That's a decent comp. I'd say yes. This one's a lot of on market. This one's about 2005. Okay, this one's built in 2019. I can't do that one. Never mind. No. This one's good. Bad. This one's actually pretty decent on that one. This is a pending one, 3.2. 1,900 square. And this one's actually a good comp here, so we're gonna do that one too. Now on the bottom here, we're getting an average square foot about $237 a square foot. So that's putting for us 2,060 square foot. So that's coming to ARV of around $488,000. So in a property like this, I'm getting an ARV of about $488,000, which is a little higher probably than what it should be. We're getting about $468 is the estimated retail. So honestly, I was not too off of what X-Leads is estimating. So X-Leads will actually just give you an estimated ARV. I have it a little higher because of what property is selling for in the area. But the discount's going to have to be greater because it's a lot of square footage. So probably give it 80%. So I'm going to say it needs roughly, a property like that, if it's not renovated, needs at least 60 grand because just a big house. So about 428,000, multiply that by 0.8. And this is where I'm going to get roughly an MAO of, I'm assuming the property's not renovated, probably an MAO of 342,500. How did you estimate the repair cost on here? Well, we have a repair cost estimator right here. So here's a repair cost worksheet. So if it's 1,500 or 3,000 square feet and it's medium, it's gonna be 33,000. If it's heavy, about 65,000. There's not any repairs, but the property needs a whole overhaul for it to get up to about 500K. So that's where I came out 65,000. This is roughly the repair cost worksheet you need to roughly know of how much repairs are gonna be. Now what we're gonna do on top of that too is you're going to figure out what your LAO is. So now I figure out the MAO is 342,000, the max allowable offer. We wanna give them a lowball offer. So what I have always proposed is an LAO, proposed by my dad. He actually invented it, but LAO is the least allowable offer. What's the least I can offer the seller without them wanting to kick me out of the house? From my experimenting, I have personally found that LAO is going to be 70% of MAO. So that means on this property right here, you should offer $240,000 on this house. I know that sounds crazy, but you should just do a low ball. Hey, I got to put 70, almost 80 grand on this property, and it's a lot of work. Just throw ball, low ball offers. See what they say. So it's 70% of the MAO. MAO is the max offer. You want to be below that. And here's your discounted guides right here. So what you need to do, for an example, is you need to calculate your MAO, your LAO, your percent, your offer. Now, this is all too confusing for you. Let me make it really simple. Here's our subject property. Let's go to ChatGPT, paste the address, and say, what should I offer to make $25,000 on a wholesale deal if it needs full renovations? And press enter. And you can just do ChatGPT. Most people spend way too much time figuring out how much to offer on the property. I'm not even joking. Even doing ChatGPT, I'm gonna get flamed from people online. But if you're a complete beginner, ChatGPT is probably gonna be better. They're roughly about 442 to 468 on comps. They said you'd be around 140. See, unfortunately, that's just a little too low. Let's actually try to do this with Claude. Claude's saying you need to get it for roughly 150, which I think is just ridiculous. So they have the ARV way too low. So you're just gonna say, what if ARV is $480,000? And it should give you a better offer. Let's put this on here on the ChatGPT. See, this is why you got to run your own comps. I'd say in about a year or two, the AI is gonna be a lot better. I'll just tell you this, with the AI, if the ARV is under 200K, the ChatGPT is really good. When the ARVs get way too high, it starts getting really distorted on the numbers. Now it's saying probably 206,000. See, they're putting $130,000 rehab, which is insanity to me. So let's just throw this as a 60K rehab. Yeah, 130 is not realistic. That is insane. So if it's 60K, it's starting at about 251. So it's a little off. See, the 70% is not going to be working with regular cash buyers right now. So the ChatGPT is going to be a little too much with a property like that. But if I have a property that's cheaper, so let's go out here and just do a really cheap property. Let's just do a house in like Macon, Georgia. Just do a house like this. What about this? So if this property is 90 and I would have to wholesale this, I would lock this up at like 40 and then sell it for like 50. So let's see what it says here. So, and just like I thought, 55. So what did I say, 50? So lower ARVs, the ChatGPT works really good. Higher ones, it can get a little crazy. So that's roughly how you figure out how much a property is worth. You want to be very, very, very well below that. Chapter 15, the appointments, offers, conditioning, and closing. Let's get this deal closed. So remember when I taught you how to go out here and get the wife of your dreams with my absolute riz? I'm not even joking. Like, if you get massively rich, you can pick up more chicks. And that's why you guys are watching this, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole point. I don't know. I can tell you this. When it comes to closing motivated sellers, if I could start you off on one simple thing, it's just one thing. You want to be firm. Now, man, like, what does that mean? What do you mean? What I mean by this is you are not going to take maybe for an answer. You are nobody's friend zone. You are hot stuff. And what I mean by this is, who are you? You are looking to buy houses. That is it. So if you want to learn how to close sellers, you're going to lowball and stay under the MAO. That is it. These are your 3 rules. Number 1, you lowball motivated sellers. Number 2, you always stay under the MAO. And number 3, this is very important, you will go out here and you will condition your sellers, which we'll talk about conditioning. And number 4, you stay on the phone until you get the contract. These are going to be your 4 key rules. So let's break this all down. The worst possible thing when it comes to closing sellers and giving them an offer to them is getting the worst possible word anyone can ever say to you. Maybe. Guys, that is the worst thing that can happen when you make an offer to a motivated seller. Probably the worst thing I see people closing is they say, oh, you know, I can buy your house for $300,000. And then the seller says, I'll think about it. And then you just sit there and say, oh, okay, well, just let me know when you make your decision. I'm just gonna wait here and just hopefully you can decide when you wanna go with me or if you go with somebody else. Guys, think about this, okay? Think about high school, all right? You ask Sheila. We're talking about Sheila. I've never dated a girl named Sheila. But just in case my wife's asking, I never talked to a girl named Sheila in my life. But I don't know who Sheila is. But let's say you ask out Sheila to the prom, and Sheila says, oh, you know what? Let me think about it. And then she's going to wait for Todd. Todd. Just kidding. Okay. And she's honestly just waiting for Todd to ask her out. So she's going to use you as a backup. And if Todd ever comes back with his long blonde hair, Todd, just kidding. But like Todd comes with his long blonde hair and says, what's up, Sheila? You gonna go to prom? Sure. Zach, screw you. Oh, Todd. And then you just got a friend zone, bro. Like you're like the backup. You need to be the priority, okay? Keep the honor king. But all jokes aside, you do not want to get friend zoned. You do not want to be the maybe, okay? You want to be the yes. Of course I would go to prom with you, Zach. Just kidding. But basically, you want to avoid the maybe. And so the rule one for making offers to motivated sellers is you make an offer and you need to make an irresistible offer where only 3 possible things happen. Number 1, they don't get mad at you because we're giving very, 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 very low ball offers. Number 2, they give you a no, which is fine because if someone says a no, then you can counter their offer and then get a contract. Or they give you a yes. See, most people think, oh my gosh, a yes is awesome. That's the best. Yeses are not the best because a yes means you didn't offer lower. They could have probably taken a lower offer, but yes is also a good contract. So these are the 3 things with your offers. And this is how you make offers to motivated sellers. And so if there's 6 steps to closing a motivated seller, it's going to be simple. Number 1, you want to confirm they're interested in selling. You're then going to qualify them with the MCTP, motivation, condition, timeframe, price. You are then going to condition them for a yes or no decision. We're going to talk about more of that in a second, but you're going to make sure they're ready to make a yes or no decision on selling the property. They're going to say, yes, I will decide when I meet with you at the appointment or over the phone that you will get a yes or a no from me. Then from there, you're going to meet them at the property. You're going to call them up on a virtual appointment if you're virtually wholesaling or not. Then you're going to go give them an offer. You're going to close the seller, get the contract signed, inform the seller of the process going forward. Say close sellers. It's really simple. So let's break this all down. When a seller says they are interested in selling the property, you're going to go through MCTP, so motivation, condition, timeframe, price. And then what I'd like to do is just get off the phone after that. Say, okay, great. Let me talk to my partner Rick about this, my partner Zach, whoever your partner, cash buyer, whatever your guy is. And I just want to look over the property and make sure this is a right thing. Or you might say, hey, okay, perfect. I mean, do you want to meet me on Tuesday at 1 o'clock and go by the property and see if it's a good fit? The conversation with the seller should never be like creepy, like you were like all over him. Again, this is Zach's dating advice 101. Same thing with closing is you got to seem like the cool cat. Okay, not too cool, but not too desperate. Oh, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you, Sheila. No, okay, you got to be like, what's up, Sheila? I know that sounds crazy, but like you got to kind of be cool. Like, dude, like I buy houses. If you want to sell it, I want to buy it. But honestly, like if you don't want to sell me your property, I got a million other houses. There's a lot of people who want to sell their property. Like I can buy a lot of them. You don't want to seem desperate. Reeks of desperation will never be good here. So what you want to do is actually qualify them with MCTP and then say, okay, well, let me talk to my partner or maybe set an appointment from there. And then the day before the appointment, a couple hours before the appointment, you're going to call them up and ask them, this is called conditioning the seller, to make sure they're ready to make a yes or no decision on selling the property. So what I always say is, hey, Mr. Seller, so ring. Hello? Hey, this is Zach. I'm just confirming we're all good. A couple hours at 6 o'clock for me to come by the property. Okay, awesome. And just so we're on the same page here, I don't want to waste your time or my time. And I usually only go out to a property once because, I go to properties all the time. Are you ready to make a decision on selling the property? Yeah. So just confirming, you're ready to make a yes or no decision when I go there, just so I don't waste your time or my time. I don't know. I have another guy coming tomorrow. Oh, no problem. Well, guess what? When you're ready to make a decision, I'll be the last guy. I'll be the last guy to stop you. I just don't want to go out here and look at it and waste my time and go to the property multiple times. It's just how our company works. I don't want to waste your time. How about you go on that appointment? You wait, and then I come to the property. We see what we can do. Here's the thing. You either want to be the first person in the appointment or the last. The psychology is this person from that conditioning statement We have figured out that they're a yes, no, maybe person. Okay, they're a procrastinator already. But most of the time they're going to say this: yeah, I can. You see, you want to make sure when you make the offer, you're making the offer in front of all the decision makers. Then from there, you're then going to meet them at the property, and then you give an offer. When you give the offer, they're either going to say, I don't know, I got to think about it. Whoa, hey, Jeff, maybe have the wires crossed here, but like, I thought you were a man of your word. What do you mean? And remember, people have massive egos, so you kind of want to, get them a little crazy. But like, I thought you were a man of your word. I am a man of my word. Well, I thought on the phone you gave me your word that you were ready to make a yes or no decision. I did say that, didn't I? Because subconsciously they said, I'll think about it. Subconsciously they said, guys, it's subconscious psychology here, okay? I've read all these sales books. Guys, I've closed all these deals. It's all human psychology here. And so I did. Okay, sure, I'll just go with it. See, they're putting off the contract. Okay, this is the psychology 101. So how do you go out here and do the conditioning? Again, before I see the house, I don't waste your time or my time. I'm usually busy, and I know you are too. I usually don't go by the property once. So I'm just making sure that you're ready to make a yes or no decision before I go see the property. Is that fair? So perfect, you're gonna be good. Virtual version is, hey, before I put some time, put an offer together and look at the property, I just wanna make sure you're ready to make a yes or no decision today before we go forward. You're not? No problem. Well, give me some time when you're ready to make a decision. And sometimes not all the decision makers are there. Basically what this means is, hey, to sell this property, I got to do it with my wife and she won't be here. She's at her sister's for the weekend and, I don't do anything without her. So, okay, perfect. So the decision maker's not there. Everyone has to be there together. How about we set up a time where you and your wife are going to be there so we can make a decision together? I don't want to feel like she's not included on this. Because guess what? If you give the offer, he says maybe, and then he's like, well, he didn't talk to me and that's disrespectful. It can go nuts. So what is my perfect and best way to make offers? To be honest, there's multiple ways to make offers. There's lots of deliveries. I'm gonna give you my couple favorite ones. So there are 3 main offers you can do. And the last one's gonna be my favorite. Number 1 is just the standard lowball, or you can do a dollar bill method. Number 2 is gonna be a price anchor. And number 3 is gonna be my favorite, called the reverse price anchor. I used to call it my good cop, bad cop. People really got their panties in a wad over that one. So I just call it reverse price anchor, and then nobody cares anymore. Just funny to me. But basically, lowball is standard. Hey, MAO is $250. Hey, Mr. Seller, looking at the property, I can buy it for about $150,000. That works, it's good. I mean, the seller sometimes gets really mad at you, kick you out, and they don't even want to counter. I don't recommend a standard lowball. What also works is what I call a dollar bill method. And this is like a reverse psychology. And so this is from The Art of the Deal. But you always don't want to be the first guy to go out here and spit an offer out, right? And so the rule of it is whoever gives the offer first loses, which I don't really believe in that. I also don't believe that splitting the difference is a bad thing, which I'll explain a little later on this. But to be honest, the dollar bill method is one of the best methods out here. So, hey, Mr. Seller, I was just saying, what's a rough figure that you're looking to sell the property for? I don't know. You don't know? No. I mean, would you theoretically take $1 million for the house? Yeah, of course I would. Duh, it's not worth $1 million though. Yeah, of course it's not worth $1 million. I mean, let me ask you this. I mean, would you take $1 for the house? No, I would never take $1 for the house. Are you ridiculous? Are you crazy? No, I was never expecting you to take $1. But what you just agreed to is you would take a number between $1 and $1 million for the house. Yeah, I know you want to take $1, but I know you want to take $1 million. So I know you take $1 million, but I know you would not take $1. So what number in between these two values would you take? And it's kind of a got you question, but it's like, it's true. And they're like, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I guess I can counter back. I want to buy this for the least I possibly can, but I want to work with you on something. So, I mean, you see how I laughed? It's all psychology. I mean, would you take $2? No. $3? No. Seriously, what? $4? What offer would you take? I mean, we could play this game all day. I'm going to give you every dollar till I hit a mountain. What's the number? 100 grand? 50 grand? I don't know. 200 grand. Oh, so they got frustrated and they just spit out an offer. That's how you kind of throw it back at them. The next one is a reverse price anchor, or the price anchor. So price anchor is pretty standard. You're just kind of throwing an anchor out and seeing what they would take. But what a price anchor is you kind of say, and again, my dad used to teach me this as like, he called it the perfect world close. That's what I always considered it as, but you can also consider it and call it something else. But basically what the perfect world close is, hey, Mr. Seller, in a perfect world, I'd want to buy this house for around $150,000. And they go, oh my gosh, how dare you? That's way too low. Hey, whoa, hey, a little Italian. Hey, a gabagool. I just said a perfect world. Of course I wouldn't take it. I'm saying in a perfect world for me, I would like to have some good margin on this. But I mean, what would you take? It's not a bad offer. They still might blame you because the anchor, you're the one who threw the anchor. They're going to be mad at you. What I prefer, and this is my favorite closing method, is the reverse price anchor. So what the reverse price anchor is you kind of have a third party throw the anchor for you. The anchor is attached with them, but you benefit from the anchor bowl. Hopefully that made sense. But pretty much what this means is you say this, hey, I was talking to my partner Rick about the property, and he said he was looking to buy the property for around $150,000. ... You don't say anything. Now they're going to say, oh my gosh, hey, and they go nuts. Say crazy. Hey, whoa, hey, that's Rick. That's my dad. He's insane. He's cuckoo. He's nuts. He never even saw the house. That's just what he told me on the phone. I was just letting you know. He doesn't know about the property, and I mean, trust me, he's my dad. He wants to buy it for the lowest possible he possibly can. This is why I'm here. This is why I actually go on the appointments now, because I'm the voice of reason around here. I mean, what would you want to sell the property for? And then, oh, okay, I get it. Well, I have to get like $250,000. And then it's a renegotiation game. That's my favorite because you always blame the dad, but you're the decision maker. How did I come up with this? Well, my dad used to literally, as a teenager, tell me, I think the MAO on this is like $200,000. Okay, cool. So you should offer Zach like $150,000. Okay, cool. I was talking to my partner Rick, and he told me about $150,000. It's where I should buy it for. And I was dumb. And basically, I found out this closing method really works because he's the blame, but I'm the decision maker. Pretty cool. So that's my reverse price anchor. That's how I make the offers. Now, you're going to get a lot of objections doing this. So I want to go over some of the objection handling Bible. So what I've always found is the best way to overcome objections and sound like you're really good on the phone and just handle people cold calling, texting over the phone is you want to be able to answer 3 specific questions. Who, what, and why. Basically what this means is, who are you, what do you want, and why do you want it? And usually a lot of people get very nervous over the phone because they can't answer this question. So question number 1, who are you? Hey, my name's Zach and I'm looking to buy properties in the area. What do you want? I want to buy houses. Why do you want to buy my house? Well, I'm looking to buy properties either for 2 reasons, either to buy it with my partner and rent it out, or buy it, fix it up, and put it back on the market. Usually, if the house is really, really ugly, we just flip the house. But if it's in better condition, we just rent it out. I mean, tell me, what do you think your property is? Is it a lot of work, not a lot of work? And you see how I transition it really easy and I just get off the objection into a question? Because I want them to talk 80% of the time and me only talk 20% of the time. If you can answer those 3 questions, you're going to sound so much better in your heart and you're going to have more of a belief. And guess what? I'm your partner. Guys, I'm a cash buyer. I will buy your properties all day. DM me on school, DM me all the time. I will buy your properties. I have zero issues about buying your property. So if you want to blame me as your partner, as long as the numbers work, I'll give you A and B, no problem. We're Gucci. We're good to go. So let's answer this. Who is this? Hey, my name's Zach. Me and partner looking to buy properties in the area. I'm not interested. No worries. I don't want a lowball offer. I understand. What would you consider a lowball offer? Kind of throwing it back at them. When can you close? We can close as quick as 14 days if the title company allows it. How does this work? Well, what we do is we talk on the phone, we see more about the property, and if it's the right fit for me and my company, and we agree on a number, we will sign an agreement, open title company will check or make sure everything's good. We buy the property as is, and you avoid the repairs. I mean, can you tell me more about the house? I need to think about it. Understood. Specifically, what do you need to think about? So again, the whole how it works is I always like to give them speed, convenience, and certainty. So again, what I do is I either go to the property, I see if it's a right fit. So I kind of give that push and pull, like they got to sell to me. And if it is the right fit and we agree on a number, I don't say price, I don't say contract, I say number and agreement. We'll send it to the title company, get an agreement, and we'll close in the date of your choosing. No repairs, we buy it as is, and pretty simple. I need to talk to my spouse or family, totally fair. When would you want to go back on a call to do this? I get another one. I need my lawyer to review your contract. Sure, here's a blank contract. Usually it's never a real lawyer. I got a higher offer. I just say, oh, that's great. Why haven't you closed with them? Send me your offer. Well, I need to go actually out here and see the property. Can you tell me more about it? Now, another way to do this is when you're cold calling, you're going to get ridiculous people all the time. You're going to get people that say, what's your offer? What's your offer? What's your offer? Like ridiculous on the phone. And what I like to do here is what I call my car analogy. What? Say, hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? Yeah. Hey, this is Zach. I'm just seeing if you're interested in selling your property. What's your offer? And they're like screaming at me like, what's your offer? What's your offer? What's your offer? And what I always like to say is, hey, I will give you an offer right now. Oh, yes? What's the offer then? And they're crazy on me. And I'm like, okay, but before I give you an offer, I just got to ask you one question. What? Have you ever bought a car? Like you're deflecting them. Remember how a cold call, you're deflecting? You're deflecting. Now they're like, wait, what? Huh? Yeah, I've bought in a car. You throw them off. Well, when you bought the car, did you test drive it? Of course I test drove the car before I bought it. Well, same exact thing with me making an offer. I need to test drive the house. Like I'm a cash buyer. Like me and my partner will buy the property for cash. But before we actually give you a firm cash offer, because I'm a man of my word, I actually need to see the property. I need to touch it, feel it, look at it, and give you a firm offer that I can stand my word behind. I'm a man of my word. I'm just not give you an offer that is contingent with all these upsy-goosies and loopholes. I'm gonna give you an offer, shake your hand, and tell you this is what I can buy it for. So let me ask you, when's a good time for me to come out and see the house? See, simple statement, easy, it works all the time. Your offer is too low, no problem. Here's a realtor if you want to go use it, but like to buy it cash, that's where I'm going to have to be at. I want retail value, well, go with a realtor. I already have an agent, well, go list it. Can you pay me more? Possibly, but I mean, what number works for you? Then from there, we're going to go out here and get the agreement signed if they accept our offer, which is going to be the contract. Now, to go out here and get a contract, I mean, I would recommend X Leads. You can get it done really quick and do the e-signing right there. It's really done for you, simple. Or you can just fill out the contract. So for the contract, you're going to need the seller's legal names if they're married. If you're going to do the assignment, you need the buyer's legal name, the property address, the legal description. You get a legal description from the property appraiser website or call your title company to figure out where it is. The purchase price, the deposit or earnest money if you're going to leave any. The closing date, the inspection period. So a lot of people get really freaked out over inspection periods and what that means. So just so you know, realtors use inspection periods all the time. They'll go out here, write an offer to buy the property. They'll do an inspection. They don't like the inspection and they get out of it. The inspection period is also what I call my get out of jail free clause. So what this basically means is you can write a 30-day inspection period, which means within 30 days, you have the right to inspect the property. And for whatever reason that you don't like the house, you can get out of the agreement, no problem at all. So that's why you're supposed to find the cash buyer before the inspection period's over. The assignment language and all the disclosures. So again, the inspection period is the window where the buyer can inspect and decide whether the property's condition is acceptable or not, which every contract has it. Now, in the case that you locked up the property for too high, so let's say you locked it up for like 200K and you have a buyer that wants to buy it for 180, you can do a renegotiation, which means you can write another contract or do what we call an addendum. You can actually download them right here. So if you go to Classroom in freewholesale.com and go to my scripts and worksheets, we have a addendum right here. But hey, John, after talking to my partner Rick and going over the numbers, we found that the repairs are going to be too much for the property, you know, whatever reason that the cash buyer cannot pay your price for. You should ask the buyer, hey, I'm trying to sell this to you for 200, you said 180. Why are you at that price? And there's a title issue, blah, 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 blah. Well, because of that reason, repairs are higher, title issue, rents don't support the price. Because of that, we need to be at $150,000. You're not going to ask for permission. You're not going to say, is it okay if you accept that 150? No, you're going to say, we're going to have to be at $150,000. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you an updated agreement, and we're still set to closing the date for you if that works. Let me know when you see the agreement. You're going to be a lot more firm with the renegotiation here. Then from there, the purchase and sale agreement. So you're going to write the dates right here between the seller, the buyer. You're going to put the street address right here, the city, state, and zip, the legal description from the property appraiser. Your title company can give that to you. Your deposit that you're going to put could be 0, could be 100, could be 1,000. I prefer you put at least $100. You can get that back. Remember, during your inspection period, if you get out on the last day or a couple days before that, you can notify the seller in writing via email or text that you're getting out of the agreement. I would recommend you try to negotiate or do an addendum to extend the closing or get the price down. But you can get out of the agreement, go to the title company and get your deposit back by showing them writing that you got out of the agreement. Cash due to seller at closing. So let's say, for example, you're doing a $1,000 deposit. That means if the purchase price is $100,000, that means the seller at closing is going to get $99,000 on top of your $1,000 EMD. Earnest money is right here. Closing date's going to be here on this date, on or before. So you want to say this transaction is going to be closed on or before, September, October, whatever date you want. Closing is going to be held at the title company. Your inspection period is going to be right here. We are allowing our contract to be assignable. And any other terms that you want, have the seller sign this, have the buyer sign here. You can also get this E signed using X leads. So all you have to do is just add a lead to the deal board. I recommend just sign up for X leads and just go through the whole 1 hour training in here too. But go on the deal board here, and all you have to do is just drag the seller to the send contract to seller, and you can e-sign it for virtual wholesaling too. Just go to contracts tab right here, documents and contracts. Right here, we're going to date it for today. And this should automatically be popped up, but if you want, because you can just write, John Smith, and then just automatically write all the information you want on here. Redo the dates. You have their email, your email, press send, and you can, we need to get the recipient on there. Right there, press send document, and then from there you can email and SMS, and just press send the e-sign for them to sign right there, and boom, you e-signed it really easy. Then from there, after you get the agreement signed, you're going to inform the seller on the process going forward. So you're going to say, okay, so what's going to go forward here is I'm going to bring my partner through to look at the property just so we get some estimates of what the repairs are going to be on the property. Is it okay if they come by, next Monday? Awesome. So you already set forward that a partner is going to come by to look at the property or cash buyer. You can also do this virtually over the phone. So explain the process going forward, how you and your partner will swing by one more time to look at the house. No change with the agreement with us doing that. We just want to look at it one more time for planned renovations and once more on the day of the closing. Then from there, you're going to find a cash buyer and then sign the assignment of contract. So the assigner is going to be you. The assignee is going to be the buyer. And all you're going to do right here is put that the cash buyer is going to give you their deposit, which is going to be at minimum $3,000 to $5,000. $3,000, $5,000. They will pay the assignment fee of this much, which is going to be the difference between your contract price and what they're going to buy it for. And then you're going to say again how much you're going to receive for an assignment fee. You're going to put the purchase price, which let's say, for example, here is going to be $100,000. The assignment fee is going to be $20,000. They gave a $3,000 deposit. So that means at closing, they're going to have $117,000 they're going to owe at closing. On or before date, they have to close. And then this agreement is going to be null and void if they don't do that deposit. It's not received on or before the date. And then you can e-sign using X Leads for the assignment also. Rabbit sign's free too, but that might be paid now, I don't know. Now you can move this over to the send assignment to cash buyer. And then boom, you can add your cash buyer as a recipient on here and e-sign the assignment of contract right there. And then from there, you got to find your cash buyer. So how do you find a cash buyer? Guys, cash buyers are easy. There's a lot of people with a lot of money, and if you use software, even do it for free, you can find a ton of them. So let me show you. So this is the actual part of the deal. The cash buyer is the one who's actually paying you for your deal, right? So they're the customer. All this work is just to get the product. But honestly, it's like Field of Dreams. You build it and they will come. Same thing with wholesaling. If you have a good deal, a buyer will come for it. Let's say you have a pizza shop in Dallas. If you just have, regular pizza, it's going to be okay shop. But if you have the best pizza in all of Dallas-Fort Worth, you are going to be getting a ton of people. Because if you work so hard finding the best pizza, you're going to be crushing it. So again, we're going to talk about cash buyers and what we call dispositions. So dispositions is the process of selling your contract to a cash buyer. So again, cash buyers are either going to be landlords or house flippers. Cash buyers do not buy because they like you. They buy because the numbers work. Remember, sellers sell based off of emotion. Buyers buy or make a decision based off of logic. So the best way I can describe the psychology of people when they make decisions, sellers and buyers, is they have 3 specific ways they make decisions. So here's how they work. Here's how people make decisions, sellers and buyers. Either they make a decision due to emotions, they do it because of logic, or they do it based off of fear. And when you sell something, selling yourself to a buyer, selling yourself to a seller, most sellers decide to go with you through the emotions. This is annoying. I don't want to deal with the realtor. I just want to get out of the situation. Emotions, they decide based off of emotions. We'll give you a cash offer, quick and easy. You're kind of selling yourself to them based off of emotions. Now, some sellers say, no. The numbers got to work. This has to be logical. Well, you might have to go, hey, you get cash. You don't have to pay for closing costs. You give logic. Or may say, you know what, I know you got to make a decision. I'm going to a house the next couple days. If I buy that one, I'm not going to be able to buy yours. Fear, FOMO. This is why sneaker drops work so well. So most sellers will decide to go with you based off of emotion. And then most go off of logic for cash buyers. So cash buyers mostly go off of logic, the numbers working, or emotions. Now you can use fear with cash buyers. Say, hey, I'm going to give this to 2 or 3 other cash buyers if you don't go with this one. You give them a little bit of a FOMO or a fear and they'll go with you usually. So where are the ladders or the tiers of cash buyers? And so what I'll tell you is, here are tiers. So a lot of people ask, well, what type of cash buyers will pay the least amount of discount, where they'll pay the most for the deal compared to anybody else? So let's go from the bottom to the top. So the cash buyers that'll pay you the least are what I call the slumlords or the massive landlords. They want to make 20, 25% cash on cash returns. They own a lot of real estate. And they're good buyers. They got cash. They'll pay the assignment. They do not care, but they want to buy for crazy low prices. Massive landlords usually. They're volume buyers. They're the lowest tier, but they still buy. Number 4 are serious investors. These are who I call high-level flippers. They will go out here and buy 20 plus properties a year. They're fast, they're quick, but they're very strict on their numbers, and they don't want to pay too much. Next here, who I call medium flippers. These are people that sometimes do this full-time, maybe part-time. They buy 5 to 10 flips a year. They know the numbers, but they're not crazy. They are experienced investors, but not too nuts. They will pay a really good amount. They'll pay out big assignments. Then from there, you have who I call my mom and pop flippers. They'll pay usually the most. They'll buy 1 to 4 houses a year at most. They're very emotional and they just want to get their feet wet. They just want to get a deal. They usually pay the most. Then you have what I call the premium buyer. These are a little more risky because they're super emotional. Usually their numbers are insane, but they're who I call the fresh out of the seminar flipper. They pay for the most. They just want to get a deal. If they can make 20 grand, that's all. They just want to get some experience. They're motivated, eager, they're ready to buy. These are people that maybe bought 1 property, maybe 2, but they want to flip. They joined some house flipping seminar. They'll pay the most. I'll tell you, unless you're really experienced, I would avoid the premium buyer. I would avoid the volume buyer. I'd go for 2, 3, or 4 here. Remember, you don't need 3,000 cash buyers to get a dispo or a deal done. You just need to have a solid 5 to 10 starting out and then start finding a ton. I'll be honest, there's a lot of ways to find cash buyers. If you don't have any money, I think Facebook groups are absolutely amazing ways to find cash buyers. Just go to the real estate investing groups and see people saying that they're buying properties for cash. It's pretty simple. So let me go to, for example, Florida Real Estate Investors Network. All I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to search and I'm going to search at gmail.com. And what you're going to do here is just see cash buyers drop in emails. So for example here, Bo has this property locked up in Melbourne. Let's just go to comments. And it looks like, can you email me the link here at this? So this guy is claiming to be a cash buyer. He probably is a cash buyer. He owns David E.L. Properties LLC. I can message them on Facebook and add them as a friend and email them right there. That's gonna be a great person to reach out to. This property in Palm Coast, Florida, someone messaged their email. This is a new one. And you can also just search cash buyer. That works really good in these Facebook groups. So this guy says he's looking for cash buyers, looking for cash buyers. We didn't find any. So let's look at another one. So all these people interested in DMs right here. Some comments here of quote cash buyers. Craigslist rental ads are good. I actually really like Facebook Marketplace rentals are really good. Probably what I'd tell you to do if you have like the basic plan on X Leads, one of the easiest ways is just go to leads. Let's say you're gonna do New Braunfels, Texas, and you wanna find cash buyers. What I tell you to do is just go to filters, go to cash buyers, go to single family properties, and do for the start of this year. And we're gonna find is all the cash sales for the past year are gonna pop up right here. So that's really good. Now on top of this too, if you have a property and you have like the Pro, the X plan on X Leads, you can just press Buyer Match AI, and the AI is gonna find the most likely buyer for your deal. And you just click on them and get their phone number and all their information. Now the Dispo tab on X Leads is really good too. So you can look up New Braunfels again. And these are the top landlords. So if I go to filters, we're gonna have the top landlords. And what you wanna just do is find the top landlords in the past year. These are the top people buying the most houses. Like Perry Homes LLC owns 27 properties. They're gonna be a good builder or cash buyer. Highland Homes Houston owns 12 rentals. That's gonna be a great one. You can also find flippers right here too. So we're gonna go flip volume the past year. And you got people like Desert View Homes who flipped 34 houses in the past year. Just press view details or let's do weekly homes. This guy owns a lot of real estate. Just press contacts and all their details will pop up right there and you find all the people right there for your dispo. Now, one of my other favorite ways is, so if you go to Zillow and let's just do Detroit, and I'm just gonna go to the for rent section. All I'm gonna do is look at new homes that are, let's just do single family houses. And let's just look at, I don't know, this property right here. I'm gonna go out here and look up this address and see who owns it on the public records and talk to them. You can also go out here, right here with his phone number. He looks like he's an owner. Oh, that's a brokerage in mine. We don't wanna do brokerages. So right here, the property owner, Laura, is right here for this house right here. So she has this nice house in Detroit. I would just say, hey, Laura, I'm actually not looking to rent the property out. I'm a wholesaler and I just got a property under contract across the street, seeing if you're looking to buy. You're just trying to get that conversation and find a buyer that wants to buy. You can also post on Facebook, houses at a deep discount. If you buy in Detroit and want off-market properties with strong rental or flip upside, message me your buy box. But again, the script's really simple. Hey, John, I just saw you bought 123 Main Avenue for cash if you're calling the cash sales and X Leads. I was just thinking we're looking to buy more properties in the area. I'm a wholesaler and I get off-market deals a lot. What type of properties are you looking to buy? Now, what I've found is if you cannot find cash buyers or you can't sell a deal, it's because of two main reasons. Reason number one that you can't sell your wholesaling deal is because you locked up the price for too high and no one wants to pay your crazy price. That's 90% of the issue. Or the issue is you haven't talked to enough buyers. Well, if you haven't talked to enough buyers, either you haven't done enough volume or there's just not enough buyers in the area, which means your market's too rural, but you're not fitting my criteria. So either you haven't talked to enough buyers or you locked up for too high. Here's the truth. If you talk to 8 cash buyers and they all said your price is too high, probably because the price is too high. Then from there, chapter 19, a buyer that says they're a buyer doesn't automatically get your property. I want you to understand this. You need to first ask them questions and qualify them. Ask them, are you buying to flip or rent the properties out? What market and zip codes you're looking to buy? What's your preferred price range? How many properties in the past 12 months have you bought? Have you bought from wholesalers before? Can you send proof of funds? Are you comfortable with assignment fees? How quickly can you close? And if a cash buyer ever says, I'm only comfortable with you making 10 or 20 grand on an assignment fee, there's the door. I always do this. Hey, Mr. Cash Buyer, theoretically, if you thought there was a slamming deal at 150 grand and I locked up the house for $40,000 and made 110K, would you have a problem with it? It's a theoretical. No, as long as it's the price I say I can buy it for, I'm good for it. Perfect. That's all I want to hear. Ask them what deal info they need before they walk through. For the last couple properties they bought for cash or their LLC for you to look up just to confirm. You're going to find a lot of people on Facebook saying, I'm a cash buyer, but they will never give you the past 2 or 3 addresses they bought for cash. Run from those people. You can actually publicly look them up on record. There are a lot of savvy investors like me that put everything in trusts, but I can show you documents in the trust that I'm the owner of trust that owns the property, or I'm the beneficiary. Because even if you look at my deeds, my lawyers actually sign it as the trustee, but I'm the beneficiary. Let them know your walkthrough rules. So when you walk through the property, you make sure they don't talk to the buyer. You don't directly talk to them about the price, terms, assignment fee, or side deals. You're just my partner. If you can stay present, that would be best. Let the buyer walk through, take photos. After the walkthrough, meet or call or separately talk to them in a secondary location about if they're going forward with it. And then from there, talk about how you're going to collect the EMD at the title company. I'll tell you, for most of these cash buyers, you need to have a serious $5,000 non-refundable EMD earnest money deposit. $3,000 is a little lower, but you can deal with that too. But if they don't want to put an EMD of that much, get out of the way, don't deal with them. Now remember, cash buyers mean that they're buying for cash, not for hard money. A buyer that says they're going to get a loan to buy the house is not a cash buyer. That's a hard money buyer. And that means they have a person who's going to loan them the money that has to give them a permission slip. Let me tell you this, very important. I've had many deals where I thought it was a smoking deal. The cash buyer signed the assignment of contract. They're all good. They gave me the $3,000. And their hard money lender, the day of the closing, says, nope, no deal, not going to loan on it. And the buyer's like, well, my hard money guy said no. Where's my deposit? Oh, essay. You ain't getting that back. That's non-refundable, homie. And it's your fault that the hard money decided to say no on this. Sorry, you're not getting your cash. That's why a non-refundable EMD deposit's important. But honestly, they usually don't give a deposit. They're in hard money, so don't do that. The lender risk is way too much. Only people that actually have cash or proof of funds, or they're actually buying properties, have a history of buying properties for cash. Now, if you're virtually wholesaling and you want to get pictures of the property and you want to get like boots on the ground, you either get boots on the ground, you can pay somebody $50 to go out here and take pics of the property, or go to Facebook or Craigslist, or you could JV with someone like me who will go out on the property if it's in my markets, and we'll JV and take pictures with you, and they'll walk the buyer through. But if you think a random person is just going to drive an hour or 30 minutes, just take pictures for free and walk a buyer through just for free, you're going to have to pay money. And if you have no money, it's probably better you joint venture and JV with trusted people. Go to freewholesale.com, go through the map section, and see other wholesalers who want to work with you. So xleads.com is my software of choice, as you know. And if you want to get started using xleads, just go to xleads.com, get started, choose your plan, and get started. So again, for most people that want to get started doing xleads, I will tell you, sign up right here, go through the tutorials. You're going to get 2 emails, an email access to lock in, your login for the Go High Level side, and then a email access to log in for the lead side and the dispo side. And we have onboarding calls every single day from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. You'll get onboarded on exactly how to do the entire xleads process. So you can start using the software to get wholesaling deals. This is by far the only software you need for wholesaling success. No other software goes even close to this. But you should get very comfortable how automations work with Go High Level and xleads. So I'd say you should log in, activate your account, choose your AI zip codes, filter the list, export data, start importing data, skip tracing, using the CRM, work on how tagging and automations work, start your first text calls, automations, get the CRM ready, sign in dispo, and start doing deals. Now, a quick chapter I want to go over are pump deals, or what I call title curative deals. So you're going to find real estate deals in wholesaling that have messed up titles. That means the owner on record for 99% of your wholesaling deals, the owner on record is alive. But if the owner on record is in question or messed up, or we don't know who the owner is, the title. So remember, a deed is a document showing who's the owner of the property, and a title is the legal concept of who's the actual owner. If the owner is dead or they died, they can't go out here and sell a house. There has to be a court process called a probate to figure out who are the actual heirs that get that property. And sometimes if they're behind on taxes, there's liens, there's multiple heirs, it's a messy situation. You're gonna have to go out here and cure the title on this, and you will not be able to wholesale these transactions or close because there's a title problem. In title curative, on average, I make at least $100,000 when there's a title issue. And the best way for me to find these deals is my pump process. So PUMP stands for pull, underwrite, market, profit. And so if you pull government data, you underwrite to see if these properties are dead or not, market to the heirs, and then send me the deal, you can make a ton of money too. This is like a cousin of wholesaling, but I just want to give everyone kind of a little open mind on this. If you find properties where the title's messed up, don't run away from those. You can make over $100,000 on these transactions, even more, of these curative title or title curative deals. It's basically wholesaling, the same process. We lock up the contract, cure the title. We also have a whole community and a software that actually finds these transactions. And if you're someone who's really interested in doing title curative deals, which I consider part of wholesaling, I would tell you should check it out, pumpmethod.com. And if you're a savvy wholesaler that's already wanting to do even more or bigger deals, I definitely start getting into title curative, because this method finds wholesaling deals and title curative deals. So again, you're gonna see me talk about pump or title curative a lot. These are just like wholesaling. It's like wholesaling. You're going after properties that have messed up titles and then curing them and making a ton of money and selling them yourself. And you just partner up with me on these type of deals. They're massive 6-figure spreads. But you're gonna hear me talk about curative title a lot on this YouTube channel because I make a lot of money doing it. And you guys make a ton of money. So you can check it out, go to pumpmethod.com. But it's part of wholesaling, so I think it's important to talk about. But you're gonna find deceased owner on records, tax delinquent deceased owners are big, probates, code violations, deceased owner, pre-foreclosure, heirship issues, or liens. These are all issues a lot of wholesalers just decide they're not gonna close the deal, but these are properties where you actually make even more money. So subject to, again, I'm gonna touch on it just a little bit here, because you technically can wholesale subject twos. So basically a subject to is if there's low equity, let's say 20% equity, where the value of the property is $200,000 and they owe, let's say, $195,000. How do you wholesale that, right? Like you need a discount. Well, what subject to usually is, and the way I always like to do it, is there's a mortgage and a deed, right? What you can do is you can put the mortgage into a trust and then transfer the deed into the trust, and then you transfer the trust from the seller to you. And so the mortgage stays in the trust or the seller's name, usually just the seller's name, but the deed moves into the trust. They can't call the loan due, and then you will cash flow on that property. Right now, you can still get properties where the person has low equity, but they want to transfer it over to a trust and you'll buy it subject to the existing mortgage. But right now in this higher interest rate environment in 2026, I'd probably tell you to avoid most subject to transactions. But you're gonna hear that talked about a lot. You can wholesale creative finance deals to other cash buyers, but with interest rates being so high right now, it's probably not the best option, but I just want to give you a little education and we'll talk about it. Now, I do have a system on Zillow to find wholesaling deals, which I think are really, really awesome. And so how this basically works is you just go to Zillow, you pick a market, you go to the for sale by owners section, and what you want to do is find Zillow for sale by owners that are over 100 days old, and you just want to lowball them. If the property's listed for, let's say, $200,000, your MAO is going to be $140,000. And so you can only make like 5, 10, 15 grand, but for a beginner, this is a way to get wholesaling real estate deals. Now I go live a lot and just show how quick and easy it is to go on Zillow. But I'll tell you, one of my favorite ways to do this now is just going to auction.com. These are specifically going after properties that have an auction date set and they are on auction.com. And the system's pretty easy. You search your area for foreclosure houses, which is free. You find the owner on X Leads or True People Search. You text or sticky note them or maybe call, lowball them, get a contract, find a cash buyer really quick, close before the auction date and profit. It's a really interesting strategy, but auction.com does work pretty well. It's a great way to find deals. Now, the last part we got to talk about are wholesaling laws and regulations. I'll be honest with you guys, every single state has like a law or regulation when it comes to real estate, but some states go a little further and they have laws talking about what you can or can't do in wholesaling. I have very, very, very strong opinions on this. I believe 95% of wholesaling laws are actually unconstitutional and are not even valid in my opinion. And what I mean by this is, of course, a state might enact a law, but you have to enforce the law for it to be enacted. And what I mean by this is, if someone made a state law and I didn't go well with it, and the state wanted to fine me, I can go to the court and get it probably struck down because I don't think any of it's constitutional. But lo and behold, my lawyer told me if the state has a law, just follow the regulations. There are ways to go around it. I would say double closing. So closing on the transaction, or maybe doing a double closing in escrow would be well. Every state's a little different on here. Let me just give you my raw piece of opinion on this. Just talk to your title company and say, what's the best way to do this with the state law? And they'll give you a great suggestion on how to do wholesaling in the state. Every single state in America, and I'll make this very, very clear, this is crazy, you can wholesale real estate in every state in America in 2026. There's just different ways you can do it, and every state's got a little different interpretation of how to do it the right way. Just talk to an investor-friendly or wholesale-friendly title company who actually has lawyers on staff and people who actually know what they're talking about. They will give you an opinion. Everyone who's not a lawyer is going to give their opinion on the internet on how to do this. Talk to a real title company and they'll give you an answer. For example, in the state of South Carolina or North Carolina, I'm not going to give you my legal advice on how to do wholesaling in that state. I would tell you go to Harry Marsh Law or 24-hour closing. I would call these people up and ask, okay, I'm a wholesaler. How can I go around real estate investing or wholesaling in the state? They have attorneys on file, and you can actually talk to these real estate attorneys and talk to them. And they're in all these areas in South Carolina and North Carolina. They'll show you exactly how to wholesale real estate the right way. So talk to actual real estate attorneys, and they'll tell you how to go forward and wholesale. Legal in every single state. You just got to know exactly what to do. And I'm not going to go a whole breakdown of every law in the United States. So either the assignment is going to be legal and good, you might have to double close, or sometimes you have to go out here and double close or buy, hold, flip for a minute. But every state's just a little different how you do it. But double closing solve most of the issues. And there's all these intent laws. If you intend to assign, well, this double closing is not an intent to. Guys, I talk to a real estate attorney or title company. Every single state I do deals, and trust me, I just talk to attorneys. They tell me exactly what to do, disclosure, whatever I got to do. Okay, cool, I'm going to go do that. So whatever a lawyer or a title company tells you, just do it. Every state's to do is a little bit differently. Nothing to fear. Some states have regulations like Illinois, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arizona, Kentucky, North Dakota. But to be fair, everyone told me Illinois, you're banned to wholesale real estate, and I did a massive closing this year in Chicago. But they told me exactly what I had to do correct. I'm not going to say it, but in Illinois, the closing attorneys there tell me exactly what to do, and I do what they say because they're my attorneys. But stop being scared. I'll give you this too. A lot of title companies in Florida have told me wholesaling's banned. When I go to other title companies before, they say, no, wholesaling isn't banned. I have real estate attorneys say, no, wholesaling is legal. What are you talking about? Some attorneys and title companies will just tell you wholesaling is banned for no reason because they don't know what they're talking about. Talk to a real estate attorney. And they're the title company, so they'll talk to you completely for free. So going forward, here's my appendix of all the government lists during this book too. So you can copy and paste of where code violations and probates are. It's really cool. But boys and girls, that's it. Guys, I go live a lot. So if you want to know my live stream schedules, on Mondays, my dad goes live on his Rick Ginn YouTube channel. So if you go right here to Rick Ginn on YouTube, you can talk to him. On Tuesdays, I go live on the Flip with Rick YouTube channel, either me or my dad. On Thursdays, me and my dad go live together on the Flip with Rick YouTube channel. On the Zach and YouTube channel, every Sunday, I go live at 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock, go live on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Mondays on the respective channels. And I have a free wholesaling course and community. Just go to freewholesaling.com. And if you want to learn exactly how to get the best software, just go to use our AI chatbot. We have MAO calculators, all this stuff. It's right there. And I go live Saturday mornings if you're a XLeads user on the XLeads YouTube channel. But here's my final word. Let's just make this real basic. If you put the work in, you'll do it. You don't need any more motivation to become successful wholesaling. That fire is within you. You want to do this for your family, your loved ones, and yourself for the future. Go out here and get to work. My final word, pull 1,000 government lists, pull the AI lists, skip trace them, call them, text them, put the sticky notes out, get deals. Let's get to work. This is Zach Ginn signing out. If you got any value from this entire course, do me a favor. Make sure you smash that like button, subscribe. I appreciate it. This is Zach Ginn signing out. Have a blessed one.